Okay. Members of the public, did you have anything from public?
I already addressed with you guys prior.
Well, it wasn't official, so
Oh,
just real quick, if you'd like to, so you can get your time on the TV.
oh, well, appreciate it. Mark
That's what you
Formel,
came here for, right?
Dover resident. I came here to learn, honestly.
That was
But-
a joke.
No, I know. I just came up with one discrepancy, which was a line item under principal's office for other professional services. It had account listing 5343, and I believe it should have been 5341 for other professional services, which I spoke to Mr. Martin earlier today about when we went over the budget together, and thanked him for his time and helping me understand what the certain line numbers represent and how they apply to our budget.
Okay, and then Matt, you're gonna get an answer for us.
Yeah.
If it's a typo or if it's,
Yeah.
because Mark just looked it up online, there aren't any, or I think Tammy, I'm sorry.
Tammy did.
Yeah, the new account that Lori just developed
Okay,
for
new
the
account.
upcoming budget.
Yeah, so we'll find out, and Matt will send a note home with your kids or something.
Okay.
Okay, Matt, so you just let him know, and, okay, thank you. Hey, Andrew.
Hi.
Andy. Review and approve the minutes of the February 17th and March 4th meetings. So for some reason, we also got a copy of the February 11th meeting, which is actually the school district annual meeting. And I noticed, Andy, and I forgot, nobody ever really approves them, right? They just kind of, the annual meeting minutes, you just kind of file them away, right?
Well, no, I have Bob Backus sign them.
Okay, has that been done?
Yeah, for last year, not for this year.
Okay, so you just deal with that. We don't have to do anything with the...
No.
Okay. So if anybody wants a copy, I have a copy of it, if you want to look at it. I mean, I glanced through it, and it made everything as clear as mud. What was that one article that we had?
Changing the date?
Yeah, change dates.
That one.
I think it captured it pretty well.
Nice.
Yeah, there's like 3 votes there, so that
Yeah.
definitely... That was fun, huh?
Yeah.
So I have the February 17th meeting, and then the March 4th meeting. So is there any, I think, Mark, you had some names that were,
Yeah, the February 17th, there was no administration at that particular meeting. So Bill, Tammy, and Matt to be taken off. Other than that, it seemed accurate.
okay, so can we, let's do that one separately then. So can somebody make a motion to approve the February 17th meeting minutes without?
Sure.
Okay, so Rick moved
With the changes?
with the changes.
Okay, I second.
Mark seconds it. Is there any more discussion?
Nope.
Yes, Matt?
I just noticed under next meeting, it says March 4th at 6:30. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Oh, that was the one that was on a Wednesday night.
yeah, that was the one,
Yeah.
the reorganizational meeting.
Okay.
That's when we met.
Got it, thanks.
It does, never mind, I'll bring that up in a second.
Okay, so if there's no other discussion, all those in favor of the February 17th minutes, please signify so by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Appears to pass unanimously. I have the Wednesday, March 4th minutes. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve them?
I make a motion that we approve the March 4th minutes.
Okay, do we have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mark seconds it, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are
More questions?
Approved.
Speaking of minutes, is there anyone taking tonight's minutes?
yes,
The cameras.
The camera.
and then Peter's gonna write it off the camera.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And Matt, you're just gonna take some notes, or, no? Okay,
I'm not taking notes.
Okay.
okay, cool.
Do you want me to take some notes?
Nope, that's fine.
One,
Okay.
one thing of note, our The agenda is saying, our next meeting is at 6:30 in Wardsboro.
Yeah, we'll fix that.
Six, so.
We always warn the meetings, and our meetings say 6, so that was just a typo. So under correspondence, I have one letter from Matt. Dear members of the River Valley Unified School District Board, I would like to take the opportunity to respond to Mrs. Kraft's letter to the school board dated January 30th, 2020. I met with Mr. and Mrs. Crafts during the week of February 24th, where we discussed some of their more specific concerns, including the role of actions and how we can improve communication in that area. As you may know, the IB program places a strong emphasis on taking action as compared to just researching or creating materials on a particular topic. Students are asked to take action, to do something rather than just talk about it. We certainly do not want students to shy away from the complex topics, but rather to dig into them and work through them. Regarding students being graded on who they are, the Crafts were referring to our analysis of student progress towards demonstrating the characteristics associated with the IB attributes. As part of the IB program, we use a group of behavior attributes that guide our daily work, help clarify behavioral expectations in public spaces, habits of mind, and habits of work. These attributes are rated on a slightly different scale than other academic standards in an effort to distinguish them from those skills. A 3-point scale for this indication how often a student demonstrates the behaviors associated with the attribute. Never, sometimes, most of the time, for example. This system is meant to help identify the behaviors that represent the attributes or values we hold highly and encourage students to strive for most of the time. In her letter, Ms. Crafts questioned the strength and priority of the team of teachers here at the Dover School as compared to past staff members. In terms of the strength of the Dover staff team, certainly the team remains strong and dedicated, placing children at the top of our priority list every day. They prove this through their dedication to children, long hours, and high-quality lesson preparation and delivery. Ms. Crafts and her family, along with all other Dover school families, enjoy that benefit every day. Ms. Crafts mentioned that some traditions had ended when Mr. Davis retired. Of course, we all miss Mr. Davis, but when veteran teachers leave, often the richness they take with them was a result of their personal investment in individual skills. Unfortunately, there are times when beloved traditions must be replaced by other activities. New staff members bring new ideas and new traditions. This is a natural part of the growth and change of any organization. It is true that the Dover School has a long tradition of strong core values and broad general knowledge of the global village, as Ms. Crafts noted. While I was not present during the decision-making period, my understanding of at least one reason the community chose to pursue the IB program was to further develop those traditions and to define the academic program within the structure of the international accreditation offered by the IB program. The expenses associated with the authorization were justified on the basis of the community's ability to offer world-class education and to play a role in marketing the wonderful work being done at the Dover School on behalf of the local economic development. This, in addition to the ability to attract families in support of developing the local workforce and overall economic development. Finally, to provide the next level of challenge to a school community doing well as measured by the basic usual measures schools are typically measured by. Much of the staff turnover during the past 4 years has been on account of added staff, as in the case of the added 5th grade teacher, expected retirements, and unexpected moves. Most of the changes were anticipated when I was hired, as noted by the hiring committee. Every new hire during my tenure has been enthusiastic about assimilating the IB instructional style because they understand the value of and the opportunity presented by teaching within a program that is considered the gold standard globally. In terms of enrollment, with the exception of last year to this year, enrollment has been relatively steady over the past several years. In terms of test scores, there have been many factors that may have influenced this change. Due to the small class sizes, changes in assessment and staff turnover will be very difficult to attribute declining test scores to any one thing, including the addition of a formal structure to the academic program. As a school, we responded to the trend in SBAC scores in the following ways. There's 5 bullet points. We implemented a math achievement plan which yielded a 15% increase in math proficiency on SBAC scores in the first year of implementation, 2018-2019. We added a benchmark assessment system that gives us a significant amount of skill level data for each student. In 2018-2019, our fall to winter benchmark performance was excellent. This year's results are even better, indicating that in January, 87% of our students are in the low risk category for achieving grade level expectation in math skills by the end of the year. And math has never been one of our strong subjects, has it? Our staff participated in significant professional development in math instructional practices over the past 2 years. We are seeing the results of that investment now. We have made significant changes to the unified art schedule as well as daily classroom schedules, ensuring there is dedicated time daily for core math and ELA instruction as well as WIN time, which stands for What I Need, in every classroom K through 6. This time allows teachers to work with small groups of students on specific gaps in basic skills. We're in the process of implementing the supervisory union's academic support team model of targeted intervention. Regarding Ms. Kraft's comments about teacher burnout, I must disagree. I believe our teachers are stronger and more reflective now than at any point during my tenure. Admittedly, during the final years of IB candidacy phase, the staff was working extremely hard to meet authorization requirements and the workload was formidable. Since the formal authorization in the spring of 2018, most of that tension has been released. The following steps have been taken to manage the institutional stress we face at school. 1, the WCSU has provided trauma-informed schools training for all employees over the past 2 years, which has allowed us to gain a better understanding of the challenges faced by staff members and systems to address those challenges. Second point, we have 2 delegates representing Dover in the WCSU Trauma Catalyst Group to address specific institutional stress facing our employees. Third point is the Catalyst members and I meet regularly to ensure this work reaches our staff effectively. Our delegation has regular staff meeting time on a monthly basis. And lastly, the staff members participate in regular wellness activities as directed by our health PE teacher and spend a significant amount of time collaborating, working together on various school and community projects, leveling out the tremendous load teachers face. Frankly, I don't know that we've ever dedicated more resources to stress management than we do now. This Dover School faculty is fiercely committed to the well-being and education of all students. Teachers regularly work 9 to 10 hour days, often spending weekends, holidays, and vacations preparing their lessons, not because they feel pressure to do so, but because they are driven to provide the best education possible and they have a very high expectation of themselves and their work. In terms of the school website, there are some areas of the website that are out of date. Most, if not all, of the pieces that are out of date have been remedied. This is more due to a lack of administrative systems than teacher overload. Teachers and tech support staff have been engaged to help remedy this problem. While I was not present when the program was initially described to parents, I can assure the board that I observe classroom instruction almost every day, and the IB program is being implemented with fidelity as required by the International Baccalaureate Organization. The IB program remains generally the same. However, the concept of student agency fostering more independent choice and input into their inquiries has been added recently. The change in Think Like Planners is purely teachers' changes in the name, approaches to learning. The skills have not changed. However, it may be that what Mrs. Kraft sees as different than originally explained. Reflection and change are a required part of the action cycle and certainly are required for improvement. The designated core instruction times I mentioned earlier are dedicated to teaching basic skills. There's also time dedicated to IB projects within the school day. Teachers do an excellent job of balancing student needs with time. It is best practice to provide students with some sort of schedule so they can anticipate and be prepared for what is coming during the day. The fact that we may label inquiry time certainly means all the reading, writing, math, science, history that may go into a given unit. We also use win time, what I need, because it allows us to dedicate even more time to gaps in basic skills as needed. This this year, spring of 2020, marks the end of our second full year of implementing the program as a fully authorized school. Parental and community understanding of the IB program is a regular topic of discussion among the IB coordinators and principals. The IB program is complex and requires a significant and ongoing informational campaign to help community members fully understand the language and concepts. This is something we've tried to establish, but certainly could use more time and resources to implement. We feel that students are doing an excellent job of assimilating the language and concepts of the IP program. They may not always be able to communicate their knowledge with their families, but we continue to try new ways to improve home-school communications. Mrs. Krasnode is commendable to try new things, a position I fully support. The school community should feel proud that they decided to take on implementing a world-class academic program in a small school with small resources. We believe in the power of reflection. The program will undergo a 2-year review this spring, at which time we'll have more data about how parents, students, and staff feel the implementation is progressing. As always, please let me know if you have any further questions, and thank you for your time and continued support. Matt Martin. So we do have it on the schedule to discuss this, and you were waiting for, you were going to do a survey. So,
Yeah.
and that goes out soon?
We expect that to go out next week.
I think we're on the schedule of the first meeting in May for.
It was originally the second meeting in May, but there was a
Right, because we wanted to do it in
response.
Dover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would
Is
it, oh, I was
everybody
gonna, would it be possible for you to email that letter to the whole board? There was a lot there.
Yeah.
I'd just like to be able to read it.
I didn't read it very well.
You read it extremely well, but you read it a lot faster than my mind can process every
I
word.
only stumbled over every other word. Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
You're welcome.
Everybody good? Anybody? Okay, old business, equity, calendar for discussion. So you should have a thing that looks like this, and it shows goals for the year. And one of the things was, Laura had asked us to look at local equity definition, and we also talked about unity. So that's supposed to be in April. So Matt, just make sure that between you, Tammy, and Bill, we have that for one of our next meetings so that we can discuss that.
Got it.
The other thing we wanted to talk about was working on our web and communications presence. So I think, so we have website design, we have web and communication presence as a goal for April. And we just asked that this stay on the calendar. We have all that stuff from last year, when Mark wasn't on the board, he was helping us. So can we just get that back, and maybe for our next meeting, we can do those two things, at least start on those. Now, isn't Wyndham Central working on some new web stuff too? Because I had asked about email addresses, I think, and you guys.
Tammy, have you heard any, I haven't heard any news on that project. But I can ask Bill, we can ask Bill about it.
If you let me know what he says also, because I'm trying to put a mock-up together. I had planned on having ready for today, but my dog ate my homework.
The other, okay, B22A complaint policy, discussion of possible action. So we had, at the meeting on we did public complaints about personnel policy D10. So that's been moved to warn
That, you know what?
on the 17th.
I have to apologize. That was a typo in the minutes that I forgot to bring up. That policy is actually B22.
Okay. So it wasn't policy B,
It wasn't D10. D10, I don't think, my book at home, but the small folder right in front of you is all the policies. I don't think there is a D10.
Okay, so it was B22.
Yeah. And that was warned.
So that was warned, so that hasn't been voted, approved yet.
Can I make a motion
Yes,
to approve that?
yeah.
Then I do.
So does everybody remember policy B22, which was complaint?
Public complaints. Yeah.
So we have a motion to approve policy B22. It's been warned, since February 17th, so it's been over a month. Matt or Tammy, did you guys get any comments from anybody? No? Okay, so we have a motion. Do I have a second to his motion?
Sure.
Okay, so Rick seconds a motion, and it's to approve policy B22.
22.
So if there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous. B22 is now a policy. It's been approved by the board. Matt, will you just get one that, I don't seem to have one. So could we just have one so we can you can just write that it was approved on this date?
Is this public complaints?
Yes.
And I have it as B22A. Is
No,
that-
no, that's the other one. There was one specific to staff.
I just have 22 copies of 22A in my
Okay,
packet.
we just need to,
That's on the-
right, it's not in the packet, so
Oh.
it got missed.
You just need a
Okay,
blank copy of
gotcha.
it?
I need a blank copy of it.
Okay.
It was personnel complaints.
Personnel, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see if I can find it.
Okay. Auditor appointments. Andrew.
Yeah.
Well, we can address B22A.
Oh, I'm sorry. B22A, complaint
Sorry,
policy.
Andy.
So, complaint policy, so we asked that, there wasn't a general complaint policy because it used to be a little bit less specific, but now it's specific to staff members. So we wanted a complaint policy if somebody had a complaint other than a staff complaint, like they thought the color of the school building was not proper, or, you know, that the school bus shouldn't be yellow, whatever. So we have, so they took B22 and just added a little A after it, so now that's our complaint policy for public complaints. So everybody should have a copy of that,
Yeah.
and we should have had a copy for a while. We're practicing social distancing, so. You're on it? Cool. So, B22A, is there, so we have to warn this to be posted, and then we get to vote after it's been posted for a couple weeks.
I'd like to move that we post it with one change.
Okay, why don't we discuss your change first?
Under resolving complaints,
Yeah,
the last word of that sentence should be complaint, not complainant.
yeah, and I thought that was
I
why
thought that
we,
was fixed.
I thought it was supposed to be fixed.
okay, I'm gonna do it on this one and give this one to Matt. Okay, Matt?
Wait, so what, the word should be what?
The complaint should be in writing, stating the issue and supporting facts, not the complainant should be in writing. It's
Yeah.
the,
Okay.
It's the last word of the first sentence under
Under resolving.
resolving
complaints.
complaints.
oh, well, there's two.
The complaint should be in writing.
The complaint should be.
Yes.
The complaint should be encouraged first to bring a complaint to the principal.
Which is
Right.
correct.
That's
The
correct.
complaint should be in writing, stating the issues and supporting facts.
So that
So-
should be, the complaint should be in writing.
Right.
The last word of the sentence only should be changed to complaint from complainant.
Well, it's not the last word,
It's
it's
not
the
the last word of the
second.
sentence.
It's the second word.
Last word of the line, I
Yes,
apologize.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
the
yes.
last word.
All right,
Okay.
that's what
Line.
confused me. Yep, gotcha.
Okay, is everybody good with that?
Somebody have a dictionary for me?
Okay, so, Mark, with that change, are you willing to make a motion to approve, to warn this?
To warn, I am, yes.
Okay,
I
so-
made that motion.
Mark moves to warn it. Will somebody second that?
Second.
Laura seconds it. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so unanimously that carries. Matt, I'm gonna leave that here for you.
Thanks.
Okay, auditor appointments. So we asked at our annual meeting, we talked about auditors and whether we needed them or not. So we asked Bill to look into it. And it's interesting.
Yes, Bill or Andy?
Well, we asked both of them, I think, right?
I think you did.
So Bill came up with it, because we're a union school district, we need auditors But if we were a town school district, we didn't? Is that what you got, or
I
what did
don't
you
know
get?
what Bill got.
Okay. What did you get?
Here's what I got. I got that, and this is me playing lawyer here. Now, you folks have an auditing firm come in once a year, do you? Right?
Yes.
Takes care of all the SU's books, including yours, including everything you do?
Yes.
All right. So basically, you know, the statute says you gotta elect 3 auditors. There's also a statute, so school law is newer than town law. A lot more town laws, right? So when they decided to make all these laws pertaining to schools, they adopted this little law here that says, when in doubt, look at the town laws. If we didn't cover it under school laws, the same laws that apply to towns apply to schools. And the town law says that at an annual meeting, you can vote to eliminate the office of auditor. So basically, you know, if you ask 2 different lawyers, they'll give you 2 different opinions. If you want to be sure that you can eliminate the office of auditor, or you want to be on firmer ground, I would ask an attorney whom you pay for an opinion on that. It's still going to be an opinion. The bottom line is that the people's interests are taken care of by the auditing firm whom you hire. And if you were to decide to vote to eliminate auditors, worst case scenario, somebody challenges you on it, and either you go to court or you say, okay, we'll appoint auditors and move forward.
Which it seems like it's gonna happen anyways, because nobody seems to come forward.
Right. So it's kind of, unfortunately, there's no case law. Nobody's ever taken a school district to court for eliminating the office of auditor, but, you know, there's something to hang your hat on if you wanted to try it.
Okay, so do you know a person by the name of do you know a person by the name of J.P. Isabel at Vermont.gov?
Yeah, JP, yeah.
Okay, so Bill sent this to JP also.
Yeah, right.
And JP, so you did really good, because he mentions via 16 VSA 706J.
Yeah.
And says it says a town school district does not elect auditors. However, for a union school district, it seems that 3 auditors are required to be elected.
Right.
Because I think he says for that shall.
Right.
So if nobody runs, it's just like anything else, I think. So we should just probably appoint 3 auditors and maybe put this on for next year to discuss about voting it down, referencing.
Yeah, I would say you have a lot of latitude here, okay? I would say JP's gonna give you a very conservative opinion, as he should, right? I'm sort of telling you, you can do this, and under your circumstances, I feel comfortable telling you that you're looking out for everybody's interests by hiring that auditing firm to come in once a year and take care of the books, right? JP's not gonna tell you that. If you decide not to appoint anybody and leave those positions vacant, still no harm that I can see to the people's interests or to the fiscal responsibility. But that's up to you. You want to appoint auditors, go ahead. You know, the downside of either not appointing auditors or eliminating them is that somebody challenges you on that. And what are the consequences of that? Well, you then appoint auditors, or, you know, or not, whatever. But the books are taken care of is the bottom line.
Right.
And it's your
And
decision.
we can comfortably go before the voters of both towns, I think, and say that we're comfortable that our money's being looked after. Nobody went to Bermuda for a 2-week winter vacation.
How about Bahamas?
Weren't they?
They may have gone to the
They were pretty
Bahamas.
comfortable with that this year, right, when we voted?
Right.
So, and they
Yeah.
also voted not to elect.
It was
Well, it's not that
their
they didn't
vote.
vote, but
They didn't vote
nobody,
not to. They, yeah.
nobody came forward, and Bob went through.
Well,
it.
they
I thought there was more
actually,
to it than
they
that,
voted
though,
to
wasn't it?
bypass the article.
They voted to bypass
Yeah.
the article, not just to not elect someone.
Actually, you know what?
Is that correct?
God, got it right here, guys.
You got the minutes right here.
Dr. Backus explained the allowable methods of appointing. Dr. Backus knows voters could choose to not to nominate anyone. It was suggested to pass over the nominations. Mr. Captain noted there had been nothing due this year. So Ms. Rand moved to pass over Article 4. So they just passed over.
They passed it over, so it wasn't that
Okay.
anyone came forward. So you're saying we can not appoint someone this year, and then next year we could put on to no longer have auditors? We put that on the warning next year?
Yeah, so basically it's your decision. I don't think it's a big deal if you leave the positions open and don't appoint anybody. Technically, you should probably, within a reasonable time frame, appoint auditors because they weren't elected. But in this particular situation, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You have an auditing firm who's going to come in
Yeah.
and do the books better than any elected auditors you could elect at town meeting.
Right.
So if you leave them open, in my opinion, though you might not be following the letter of the law,
Yeah, well, I think because the voters determined to pass it over, but it wasn't just someone stepping forward, they basically gave us the okay, that it's okay not to, for us to appoint. That's the way I see it, but
For us to appoint.
Well, I am.
to appoint.
Sorry.
He's
Yes.
been raising his hand. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So since the auditor position is a paid position, I believe it's on the board, right? Would that then become a surplus for the school system, or would that then, those funds just be allocated for the professional who we're hiring to come in and do the books?
No, it would just be, we wouldn't spend the money in that line item.
Okay, so then would
Not
that
every-
be a
not every
surplus?
line- Just because there's money in a line item, doesn't mean it's always got to get spent. So
Okay.
if I could predict what's going to happen a year and a half out, I would not be here.
Well, no, I understand.
We would miss you.
has a crystal ball.
Right, so,
And
it's,
last year, the auditors didn't do anything.
right,
Even though
as
we had them.
Randy Capitani said at the
Yeah.
meeting.
Right.
I think it's, yeah.
Yeah, so the questions to the board, is the board comfortable without appointing auditors, or do we want to ask the three auditors we had before if they'd like to be appointed again and do nothing again for the year?
I'm pretty comfortable. I
With
was
not
gonna say,
having them?
I'd like to at least attempt to appoint if people have an interest and put on the warning next year, asking the people whether they want to eliminate that position.
Okay, Dwight?
I feel comfortable not having them because the people kind of told us this year that they were willing to pass over it because they didn't do anything.
Okay, and you agreed with Dwight. Where'd you come down? Did you agree with
Yes.
them? Okay, so we're not gonna appoint anybody this year, and if somebody makes some, like Andy said, if somebody holds our feet to the fire, then we'll do what we have to do.
Worst case scenario is we have to appoint someone.
If someone
That's the worst
challenges
case
us
scenario.
in the court.
Right.
Why would they do that if it wasn't any purpose? Is there any?
Okay.
Some people just like to bring things up.
I think you made a good point at the meeting, what was it, fence watcher?
Oh, yeah.
Where of
Where
Cole,
of
I mean,
Cole,
these are all
Where of Cole.
on town meeting day as positions that are still
Oh,
having
we
to
can-
fill, but yet nobody weighs coal anymore.
And those are all money, you know what I'm saying? You cut, if they let you guys get away from those things, right? You get
Well,
money.
we had three auditors last year, but they didn't do anything, so they didn't collect any
They
money.
don't meet, they don't get paid, so.
Right, it's only when they meet. It's like the moderator doesn't get money every month. He just, if he wants to put in to get paid when he has a meeting.
But we do budget for it, that's the question.
Yeah, but that just carries over in the surplus, or if it makes us less of a deficit. Andrew, thank you. It's really good when we
Thank you,
can get
Andy.
together and discuss. So
Thank
to get Andy out of here, I'm going to skip around a little bit. One of the, just because I asked him to stop in and we're running a little late. One of the things that Andy had brought up at a couple meetings, I think the meeting in Wardsboro, was about the advisory committee. So Randy referenced, which he brought us a copy of, our Articles of Agreement and Article 17. Will take appropriate steps to include residents from all member towns in policy and budget development. So it says the board may establish for each school a building-based school advisory committee. So I think Andrew felt that could have addressed some issues that had gotten brought up, or I don't want to put words in your mouth. Why don't I let you?
That's page 2 of the thing I just handed you. And basically, it occurred to me during the informational meetings, given some of the questions, that this might be a way to involve parents and members of the community in the budget process, so during the year, so that the questions didn't come up right at the end of the budget process when you're not prepared to deal with them. But other than just having read the articles of agreement and it popping into my mind, that's all I really know about this. So I figured I'd copy the article for you and let you folks and the principals do what you will with it.
So one of the things is, this was originally put in when there was 3 schools and we were spread out a little further, when Marlboro was still considering. And some of the things is, we have allowed a lot of public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development because we don't do anything behind closed doors. So every time we discuss the budget, starting in September, we were on TV, and it is in open board meetings. We do really work hard to make sure we hold meetings in different towns, and that was one of the things we kind of faced when we were a 3-town community, because then it would be even longer before we get back into towns. We do we try to share information on the website, even though I know the website's been a little tough, and videos. So I'm not against a school-based advisory group. I just wonder if we would get any more participation or if everybody would wait till the end. So I'm not sure what other people's thoughts are, but it's definitely something we can either ask about. We can see if there is interest from people to do that, and or
Not.
well, no, my thought was, how do we get people to understand when we're, it's, I think it may be more of a reaching out to get more people interested before the budget's finalized, while we're actually talking about budgets. And maybe we need to hold some specific meetings in September when we give instruction to the superintendent's office and the administration about what the budget wants to look like, and make a point of making sure that we advertise that. I don't know if that may not be better, a better solution, but then, everybody can always say, I couldn't make that. You never get a chance for everybody to make meetings. So we in Dover, and I don't know if you guys ever did in Wardsboro, we did actually have a budget committee at one time, and it was basically the same people. It didn't bring any new people in, but again, that was a long time ago, and I think we should retry things, and it is something that we are allowed to do. So, Andy, I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it's a really good point. I'd like to hear, if you have nothing else to add, I'd like to just hear from our administrators and see. I know, like, we used to do coffee with the board after, morning sing on Fridays, and then that kind of, people stopped coming. Is there other times that we
tried that too, coffee conversation. We tried to offer it after our all-school meeting, and they were well attended, maybe 2 or 3 parents in the beginning, and then as time went on, it was me waiting for parents.
Right.
Having a conversation with yourself.
Sure. I think maybe because a lot of parents work, I know my wife wanted to meet, go to the other board meetings after school sing, or the coffee meetings, to discuss and understand more of not the politics, but more what's going on in our community here at the school. If we did have a different time, and maybe if it was announced, one thing that's really great about this school, and I believe Wardsboro too, is that not only do we get an email, but we get a text that says, hey, look at your email. This is what's going on. I wish that more boards in our community, especially the Water Abatement Board,
hang on.
also did that.
Yeah, just be specific to us, because we have no say or control over any other board.
If maybe those meetings were advertised, or if we were getting the text for maybe later in the evening on different dates, we might have a better turnout because of different parents' work schedules and some parents being single parents, having to work, I think maybe it's just the time. It doesn't work for a lot of parents, where we might have a better turnout. And if we could try that, and then we were texted and given the emails like we are most of the meetings here, that it might be more advantageous.
Matt, do you send out a text that there's gonna be a school board meeting?
We don't announce the board meetings by text. It is on the calendar, on the school website.
How hard would that be for us to do? Would that add an
Pretty
additional
easy.
burden to you folks, or would that be pretty?
It's pretty fast and pretty easy.
Can we send that out and then just let people know where the agenda is?
Sure.
And maybe, maybe that kind of answers a little bit of what you're saying. The other thing is, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just a follow-up question. So you're thinking, I mean, as you're talking, I'm thinking during budget development, say in the fall when we're, starting to think about the programs. Is that what you're thinking in terms of time?
That's, yeah.
No, I'm thinking all board meetings.
Just all of them across the board?
Right, because, again, there may be something that somebody's thinking about and may not have to do with budget. And, they may say, God, I want to go, and it just gives them a little extra reminder.
Yeah.
I think he makes a good point about not everybody, I don't think we're going to be able to have 6 different meetings so we can have, 6 different time periods for everybody. But I think we can definitely get it out there more to the staff or more to the public. And if that's a way that, some parents get it, I'm all for reaching out to parents.
So, question for Matt. That texting service system that
Yes.
you use, can non-parents be included on that if they wanted to?
They can be.
Okay, just come to you or Tammy?
Yeah, we can make custom lists that we include in that or not include.
I like the idea of that, obviously getting the agendas out, but I think if we can have, if there's a certain theme that we're hitting on at that meeting,
Well, yeah.
that was just, you were getting at before, whether it be transportation or the, development of the budget, so just kind of hit that one theme home, like this is your chance to talk about this topic. I know that happened to me in the past, I'm just go to a meeting hoping, and the agenda's there, I get it, but sometimes it's hard to know. If a parent's told, we're gonna be talking about transportation today, we're gonna be talking about the budget today, we're gonna be talking about the development of school programs, you might get people to show up for that.
Then we have to pick which
Well,
items on an
it's
agenda.
the agenda in addition to this part.
I think I think we can ask our administration to just kind of they're going to have a feel for what people think are important in their schools. So we'll just, they can just say, hey, look, one of the things that's going to be discussed is something,
Right.
but please check the agenda for a full
Yeah, exactly.
list.
Yeah.
Is
That's a
that
good
too
idea.
hard? That's not putting too much pressure on you guys, is
We
it?
just need to coordinate, because
Yeah.
we don't work off of the same exact system, we just
Yeah.
need to
Right.
coordinate times, so that we're all sending it out at the same time, so everyone's getting the same information at the same time.
And that kind of fits what you were saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
The other thing I would like to, just because Andy has brought it up a couple times, I think he got brought up at our annual meeting, is let's just see if we can weigh out, is there any interest in the building, in residents and parents? I don't know if it include residents. Yeah, it says residents and members. Is there any interest in meeting with the administration and/or a group to talk about what's going on in the schools, and just we'll gauge the interest? I know sometimes we send something out and ask for volunteers for something, we get no response, but this would be a good chance just to gauge how many people would be interested and would maybe participate.
So can you say that again from the top, just so I have a good?
Just that, the board is thinking about a school advisory committee, that could meet maybe with the administrators in each building to, Andy's got a copy of it. Is that what you just gave him?
I'm giving them a copy of that article from the Articles of Agreement that it talks about school advisory committees, so just for their information.
Matt, it specifically says a building-based school advisory committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just suggest that with surveys going out, that might be a nice place to put that, if we could
Okay.
put that information in
Well,
a
you guys
survey. And
do
then
surveys, so,
we could put that
yeah,
information
I
in
just
that.
think, just let's gauge what interest there is,
We were wondering a little bit about that work being redundant to the board. Were there any concerns about that?
Well, let's see how it goes.
See what the interest is first.
I mean, I guess if you get no interest, then
Yeah.
it's a moot point. And then I just think it's the charge of what the committee does, the advisory group is. And I know there's some, West River has those, so we can maybe, instead of reinventing the wheel, maybe we'll, if there is any interest, then we can look into what West River does and see how that fits for us. Is everybody okay with that?
What's in the articles is pretty specific. I mean, open meeting laws, it even includes making videos, making them available online, so that would be an expense that we would incur. So I just think
Well, we do, all those four things that's what we do.
We do that,
We've been
right?
doing that from day one.
Right, but we're talking about separate meetings now.
No, the advisory committee would meet separately for
Right.
that building, but we wouldn't meet separately with each advisory committee. The advisory committees would talk to the principal, and the principal can bring whatever that advisory group is to us.
Right, but this is what the advisory committee has to follow, based on the articles. That's all I'm saying.
No, we can
We'd have
adjust
to
that.
amend it.
Right.
Yeah.
So we can do whatever, because I'm sure the West River group did the same exact thing, had the same exact article, but they just put some guidelines to help guide the group more than this, or more specific. So let's just see what the West River group did, because they had the same exact article. And I know they are doing advisory groups, but they're also 5 buildings, and they're in a little different situation than us.
Different towns, yeah.
Yeah. Andy, you good?
I didn't read it that those meetings necessarily had to be televised.
No, I don't
I thought they
either.
were talking about,
It has a colon at the end of that paragraph.
yeah, but if you read
Yeah.
that sentence, it's not referring to those meetings.
Right, it's the Unified District Board will provide public opportunities for participation in policy and budget development by practices including holding meetings in different member towns, we do that, holding several budget information sessions, we do that, sharing information on the board and school website, we hope we're doing that as best we can, and making videos of board meetings available online.
It's a
It's-
poorly written paragraph.
It's poorly written.
If those are separate, I think it's written I think the way it's written, that those are meant to be included in the paragraph above it.
No, I
I don't
don't.
agree. But it's poorly written, I agree with that. I think it's just kind of listing a list of items that the board needs to.
So that whole last sentence could be a new paragraph.
Right.
And, I don't know why it wasn't, and if, the whole thing was kind of a blur. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying, is I think we're doing everything that we said, it's just there's not a committee that is meeting with the principal to advise on the building, specific building.
Yeah.
And we've never told anybody they couldn't come to us and give us advice or their thoughts or
I was only referring to if we have this committee,
Yeah.
unless we change this article, they need to follow those.
No, I disagree totally. But let's have it, it may be a moot point, there may be nobody that comes along. Hard to tell, hard telling, not knowing. The other thing Andy did for us is, Andy at the end of the last meeting, I think it was somewhat talking with also, can't think of her name, in Ward, Jackie, the town clerk, was that there was some concern about the election of a person from Wardsboro for the school board, and then, could we vote both school board members at the school district annual meeting instead of in Dover at the town meeting, by ballot in Wardsboro, by floor vote at the town meeting? Because even though they used to vote from the floor, it was at the school district meeting the night before.
So basically, when we were warning the town meetings and your annual meeting, the process was real clunky, and didn't work awesome, you know? Everybody had to sign everybody else's warning. You know, questions about whether, you know, if the moderator for the school district was not also the moderator for Wardsboro, how would they open a separate school meeting to then elect their director at their town meeting? You know, like, and in there's a lot of clunkiness to the way we elect our school district directors. In Dover, you know, if I wasn't your clerk and you needed to run an election separate from town elections, you know, as long as I'm your clerk, that's not gonna be a problem. As long as I'm the clerk in Dover, even if you elect somebody else for your clerk, it's not gonna be a problem, I'll take care of that. But there's a lot of clunkiness to the system, the way it works, and I was thinking, gosh, it would be so easy and simple if you just elected your directors all at your annual meeting from the floor. Simple, no problems. And I wanted to talk to you about that, and that's why I'm here. And I've kind of decided it should be clunky in the way it is. Because I don't think that's a great idea. Wardsboro didn't come up with a director this year and from the floor.
Usual too, they have to stop the meeting and then enter into a new meeting.
Yeah.
What was the term they used? To suspend the meeting
Yeah.
and then enter into our meeting and then go back into.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but clunky is a good word.
It's clunky. I don't, and how do you improve that? I don't know. I in Dover, I love to have people petition to be on an Australian ballot because they need to be invested at least enough to get signatures on a page. You know, whereas if you just show up to a floor vote and nobody, you don't feel like standing up in front of everybody and putting yourself forward in that way. Nobody knows you're there. Nobody knows to vote for. I like doing it the way we do it in Dover. I don't know what would improve Wardsboro, and I don't personally think it should be changed, as clunky as it is. But I put that on here for you guys to talk about because you can change these things. And what I gave you on page 3 and 4 is what you need to know in order to change these
And
things.
this is the stuff you gave us when we were discussing the original change.
I gave you this stuff already. I just cut it all down to specifically voting for your directors. If you want to change something there, you can change something. And you don't need a vote at a town meeting. You guys can change it as the board. And I wanted you to be aware of that, know how to do it, and discuss amongst yourselves what you want to do.
So historically, you know, remember when we formed this district, the state required us to make, the first election had to be by ballot. And there was 3 of us because we were electing a whole new board. And then because Wardsboro had always voted from the floor, there was some discussion. We talked about it for almost 2 years, I think. You know, because the first year wasn't because we didn't have to elect the first year. It was 2, 3, and 4 year positions.
Yeah.
So but we felt that, you know, Dover and Wardsboro could be separate. We would respect each other's town's uniqueness. And that's why we went back to the floor vote in Wardsboro. But according to what Andy's saying, we can change it back to a ballot vote. That may make town meeting in Wardsboro less funky, I guess, or less clunky.
So going to a ballot vote in Wardsboro at their town meeting might be problematic, and you want to talk to their town clerk about that because they don't currently do that.
They
For
don't
me,
vote anybody.
they vote from the floor for everything in Wardsboro. So for me, it's simple to put another race on the town meeting ballot. It's
Right.
It's nothing to me. But in Wardsboro, it would be then they'd have to be open from 7 a.m. or 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and get their BCA together to hand count votes, and it would be a big production for them, whereas for me, it's no big deal.
And if they had if we had a special school district meeting just for Wardsboro voters the night before, like they used to, because there's nothing other than just voting that position, there may be nobody shows up.
Sure.
If we try to go, I mean, so, yeah, it's what's the,
So can we vote from the floor at our annual meeting for Wardsboro?
I believe you could do that, yeah.
I would think that would be the best approach if it's
Yeah.
for us.
well, so I had one question about that though, because one of the things Andy had mentioned was, we can give, if you're from Wardsboro, we have to identify who the voters are.
Right.
And one of the things that, remember in the first vote, when we voted the ballot for the budget, they had to be commingled, so you couldn't tell who was
Yeah.
voting for the budget and who wasn't. So I just want to, if we were to do something like that, I would want to make sure that we can protect, because it isn't, we don't want to know who voted up and down the budget, and so we don't want to say, okay, all the Wardsboro people sit here and all the Dover people sit here, so we can vote that one article. But then when we vote on the budget, we can say, oh, everybody that went aye is over there, and everybody that went nay is there.
When people come into the room and you're checking them off the checklist, you can have slips of paper, red for Dover, blue for Wardsboro. Jackie hands out blue slips of paper to voters. I hand out red slips. When it's time to vote for your director in Wardsboro, blue slips are in the air.
Then you're still identifying what town people are from.
Yeah, and
Just,
But just for that one article, because that's the only time. we
Why
would ever-
wouldn't you want to identify what town people are from?
Well, I just thought, because of when we voted the budget, remember, one of the things is when we commingled the ballots
I got you.
on the budget vote,
I got
we
you.
didn't want to be able to say, hey, Wardsboro
I got
or
you.
Dover voted the budget down. We didn't want to pit.
So you only do pieces of paper when you elect your officer, you do voice vote for the budget.
Right. So it
Or
could be
a
very
call for a
simple
paper
that,
ballot.
Jackie gives a piece of paper to the people from Wardsboro, and we have that article be, elect from the floor, the Wardsboro school director, and just the people with the orange or whatever colored paper are the only ones that get to vote. And we keep the Dover vote as a ballot like we have, because, like you said, it's not a big deal.
Right.
And
I think an easier approach is we only really need to vote if more than one person is nominated.
That's right.
So if two people are nominated, then we could do it by paper ballot. And when you go up to vote, they can check your name off the registry list,
That's
knowing
right.
you're a Wardsboro
That's
resident.
right.
so, well, let me ask this before we go any further. We've got 3 people here from Wardsboro. So are you folks interested in changing the way we vote again in Wardsboro?
I think we've been having a tough time to get anybody. I mean, I don't know as if going back to a ballot to be voted on.
to a ballot.
But would you think at the annual school district meeting?
I don't know if you're gonna get anybody to come forward there either.
Well, I think you would.
Do
Because historically we've met the night before, and there was there was hardly anyone from let's say parent age at this meeting at the town meeting. So we certainly would have more people who are invested in school at the annual
It
meeting.
seemed like historically, we voted it from the floor, and historically, we appointed somebody, almost every single time.
Huh.
You didn't?
We appointed somebody.
Well, I went
Right,
to
that was the night
yeah,
before.
the night before meeting.
Right.
Because I went to the last couple, and I remember going,
Yeah.
you were in there, and you refused one time, and Rick refused.
Yeah, but we've had better luck.
Yeah, because you guys agreed. Thank you.
But I mean, it's definitely a concern, not having someone and seeing the clunkiness in the process. It's almost like it's got to be a setup. Like, someone's got to show up that meeting knowing they want to be on the board. Whereas you'll have more people at the annual meeting. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think it would be better.
Saying that's why if you go around and you have to collect the signatures,
Oh, it's usually
you're
just
making a commitment
Yeah.
to run for that seat.
Yeah, but like Andy said, then that creates a whole new, because then the town
Yeah.
clerk has to have the
You would need your
Wardsboro.
town clerk on board. If she's
Yeah.
on board, that's cool. You can go that way.
Yeah, I would agree with you too on that point. If you go by ballot, then you know for sure going in.
We got 3 people for this
Right.
board.
Oh, I see
because
what you're
3 people had to go around and collect signatures.
Yeah.
Tammy, do you want, as a Wardsboro
I
resident?
kind of agree with Dwight. I think the audience for the possibility of a school board member would more likely attend the annual school board meeting versus the town meeting, and just the history that I've gone to the town meetings and the school meetings.
Yeah.
It seems like we have more parents that go to an annual meeting, or someone that might be interested in becoming a school board member.
Andrew, I hate to do this to you, buddy. Would you be willing to talk to the Wardsboro Town Clerk
I would.
and see if they would have any, if she would have any interest, if we could maybe make like the last article just for Wardsboro, however we need to do it, but see if that is an option to vote from the floor at the school district meeting for just the Wardsboro person.
So what do you want me to ask her?
Would she be willing, is that something she'd be willing to work with, that?
The Wardsboro director is voted from the floor at your
District
meeting.
annual meeting.
Ask her opinion.
Yeah.
She's not gonna,
You won't mind that.
yeah, I'll ask her that, for
Well,
sure.
just to make sure,
Yeah,
we're
absolutely.
assuming.
Good
that.
idea.
No, what about
Yes.
the ballot? Can you
And
ask
no,
her?
well, hang on.
Oh,
So that's
sorry.
question number one. And then the second question is, would she be willing to, if they were to be elected by ballot on some day, because it doesn't have to be town meeting day. She could do a ballot any day, couldn't they?
Well, at that point, right, it might not be your town clerk that does it. If it's on town meeting day, it makes sense for your town clerk to do it, right? If it's not on town meeting day though, wouldn't it be me as your clerk running an election for you?
Oh, you don't have access to the voters list, do you?
I-
Can you look into that too? How would that work? Could we do a different day?
Could you do an Australian ballot on a different day?
Could you do it?
Could I do an Australian ballot on a different
Right,
day?
and how would you do that? You'd have to find a place in Wardsboro.
Why do you
set
want
up.
to do this now? Just out of
Well,
curiosity?
because one of the comments Rick just made was that, if somebody has to go get 10 or 12 signatures, you're more invested, and you may get some people that are interested in
Why
running.
wouldn't you want to do it on town meeting day? Dover does it on town meeting day.
Because I thought we just said that Jackie didn't want to do that in Wardsboro because she would have to be
I
there
didn't
at
say she
7.
didn't want to do it. I would say I
Okay.
said she had to be on board.
Can you ask her if she would be on board for that?
I will.
Then, so there's two options we're looking at.
Thank you, Andy.
And we've got a long time. I mean, it's nothing.
You can ask for a raise.
Indeed.
Well, that's why I feel bad, because we told them we wouldn't overburden.
You probably
Feed
told me
Creek.
to be here 5 minutes tonight too, right?
No, I told them an hour.
No, I'm more than happy to do this stuff for you. All right, so in the event that Jackie, or I think Jackie's retiring, it would be Michelle, was averse to running an Australian ballot at their town meeting, you want to know what would be involved for me to run an Australian ballot on a different day?
Right.
Maybe for both towns on a different day, or Dover, at Dover's town meeting in Wardsboro at a different day?
Well,
or-
so my only thought, though, again, too, is I'm not gonna drive to Wardsboro to vote,
Yeah,
but I'll drive to Dover to
Yeah.
vote. And I don't, maybe Tammy doesn't work in Dover, and she lives in Wardsboro and-
Yeah.
and works there, so for her to drive to Dover to vote doesn't make a lot of sense.
right.
So I guess it's kind of up in the air. So we're interested in,
All right.
A, how does a
All right.
floor vote work the night of the annual meeting, because it's in
All
a
right.
different town?
All right.
And then number two, how could we do an Australian ballot for
For
Wardsboro?
Wardsboro.
Because
All right.
Dover, like you said, is pretty easy.
All right. All right, I will figure that out and get back to you.
Now, the only other thing too, Andy, and I don't know, and maybe it's something that we can, and I'm just throwing it out there, is maybe we have, maybe we vote from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for the school director the day of the annual meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
My only
10
question,
10 a.m. maybe to 7 p.m.?
okay, I didn't know if he had to be
Workable.
at 7, or that's
It's
just,
gonna be
a-
like 9 hours, has to start at least by 10 and by 7.
my only other question though is, would we then have to also though, because does that mean before we start the annual meeting, we have to count the votes so you can swear the new members in to sit at the board? Or would it be that they take off as,
No, yeah, it would be dependent upon the term of your,
Right. So we-
typically you serve through that annual meeting.
right, but that's usually because your annual meeting's before the vote's done. So what I was always told is that I was on the school board through till 7 o'clock until the voting stopped. And then I no longer had a position until I got enough votes to win my spot back.
Jeez, I wasn't aware of that.
So,
Because you have
but-
to fulfill your duties as a member of the Board of Civil Authority counting votes.
Yeah, so I don't know, that was a Mary Lou thing.
All right.
But that's old too, maybe
I'll
that
ask
changed.
Mary Lou, see what she says.
You won't.
All right, I'll figure that out too.
Yeah, just,
right.
that's, but again, if
Yep.
we set the term, to be the day after, whatever.
All right.
So just, I mean, it's a lot
All
of
right.
odds and ends there, but I think, you know what, we thought we had it nailed down, and I guess we didn't, so
Right.
we'll keep going until we
Okay.
get it right, or the
All
state
right.
changes their mind and makes us combine with Massachusetts and New Hampshire.
Okay.
Not New York.
No.
Oh, shucks.
Are you good with that, Andy? Are you
I am.
as clear as
Yeah.
mud?
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything to try to screw Andy up with? Okay, we really appreciate this, so Andy, this
Thank
is
you,
really
Andy.
helpful.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome. Good.
So we'll talk, when you get the information, just let me know, and we'll schedule you again at a time that's convenient.
You got it.
Okay, thank you, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
So we got principals' reports. I think we had some written reports from you folks, didn't we?
Yep.
So other than what's on the written report, does anybody have any questions about what's in the written report?
Several of the items have changed since this was written.
Okay,
It's
well, go ahead.
amazing what happens in a week, I guess.
I'm sorry, what?
Several of the items on the principal's report have changed since it was written.
Okay. So you guys wrote it together, the report?
Yes.
Okay. So who wants to tell us about the changes?
Parent conferences will not be held Thursday, March 19th. They will be done via video conferencing or such remote services with teachers.
Just under that, the third grade students from Woodsboro will not be attending STAR-based classes.
So is that program put off, or?
It is supposed to run through March and into part of April, and as of now, school is dismissed, so that will not take place.
So if they have school in May and June, though, that probably won't?
Probably not.
What about like the training?
The NSTA
Yeah.
The conference was canceled.
canceled.
Not surprised. Not a surprise.
Okay. So other than that, does anybody have any questions on the principal's written report before we move forward? Do you want a copy of it?
No, I have.
Okay. Okay, if there's nothing on that, do you have anything to add?
I would just love to draw your attention to the incredible progress that Wardsboro and Dover students have made this year so far. We're super psyched about it, and I hope you are too. If anybody has any questions about that page that didn't print very well but came through in your email in color.
Oh, I have it, it's really pretty.
Oh, you got the color version,
Very
yeah.
colorful. Yeah, no, I actually thought, I was impressed with the numbers.
We would love to answer any questions you might have about that.
I didn't have any questions, but.
I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I said, is there anything in your written report? So everybody was good with your written report. So is there anything besides your written report we need to know from the administration?
Anything to add?
I think maybe later on the agenda, some things might come up.
Yeah, so I was thinking, we got this COVID-19 update. So I think we'll deal with the response you gave to the press and stuff then. Okay. Principal Superintendent's report, Bill gave us his cabinet report. Which is, again, was before all these changes.
Yeah.
And Bill's not here, but he talked about the current bill in the Senate. So the Senate did pass out a 4-page bill. Do you want to speak to that, or?
Go right ahead.
So I read it, and unless I read it wrong, it does nothing for this year. It just says that it needs to be a report done. I thought we had the report, and that it needs to, and that for next year that they need to act on this. And there's nothing even about the cap, having something done with the cap. But what it does do is, it gets a bill to go between the two chambers, the House and the Senate, so that somebody.
It gets it to go to the full Senate.
Full Senate? Oh,
First.
so this hasn't been voted by the Senate?
It came out of the Senate Education Committee.
So Senate Ed, so what's gonna happen is if this gets passed in some form though, it at least then gets a bill to the House that the House gets to look at. It can also be amended by the full House. So it's important for, even though it doesn't have everything we would like to have seen, it does have a possibility that we can add stuff to it, correct?
Yeah.
Not we, those, them.
Representative of ours.
Right.
I have two things. One, is that bill changed from a week ago? What they actually passed out of committee, it's the same?
It's the same thing we passed out. I believe it is the same thing that they passed out of committee. It was handed to me.
No, I mean, what they passed out of committee, I haven't seen it since, for a week now.
I don't know if it's
Um,
posted on the site. I think I sent it to you, Rich, as a copy, right? And
Yeah.
Senator Bruce actually handed me a copy of it.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit. The other thing is, last Wednesday, I was appointed to the SBA's Wyndham rep. And this was a big topic of our meeting. We did, what was passed, what got off the floor is a recommendation to the legislature to work fast but thoughtfully, and not too fast. The two Wyndham reps, Dan MacArthur and myself, were the only ones to vote for something that said get it done for the next budget year. Everyone else said no.
Are you good with that?
That, I'm good, yeah. So that's where we are with them. They will be testifying.
Everybody good?
It's a constitutional issue,
I
so.
said that,
Yeah,
and
that's fine. I
I
mean-
was kind of dismissed.
Well, it's easier. It lets a whole lot of people off the hook and buys a lot of time if kids who are being hurt have to sue for this to be fixed.
And it takes us a lot longer to get something done.
That's right.
Could probably hold a whole meeting on it.
Okay, everybody good? Any more discussion on that? Laura, thank you for keeping us up to speed on that, too. I really appreciate it.
Rich came up and
Had some Kool-Aid.
had some Kool-Aid.
It's good Kool-Aid.
We are on,
I haven't heard anything today either. I'll let y'all know. Okay, pardon?
I'm sure everybody's very busy.
We have two, I meant to these other principals, but they fit under superintendents too. The IB coordinators gave a February and March update. Did everybody get those? Is there any questions on that? Cool. Budget development presentation debrief. So we have, we talked about it a little bit, but I asked Lori to send us along with this, also a financial review. So we know that we got to work on the budget, and Mark said he would work with Anita a little bit when we do the new budget for next year. And I think we're all in agreement to add the 4 pages to the book to expand on this a little bit and make it a little bit more user-friendly. So I think we're all good with that.
One recommendation I will have is we take the account numbers out and put line numbers in.
Yeah, because the account numbers really don't mean anything to anybody but us.
Right.
And then that moves everything over to, I think.
Yep, good point.
Matt, could you send an email to Lori just stating that, to kind of keep in the back of her mind for us?
And what would you like that email to say?
Just that we want to take the account numbers right out of the budget
Got it.
that we use, that we print. I mean,
Add
not,
line.
for her, I know it's important, but for us,
And add line numbers, you said?
the account numbers.
But add line numbers?
No, but that allows you to shift it over
Oh, okay.
so that things can spread out a little bit, so it's not feeling so jammed up.
Got it.
In what we printed
There are line
in what we printed in the brochure, the report did not have line numbers in it. Because Anita had to account for space, so she left the
Yeah.
account numbers in. So
So that level can actually have a number, just so we can, like, people can say,
Yes.
hey, on page 3,
line X.
35, what is that?
Mm.
And it's easier for us, because I struggled a lot, a couple times, trying to find numbers, and especially because our books were different, but again, it's, really, it's a new experience for all of us, it's different.
Rich.
Yeah,
If
hang
I
on
can-
one sec.
Yeah, thank you.
What was... Lost my train of thought, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it wasn't you.
If I just backtrack a minute, we said something about children being hurt in a report. Was that the superintendent's report? I'm sorry?
I missed your question.
No, we were talking about, so we were talking about the state's education financing system. And that has been in place for 2 decades. And a new report came out and highlighted that there is a piece that is really unjust. And so we are working with other districts to try and get that changed, because it's not allowing enough resources to go to poor kids and rural kids. So that was me that was saying that, and that's what's happening, and we are working on it.
Can I get a copy of that, or can I look up that?
A copy of what?
So there is legislation,
So I have to go to
it would be on the Senate,
the Senate.
yep, that just came out of the Senate Education Committee.
The report itself is available on
Yep.
multiple locations, including Laura's website.
Yep, you can find, it's called the Pupil Waiting Report. And that is available on my website.
And it's only 150 pages.
Ha.
That's all right. Article or, what is it, 4,600? That's a few hundred pages.
Act 46.
I had to study that,
Yeah.
yeah. So, yeah, I don't mind.
Yeah.
I have time. Thank you.
Are you all set?
Yeah, no, it caught me and I just kind of missed
Yeah.
it.
Can I make
Okay.
just one more comment?
Sure.
If you're looking up that, there are, in the back of it are the actual numbers that they ran. They are for the 2018 budget year. There are new numbers that are going to be coming out very soon for the 2020 numbers. So comparing apples to apples, you want the 2020 numbers. The 2018 was before some of the Act 46 mergers, so it's hard to compare apples to apples.
I know the AOE did a lot of revising also, their website.
They're
4,600 as well.
yeah, they're both available on the AOE's website.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, update work plan, so we kind of glanced at that earlier in the meeting, but this plan of action for 2020. So this is what I think we want to look for. So in April, we want to measure progress. District advisory councils, we're going to have some discussions on that. Matt, you're going to send that email out. Matt and Tammy. Web communication presence, we have that to work on. That's a board and administrative thing, so we'll work together on that. Matt, you said you took care of a lot of that in your letter. or some of the stuff was taken care of, and I know Mark has
On the
put some
current-
links
current
together.
website.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, local equity definition unity, so make sure that Bill has something, you got, yep, in April, that's Laura, what you had requested. Transportation is a real, we gotta, start talking about transportation now, and we have that in April too, but we need Chris to work on that with us, Matt, too.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get, he's not going, Chris isn't going to be trying to work on the RFP with West River until May.
But we need to have a discussion before that, because if he's gonna put an RFP together for West River, we may wanna do something together, so we need to. So before he does that RFP, I mean, I guess I can call.
He was going to put in, he was gonna give me a call before he puts that together.
Okay.
And we can either convene the whole transportation committee or, I can bring it to the board.
But make sure
He will
before
line
that
it up.
goes out, because that's what's been our problem every year, is that they put it out, and then it's too late.
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times
Yeah.
about it already.
Okay. Matt, make sure he understands that we need to,
So my question is, you said, before he puts that out, ... Before he puts it out, what would you like him to do? Run it by you?
we'd
bring
like
it
to
the
know,
board?
we'd like to know what the whole transportation for the entire district's gonna look like.
So the RVUSD board would like to know the big picture before the
Right, so
RFP goes
that,
out.
are there any chances for us to get involved? So between you and Mark, will you make sure that happens, Tammy? Because you're part of the West River thing too, so, okay. And then budget development, just, I think, we need to just get Lori here to talk about how you put the budget together and let people know ahead of time, to look at the budget. May, we're talking about equity definition to begin the discussion. And the goal is to create local equity definition. In June, we'll do equity definition and work for June, July. Goals and measures in August for the principals report. And then identifying budget priorities and formats in November. State of the school from the principals in December. And then in March, we have 2 budget informational sessions. So you got this as a worksheet, so if there's any other things we want to see in there, make sure we get that in there. Lead water update, I think from both of you in your principals' reports, you had that we're all set. We're just waiting to retest, but everything that tested high has been replaced, so you don't have to worry about lead, but now you gotta worry about this other stuff. Yes, sir.
I just had a suggestion,
About lead?
no, it's about water. And for my family at home, we put aerators in our faucets, 0.38 gallons per minute, to save cost for our water use. And I don't know what the schools are doing, but I'm hoping to like we're doing solar panels for renewable energy, to save on water and maybe to help teach our children about saving our natural resource, possibly installing, and it's a nominal fee, it's only like 3 to 5 hours a piece.
Hang on a second, I'm gonna shut you right down.
Okay.
So it's a good point. We're a public water system, so we can't just do whatever we wanna do. The state of Vermont tells us what we can and can't do. And it's through regulations from the federal government comes down, and that's why we tested for lead and copper. And we're required, when we went on the fire district, when we went to sewer too, that we had to do everything we could to use as little water as possible.
So measures have already been put in place.
Yeah, so a lot of that's already been done, and we can't just do something that we think is good without getting approval from the state, because we are both schools are public water systems. So we have to have a public water system operator. They have to file certain reports, and the state mandates what we do and don't do. So.
Right, so that would be Bart.
No, that's
He's the
BART.
chief operator. No, that's different.
Sewer is different than water. BART has nothing to do with the water systems in town. There is no community, there is no town of Dover water system like there's the North Branch Fire District.
So this school system's not on North Branch Fire District?
The sewage is, but
Sewage is.
not the water. The
Right,
water.
so this is, I'm talking about water leaving not the water coming in.
Right, so the
water
way, the
leaving.
way the fire district judges water is by what comes in, because they don't measure it as it goes out, they measure the water as it comes in. But the state has required us to be on low flow or whatever we've had to do in the past. It's because the state regulates our water coming in, okay? The state also regulates the water going out through the fire district, not Bart. Bart has rules he has to follow.
Right, I didn't know if there were any measures like I'm taking at home that we could
We-
use here in
we've
their
done all-
school.
We had to do those when we hooked up to the sewer, when we
2 years ago, or
we hooked up to
whenever
the
it
sewer
was.
many, many years ago. It was like 25 years ago. It was before I was on the board.
Okay.
They ran a separate sewer line up just for us. The town voted to put money away for reserves. And then the water system was updated, but that has nothing to do with the fire district. That is a separate organization that oversees the fresh water. And it's through the state.
Okay,
Okay?
all right, thank you.
Cool. You got contracts for us?
And I have that other policy.
Yeah, I've got that down here somewhere.
This is from earlier in the meeting, 22 regular.
Oh,
You asked for it, so we
oh.
could put the,
So we adopted it on 3/16/2020, right? Okay, perfect, thank you. Well, are these in executive session or are these in,
Contractual? I think those would be executive
would be
session.
executive.
okay, I don't know why they had staff contracts actually. So we'll move that into executive session because it's contractual and personnel. COVID-19 update, so we got from Bill before things closed up. Oh, I'm sorry, one other quick thing. So the PFSAs that we were supposed to test for, what is it, PFASs.
You don't want lead testing?
No, lead is different. This was
PFAS.
the other stuff that we tested for. Didn't all the schools have to test for PFSAs, which is like the stuff that they had in Pownell in the water system?
Yes.
And we were all okay, right? Both buildings?
Or no, yes.
I haven't heard otherwise, I'll have to dig in.
Okay. There's just, so I get this magazine, Vermont Rural Water Operators. And the Mount Holly School, the small rural public elementary school, less than 100 students, has cumulative levels for 5 of the PFASs at 323 parts PPT. I forget what that stands for. Its assumed source is FFF. It is financially strapped due to consolidation issues and is looking at cutting bus services because of lack of funding available for the PFAS response. The school also has no funding available to hire an engineer to go through the 8 response action alternatives mandated by the state drinking water program. And the school has asked Vermont Rural Water Association to step in and be their advocate. See news coverage of the school. So it's interesting that this, a school can just say, oh, well, we can't do anything because we don't have the funding, but yet, when we try to do that with our water system, they didn't really care. So if we ever have an issue with that, we should probably follow what Mount Holly's doing.
Yeah, I think more schools should do what they're doing.
Yeah, no, they should.
Yeah.
Because they keep throwing us rules, like with the lead, they did put money aside to fix the lead issues.
Yeah.
But this PSFA stuff, they haven't done anything, and it's getting to be a pain in the, for other people. COVID-19, so Bill sent out a few things for this COVID-19. Did everybody see the school closure information about during a novel coronavirus outbreak, which was revised on March 10th? So I guess this is what you guys used, Matt, when you met today?
Well, we didn't use that today because the agency and the Department of Health have released new updates since then.
Okay, so this is no good now.
I wouldn't throw it away, but
Well, I don't need it because I'm not closing school.
yeah, there have been updates.
So on Saturday, Bill wrote that at 3:15 on Saturday, Governor Scott said, basically, to close all the schools. So as part of that, you guys met with Bill today. So all the administrators met with the superintendent. And tell us what you guys are doing. Either one, I
Sure. So we met today to discuss the current state of affairs, given the governor's announcement about school closures. We clarified the fact that we're taking the route of school dismissal, which means that we can still provide some services while children are not in the building. In particular, we're looking at consistency of learning, dealing with meals and specialized services for students receiving specialized instruction. I think it's a wonderfully coordinated supervisory union effort. The team is strong and is working together, sharing ideas, working on consistent notices and notifications of our families, trying to have a consistent program of supports for all of our students, district-wide, supervisory union-wide. They're essentially using tomorrow and the rest of the days this week to prepare for longer-term materials.
Who is that?
Teachers, sorry, thank you. Teachers will be using, well, actually, they've been working since we got that notice on Thursday. So they were informed on Thursday that there would be closures and that we would have to prepare kind of a short-term reaction, what to do this week, and then a longer-term reaction for what to do in the coming weeks. Again, I'm very impressed with all the principals report that staff has been, for lack of a better word, enthusiastically embracing new ideas about how to deliver materials, using new technology platforms, utilizing the high-speed internet at school, utilizing the many free resources that have emerged in the last week that companies are giving away to teachers and families to help make that transition more seamless. I think we found we have pretty good resources between our two schools to supply families with what they need in terms of technology, printouts. We're making plans now for dealing with food and getting the meals out there and figuring out who needs food and how they're going to get it. And then the last step that actually is kind of coming together, I don't know your experience, but we had a meeting via video conference today with a family for an IEP, and we had people coming from all over the place in that meeting, so we're trying to observe the recommendations of the Department of Health in terms of not bringing people together in groups. Did I miss anything?
No, I think Matt really covered everything. I would echo what you said about, teachers really sort of embracing the moment and really, doing their best in a last-minute effort to get materials ready for students so that their learning continues during the dismissal. Teachers, again, are, like Matt said, they're going to be trying some new things, maybe some online learning, maybe some Google Hangouts and chats. Google Classroom will be utilized, so they're really being creative and open to new ideas.
So, I have questions. Questions. And I know this is emerging, so I'll just tell you.
Evolving,
Yep.
yes.
One of the things that I am most concerned about is I think there's a great opportunity with online learning. I'm most concerned about our kids being able to access that. I think I heard you talk about maybe equipment, making sure that's available, but it's the infrastructure piece that I'm most concerned about, and particularly in Pittsburgh. And so, is there anything more about that you're able to share right now, or is that something that you're trying to get your arms around?
At this time, we're gathering information. Matt and I developed a survey that asked questions regarding families' internet as well as their access to devices. And we are, again, still collecting that information, but we would be able to report out on that once all of that information is collected by us.
Please keep me posted on that.
You'll use that, you follow up on that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Follow up on that. We have roughly half of the responses have been received to that from our Dover group. And the connectivity was a little surprising to me, and I know you'll be interested in this number. At this point, I'm reporting about around 55% of our families reporting adequate internet connectivity, which is lower than I thought. And by adequate, we're saying 50 megabits or more.
50,
50.
50?
Yeah.
What was the choice
That's more
below
than is
that?
available in Dover.
What was your question?
What was the choice below that?
Just inadequate, less than 50.
50 is not available in
So
Dover.
I know you all are dealing with a lot of things. It seems like one of the things that might be helpful is if we can figure out some, so it's DSL, that probably a lot of, anybody that's got it in Wardsboro, in Eastover, that's what we have. I know when the 50, I was like, what are you talking
50 sound
about?
high to you?
Yes.
50 is really high.
50
I
is
can't do
really
it.
high.
If you have
That
fiber,
does not
you
sound
can
weird to me.
Get up to a gigabit.
So if you were to ask 10
100.
or 5,
Yes.
5,
Five.
then I would be surprised. Okay, so a lot of people have DSL. And that's fiber, what you just said. 50 is fiber,
It's also could be
Oh,
cable.
the telephone line.
Could be
Cover.
cable. But it's not DSL.
So maybe it's important for us to kind of retool that question.
I know you're doing a
And
lot
try to
around
gather
this.
that.
If there's something that we can do to be helpful or that can be done at the supervisory union to push that out.
Yeah, more so than speed, you want to know if they are comfortable and if it works, what you're trying to do is working.
Right, the overall group our group feels confident that things with text or internet sites, web pages will be fine.
Yeah.
They're worried about video, streaming video.
Streaming video.
And I think that would be
Conferencing.
appropriate
Yeah.
Things like that.
with DSL in some of the rural areas to be worried about streaming.
Right.
But kids will be able to access.
Yeah, and I'm happy to report that 100% of our families did check that they do have internet access. So all of our families do have access to it at least. Whether or not it's adequate is a whole nother
That's not
ballgame.
correct.
What about, Matt, was that a separate question then?
Well, we decided to send the surveys out independently so that we could get a sense from each community what the needs were.
So it'd just be interesting, so you don't know how many of our families actually have access to internet?
So we have results that say, I think I have one report of the 46 responses that said, I do not have internet.
Okay, that's good.
But we
So-
don't know if that's availability or they just have chosen not to have
It could be that they've just chosen not to do it. And we don't know that. We'll have
Or
to follow up
financial
on
reasons.
this.
Just for your information, the two primary internet service providers in Dover are Duncan Cable, which is 12.
25. Isn't it? Cable's 25.3.
No, coax. DSL maxes out at 25.2 around us,
DSL.
and
Yeah.
Duncan maxes out at 12 down, 3 up.
Really?
Yes.
I think consolidated, if we get 7 down
Yeah.
and 1 up.
Right.
That's what I get.
It depends on where you are,
Right.
but it maxes out at 25.2 for consolidated. And then obviously it has to do with distance from their central offices, but what you can get. But you're not gonna get 50. Rich thinks he's on fiber, but,
I am on fiber.
oh, you,
I know
your,
I'm
your,
on
off- your office.
No, I'm
Yeah,
in your
my
office.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, that's different. Fiber runs down 100, but it's not available residential.
Oh, I don't need it, it's home.
Which is fine. It's just, you're gonna want stuff
Are
that's
you
lower
inviting all the
bandwidth.
kids over to your office?
No,
Yeah.
because
If you need
we have a
help,
sign that says do not
I
come
know you've
in.
got a bunch of other stuff.
There's
that
a
you're
dog
dealing
there
with, but if you need help-
yesterday, this morning, not letting dogs.
No, not today. He didn't come to work. Hang on a second, folks, because we're gonna start losing it.
Do the teachers, are they still coming to the schools so you guys can collaborate on how this is working, or are they going to be working from home?
Teachers, yes, teachers will be coming into the schools.
They're still
and
coming
They
into
are making themselves available to families as well.
I think that's
Great.
great, because they can kind of
Yeah,
work
excellent.
together and working on plans for each other.
Go ahead.
Really,
Finish up.
I'm really happy to hear about the meals and some of the socialization you were talking about, the interaction, because I think that's going to be a big issue. The kids aren't socializing and working together, so that's really great to hear. What
Well,
about,
while you're on that though, so one of my understandings is, and correct me if I'm wrong, because we're still serving the meals, and because we've given homework or given work out to them, or we're working with them, although school isn't in session in the building, we can count these days as school days, correct?
That's why it's considered a dismissal versus a closure.
Okay, so everybody understands that? Okay, because that doesn't mean we're going to school till August.
no.
Yeah, okay,
No,
go ahead,
good.
go ahead.
That's only, and what about, is there like a plan for physical education, like to the
There
kids?
is actually,
Yeah.
our PE teacher at Wardsboro was able to send something out last week that our teachers got a hold of. So some of our teachers have put that on their Google Classrooms, and then we've also put that hard copy within packets for students to do as well,
That's great.
with a log and
This
all
is
sorts of other
fantastic.
stuff.
You guys have done all this work so quickly. Really.
It's
good.
really come together quickly.
Yes.
No, I'm all set.
Okay, go ahead.
On a positive note, homework is already being handed in, so this is great.
Why did you bring homework
Working out
home?
well. Yeah.
Work to hand in.
Your story about your daughter is a good one. How she's got her room set up.
Oh, yeah.
A classroom now.
She has her
She's got a
bedroom
desk
set in
and-
a classroom.
Well, those are things you can probably share on social, like what kids are doing in their own rooms and things like this.
Well, but we also have to be careful what we share too.
Yeah, that's right, that's true
Yeah, we
too.
would.
So just so everybody knows, Lauren, who's usually here with us from the Valley News, couldn't make it, but she did send a letter to Matt that Matt responded to, and I think it's a really good, I just want to read some of the responses. So although attendance was generally low, we did have school today at WCSU, except for Marlboro. The leadership team met today and decided not to have school tomorrow and begin preparations for the dismissal period as described in Bill's letter. And my understanding was like 38% of the kids were here, so a lot of students chose not to.
Yeah, less than that.
So that's why they chose not to extend it tomorrow too. Since there were so few students in attendance today, we couldn't send much work home. Beginning Wednesday, we'll be implementing a pickup and drop-off system for schoolwork over the coming weeks. Most families will receive clarity on this by tomorrow if they haven't already, so I think that's really a good move. At this point, we will hold our River Valley Union School District meeting as planned at 6 p.m. tonight in Dover. While the public can still access recorded versions of the meeting through BCTV, I expect we'll begin experimenting with live streaming, other stuff. So one of the things they said, so I was on Friday, I did check in to see if we should have the meeting. Everything, and even if you review the governor's press conference on Friday, it was a lot different, yeah. So I did again today. Mark actually emailed me and somebody else, and I said, well, hang on, or Lauren did. And I said, I'm not sure, I'm waiting to get hold of Bill, but you guys were meeting. I never got hold of him till lunchtime. He felt that we were okay because we're a small group, we could spread out enough, except for you guys. And then, and we should be in pretty good shape. We may want to reconsider other meetings. Matt had a possibility of doing some stuff, and Laura said she can call in, but because we didn't warn it, and because if we allow one person, we have to allow everybody, I said no to it this time. I think what we should do is, before we have our next meeting for April, is, maybe like next week, let's just see what's going on and what the recommendations are and what we're doing, and figure out if we do need to meet in April, the beginning of April, and how we do that. But I know we can do it, we're allowed to, but we have to give a number. We have to allow a number for anybody to call in, not just the board members.
So I would hope that the superintendent is working on that at a supervisory union level for all of the boards. And if not, I hope you guys could convey that, although I'm sure he's watching.
No, he won't be watching.
It's not live.
No, I mean, he'll watch it at some point.
And then Wardsboro students will be able to access meals through, this was the meal question, through the West River School District.
So I can explain how that's going to work a little bit. There'll be 3 locations where students or families can pick up meals. That will be Jamaica Village School, Newbrook Elementary School, as well as Leland and Gray, and that is from 11 until 1, Monday through Friday. And it will contain either a bag lunch or some sort of a meal for lunch, as well as the next day's breakfast. Then they would come back the next day and get those other 2 meals.
How far is Jamaica?
Jamaica from Wardsboro or from
Like
here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not for for the
Oh, okay.
students in Dover, okay, hang on a second.
Uh,
Matt says, you want me to just read it? Yeah. Okay, so what's happening with the Dover students is they need to call the school by 9 a.m. on the day they would like a meal, and between 11:30 and 12:30, there'll be a bag lunch available at the school for them to pick up. If they can't pick it up, if there's an issue with picking stuff up, they need to just, at 9 a.m., let Matt know or let somebody here know, and they'll make alternate arrangements. So just so everybody knows, for Dover, I'm having an emergency management meeting tomorrow to discuss what we're gonna do in Dover, because it's not only just students, but, you know, there's people that may be self-quarantining that we need to take care of, or seniors that don't wanna go out to keep from getting exposed. So we're working on a couple different things, so Matt, I've been asked to come to the meeting tomorrow, so if he can come too, so we can work that out, and then if we can help you out a little bit too, you know, if it's not too far out of the Dover area. I'm not sure who I'm gonna get for volunteers and whatnot, but.
I will.
Okay, well, so we may have some possibilities, you know, if students can't get, or families can't get somewhere, so.
I know one of the concerns that Chef Chris Parker, who's the chef at West River, had was that immediately he doesn't think the need is going to be great, but as time goes on, the need might be greater.
More.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Got a couple of questions. One, looking backwards. Is Dover going to be offering breakfasts okay, so it won't just be lunches that they'll be
Yeah.
picking up?
So I think it's the same as West River. The plan is to put breakfast food in the lunch bag
Okay.
so that they can have breakfast for the next day when they pick up their lunch on that day.
Great.
And it'll be cereal, it'll be, you know, things that we can transport and store, and
But something like that.
it'll be sometime, yeah.
Another question. If students don't have internet or adequate internet at home, can arrangements be made in the school facilities, especially with teachers being there, for them to come, either use computers there or interact?
At this point, the answer is yes, unless they declare, you know, something different.
Okay.
That's the plan for families that might need internet access. Families can also drive up if they want to be quarantined and access the internet from the parking lot,
Oh, that's
All right,
fantastic.
which is an option, yeah. And if we need to make that more available, we can as well.
Appreciate you. No, I gotta take it.
Thank you.
My bag.
You all set, Mark?
I'm good, yeah.
Have we beat this virus into the ground, guys?
Not yet.
Not enough.
Okay. So part of this too, this Blizzard bags thing was, there's a link to it if you got it electronically. So Ken McFadden requested for Wyndham Central that we discuss this. So I guess what this is some schools have done it where they have it set up so that students have a pile of material, or the staff has material preset, so that if there was to be a blizzard and school would be closed for a couple of weeks, the children can take it home and they don't count all the snow days. Huh?
For a blizzard.
Well, in the old days, we used to get that. I mean, it seems like I remember like power being out for 2 or 3 weeks in Townsend, you know, and so we had no school just because there's no power. So anyways, that's something that they were talking about that Ken wants to bring up a policy about. So I think that's going to come through central office, through Wyndham Central, and I don't know. I guess that's kind of what you're trying to do now, right, Matt?
Yeah, that is essentially what we're doing, is planning for instruction without attendance.
He's a member. He's a member of the West River Board. He used to be chair of the Newbrook Board, and he's been on for quite a while too. So, in part of this is we have a new policy to consider, and Bill sent this to everybody. F31, emergency closings. The school board, through its superintendent, may order the closing of any and all schools whose operation on a short-term basis would pose a serious threat to students or staff. Implementation. Such emergencies may be caused by weather conditions, equipment breakdown, bomb threats, or health problems. The superintendent will also have the authority to delay school opening, dismiss early due to inclement weather or other emergencies. In all cases, notification will be given to staff and the public according to a predetermined plan developed by the superintendent. The board chair will be notified as soon as practical by the superintendent when school is closed for emergencies. Days lost due to emergency closings will be rescheduled so that the school will be in session as required by state law. So, did anybody actually read this or look at this beforehand?
I didn't get it till,
Nope.
no.
You didn't get it?
I don't
It
think
was
that.
part of the packet.
Was it? Then I-
Yeah.
The last
We're
packet.
sitting here.
okay.
So my one comment is during Irene, a lot of schools were closed, but because we felt in Dover it was important for some normalcy, you know, we opened school just when it was supposed to be. And I think it made a lot of difference because parents could bring their children to school and then go do whatever they need to do to take care of stuff at home. So I'm okay with this, but I think we need to, some schools are different. I mean, we don't get affected by flooding as much, up here on the hill. I don't know, Tammy, what the Wardsboro building, if during Irene, I don't know how
It was
close.
just access.
You couldn't get there.
Access
Yeah.
to school.
But you could get here from Dover, you just couldn't get here from out of town.
Yeah, some of the back roads.
We had every road within a day open that you could at least transverse, and believe me, they were all out there, because that was one comment that was brought up during those meetings was, can't we keep people off the road for a couple days? So anyways, my only concern would be that we need the ability, because we may decide it's more important to be open than it is closed, just to be able to feed kids and do some stuff. So I don't think it's a bad policy, but I would like to maybe modify it a little for the river valleys. So since people didn't really get to see it, why don't we just look at it and we'll discuss it at the next meeting? So we can all be on the same page. Is that okay with
Well,
everybody?
This is not anything he's gonna need at this point, right?
No.
So I
No.
think the governor trumped him, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the last sentence is, it doesn't apply now because we're not closing, we're dismissing. So this policy wouldn't apply anyway.
Right. So is everybody good with that, or anybody?
Yeah, good with it.
Rick, you also?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had this thing called Come Together Now. It was, I don't know if anybody remembers the John Lennon song, so, Matt does, yeah. And
Now it's in my head.
if you know the history of it, there was a politician running for office in California, and he asked Lennon to write him a song for his campaign, so,
He has the right person.
he didn't use it, so, then he actually tried to sue the Beatles for it. But one of the things I just wanted to ask about, and it's nothing that we're going to put together right now, but just to get on kind of our radar, is, I asked about like graduation. So in Dover, historically, we've always had the school board attend the Dover graduation. I think Rick told me that Wardsboro was similar. And, so if we do graduation on the same night, does the board from Dover attend the Dover side? How do we do that? Do we have a graduation, maybe up at the Grand Summit that we do both schools? And then there was things like, we heard during budget time about the ski program, that there was nothing to do if you didn't ski, but yet Tammy does something in Wardsboro with snowshoeing. So could we bring Dover students over to go snowshoeing and then take the Wardsboro students to Mount Snow in our transportation, and then in the bus that the River Valley owns, and then, bring them back and drop them off and pick up our Dover students to give them something to do. I was just, are there other things where we can start doing some more stuff together as one unit versus two totally separate schools in totally separate parts of the state? So it's nothing that I want to make any decisions, but I do think for graduation is definitely something we should start thinking about. And I'd like to get, recommendations from our administrators and also, from parents, 6th grade parents, what they think. Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, in your principal's report, Tammy, you talked about 2 programs that your kids were going to be going to. I'm guessing that's not going to happen. Is that something that can be expanded to both schools?
Well, Starbase is really far. It's in Rutland, and it's 5 individual, it's an amazing program. but it's five-day trips to Rutland. From here, it's nearly 2 hours. It's on the north side of Rutland.
Okay.
So it's really not feasible. Wardsboro's an extra half an hour closer, so it's much more feasible. So I would love to go to Starbase, but it's just, I think it's too far for us to do. The other program that was canceled was a teacher training program in STEM. Right? That was the other. I don't think there was another
Programs that
student
the students were gonna be going to.
program.
I read this stuff last week and
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No, I think it was only the one, wasn't it?
It's just been the one. Okay.
Anyway, Starbase is awesome if you ever get a chance. It's an amazing program.
Take the board.
It's super cool.
Are they doing
Yeah.
QA this year? Is that gonna happen?
Well, it's scheduled still.
So,
It's still on the schedule.
It may be closed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's great. I think those two are good examples. The ski program, I'd be very much in favor of combining those two, having ski all ski together would be great. And
And
graduation
again,
is just a-
it's not an end-all be-all, it was just to start us
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah.
You know, again, I was told, I'm still a little upset that it says Dover School District on the buses and not River Valley's Unified School District, but I was told that's gonna get fixed this year.
I mentioned to someone, they were talking about going to Brattleboro, and I said, for secondary school, I said, you just pick up the bus in Dover, and they didn't realize they could do that.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, it's your bus. Yeah. So maybe it's
So,
the River
yeah,
Valley.
I think, you know, again, we're still in some growing, you know, we're learning, we're growing, and we're figuring things out,
Yeah.
so. Okay, so just we'll work on that, and we'll get that on. Matt, could you just make a note, make sure that gets on the calendar so it doesn't get forgotten?
The graduation. And
Well, no,
sharing.
just the combine, you know, more commingling of the schools, I guess.
Joint activities.
Come together now, and then you can sing it for us
Be
next
all
time.
together now. All together.
That's a whole
That's another
difference.
Beatles song,
Yeah. And then the financial review, I just thought that we're close enough in the year. Lori did the financial review. Since we're running late, I don't want to go through line item by line item. But if you look at the last page, we're on target for a flat or possible small deficit revenue expense if we use the full $200,000.
I
So,
like that Boston accent in there.
yeah, wasn't that good?
Pretty good.
It's because I couldn't get to go to the St. Patrick's Day parade yesterday in South. But anyways, you know, I like, she does really good with the available balance and, you know, kind of encumbered, because a lot of times we would look at things, especially when we used to have the teachers' contracts, that they would get paid at the end of the year for like the last 2 months, so you're like, wow, we're doing really, really good. And then all of a sudden, you know, $200,000 goes out like that.
Or tuition bills came out late.
Yeah, so then that happens a lot. I think the tuition bills look pretty good, if I remember, when I looked at them.
Where are we looking, total secondary expenses.
Yeah, somebody hasn't, we haven't been billed by a couple, it looks like. So, but anyways, she's projected out that we should be pretty close, and, you know, I think in one of the emails I saw that there's gonna be pretty shortly a no more purchasing anything by staff. You know, if it's not essential, we will hold off buying it, just because the budget's, you know, gonna get close. But that's a lot better than being told we're $500,000 over budget right now, so.
That's, so in light of that, Matt, that seems like that could be somewhat problematic, given,
What?
don't buy anything, given that we're asking our,
Anything non-essential.
not, so, right. So are we are we likely to see any savings with the shutdown? So I know we're paying people to work, which we should, we're feeding kids, which we should. Can you think of anything that we might be saving?
No fuel and
Save some fuel.
transportation.
Yeah.
Oh, the bus, okay.
And instead of the janitor, the custodial staff having, at least in this building, work on the drive the buses, they'll have more time to do some other projects that have been sitting, so we should get
Okay.
some
Well, I'm
stuff
just,
caught
I
up.
mean, because we're gonna need to probably expend some unanticipated dollars if this
We
goes
should
on?
see some savings in our custodial.
Okay, okay.
I mean, it's again,
Are
it's,
you worried about that at all? Or do you feel like you have enough? Well, it's so new.
Yeah, I'm not worried about resources.
No.
Okay.
I think we have what we need.
I mean, I'd be
To
more
innovate.
concerned about things like, do you have enough cleaning stuff? Because can you not get,
Those aren't here.
you know, did every month, did you order disinfectants, now we can't get them?
We do have enough cleaning stuff.
I think
We have
probably
enough.
leave that right there.
We could help if you're low.
No, don't.
Okay.
That's a call.
Okay. So,
And Lori did say if there's any questions, please email her your questions and she'll answer them.
we're gonna have her at a meeting in the future, or we'll have her on, however we do, we'll have her on my flip phone or something. And, you know, we can ask questions then too, but I think I wanted to just get a feel for where we were with the budget to make sure we weren't like really looking at some bad stuff going on. Now, the other question's gonna come up too, though, is a lot of people I know are coming up that have second homes because they don't wanna be in the cities that have been quarantined. Are they gonna want services for their students?
I haven't had any inquiries about that so far.
And again, you know, big change, tomorrow we may all wake up and everything may be right as rain.
It's all a dream.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Again, we wake up and it's Stephen King there behind the camera.
That's right.
Okay, so I got a couple executive session items. We have a contractual, we have personnel, we have contracts.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're in executive session. You don't want to stick around. Okay, so by unanimous consent, we're out of executive session at I've got 8:55?
8:53.
8:53. Okay,
That's what I
so,
already wrote down,
Rick and Rich will keep the board informed about the contractual issue. And then I got two other items that we can deal with.
Need a motion for the
Yep.
handbook? Move to adopt the support personnel handbook in its current form,
As submitted.
as submitted.
There we go. Okay, so we have a motion to adopt the second handbook and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. And
Then,
then the second item is,
since I've already been told that I made the motion, move to approve the contracts coming out of central office as submitted with one change from, on one contract from .35 to .2 time.
okay,
Second.
we have a motion and we have a second to approve all the contracts as submitted for the professional staff in both buildings for next year, with one change, which is the one person is at a .35 on the contract and is only supposed to be a .2. So the administration will check into that. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. So we are in good shape. So I'll give you these back, Matt, for Tammy, who's taking these.
Either one.
Okay.
We'll see. I may not drive down on Wednesday. Are you driving over to Townsend?
Yeah.
Do you want to take them? Okay.
Should we,
You think we should separate them out by building?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
we have to-
Yeah.
So I'm gonna turn the one that needs to be fixed right like that, and then
Perfect.
the list is in the front.
Yeah, we'll split.
Okay, and then the last thing, we want to just do two resignations. So Lauren Quimby is asking, she's going to resign effective the end of the 2021 school year, from the Dover School for the 2021 school year. She will complete her current contract as she's relocating. And then this is to the River Valley Board. Please accept this letter as my formal notice of retirement. It's a Dover sixth grade classroom teacher. It's the end of the 1920 school year. And Dover School's been an important part of her life, and grateful for having had the opportunity to teach here for all these years. So with regret, we accept both resignations at this time. And Matt, we've talked about a hiring process, Matt and Tammy, so we've got 3 or 4 positions, so we should be good to move forward.
Ready to go.
Okay, so the last thing I need is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Dwight moves to adjourn. Rick seconds it.
Yes, absolutely.
And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're out of here. Excellent meeting, guys.
Good morning, and welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. Here we are at the State House. It's early on Wednesday morning, and this is Representative Mike Murwicki with today's guest, Representative Carolyn Partridge of Wyndham.
Hello, Mike.
Good
so
morning.
Glad to be here.
And welcome. Carolyn is the chair of the House Agricultural Committee, and this is an easy fit for her, since maybe you could tell people a little bit what you do when you're not here in the legislature.
Well, Mike, one of the things I do to make a living is I raise sheep and create yarn at Green Mountain Spinnery in your district.
Value-added products,
yes,
right?
They spin it for me, and I dye it and take it to sheep and wool festivals. We also have a pretty good lamb market, so those are the things I do.
And do you
Yeah.
process the lamb yourself, or do you ship it?
No, we send it to a wonderful place that's been humane certified approved down in Massachusetts. That Temple Grandin actually had something to do with when it was designed. So
Yeah.
they get delivered to. It's never a nice day. I'm always sad on that day when
Yeah.
they go to freezer
Yeah.
camp, but it's part of the process. And I also take a certain amount of delight in feeding families with really good lamb.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Good local produce.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So that brings you to the State House and the Ag Committee. One of the big things that's getting a lot of headlines is how do we support dairy in a very changing landscape?
Right. And as probably many of you know, and you know, Mike, the number of dairy farms has decreased significantly in the last 10, 20 years. We're down to under 700, 600 and some odd, 59 or something like that. It changes every day. And we've also found that going organic is not necessarily a path to success. My vice chair, Rodney Graham from Williamstown, just is in the process of selling his cows because the trucks wouldn't come to his farm to pick the milk up. And so there are a lot of challenges with dairy farms today. We do know, thanks to the Ag Strategic Plan that was put together, Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan 2020, that there are opportunities in dairy, but not necessarily, well, there are opportunities in cow dairy. There are cheesemakers who need milk that has been produced without fermented hay. So there is an opportunity for that, but then you have to rely on square bales, as my husband Alan and I do, which relies on 3 sunny days in a row to get square bales dried. And but there is room there, and also we know because of the strategic study that we need probably 4,000 more goats producing goat's milk in the state. So 10 farms with 400 goats. Vermont Creamery needs goat's milk, and so there are opportunities. What we're seeing is that farms, while small, farms are closing, they're mostly smaller, and in many cases the land is being taken up by larger farms. But it's a sad thing to see happen, because it's our farmers who maintain the working landscape and the reason for people to come to the state of Vermont to visit. I have been heard to say that people do not come to Vermont to look at subdivisions in South Burlington and Williston. They come to look at the working landscape. And my committee, as you said, includes agriculture. It also includes forestry, which is huge. And both of these sectors have a real opportunity for being a part of a climate change solution. And that's what I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
So dairy is kind of a sad story. I think dairy will continue to happen. I'm afraid that there may be additional consolidation, and but there are opportunities going forward.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned something that's on just about everybody's mind now, with the idea that climate change is real, it's here, and we all have to do our part. And ag and forestry are a huge part of that.
Yes, yes, and this, as I said earlier, really excites me because in recent times, agriculture in particular has been, well, the finger's been pointed at agriculture in terms of water quality issues in the Lake Champlain watershed, and that's accurate. They have been responsible for 41% of the problem, but they're also taking on 67% of the cleanup through the use of the required agricultural practices, and now with a focus on regenerative agriculture, which includes practices like cover cropping, low-till, no-till, grassed bufferways.
So what are low-till, no-till for somebody who's not a farmer?
You don't till the land. You don't.
Just plant over
You
it.
just plant, and there are techniques that can be used where machines that can be used to, instead of churning up everything, which releases carbon and also destroys the microbial structure of the soil, you can sort of drill plant crops, and that is so low till, no till. And that goes along with cover cropping, which means you leave roots in the soil. You leave living roots in the soil as long as possible. So there are several other principles involved with soil health. But what is exciting is that there is this recognition that these, Dr. Heather Darby from UVM Extension is one of the gurus, I would say, of soil health principles, and she has been, she allowed us how when she started working for UVM Extension in 2003, there were 50 acres in cover crop in the state of Vermont, and now there are between 35 and 45,000. So that is a real positive thing. I've also been participating in a group. It's just the beginning of a group, really, with the Council of State Governments Eastern Regional Conference. I got together in December with representatives from Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, and New York, who are very interested in starting kind of a regional greenhouse gas initiative, but for ecosystem services, for payments to farmers who are employing these practices and improving the soil, sequestering carbon, and being part of the solution.
Yeah, and that's just as true, or more so, for forestry, right?
Yes. Our forests, it's estimated that our forests draw down or offset almost half of our emissions. So that's a real positive thing, and we're looking at ways for them to, for our forests to become part of the California carbon market. There have been pilot projects that have looked into that. One burnt mountain, they decided that they could not go forward with the California market, but they could probably be part of a voluntary market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, many people are talking about regenerative soil practices, and my understanding is that this is something we're already engaged in Vermont.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, most definitely.
And this is to make sure our soils are healthy, can grow best, and also absorb carbon.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true. And you know, in the old days, not all that long ago, but a couple of decades ago, you would drive around Vermont, and in the winter and early spring, it would look like dirt, right? Now, when you drive around, if you see green out there, you know that those folks are employing cover cropping strategies.
I have a picture, and I'll send it so they can include of the cornfields along the Connecticut River.
Yes.
That are before you go into over the Walpole Bridge.
Yes. Yes.
And the snow's receding, and you see the green cover crop that was
Yes.
put in right after they cut the corn.
Right. Exactly.
There's a good example of the practices we're talking about in
Yep.
place and being utilized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Value added is something that we hear a lot about in regards to ag products. We've got the big yogurt producer in Brattleboro. We're talking about cheese makers looking for. Well, what does that look like in the long term for Vermont ag?
Well, it looks pretty darn good, and I'm just going to hold this up and block my own face. But this, you know, here's the Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan, and you can find this online. One of the things.
At the website of the Vermont Ag. And
it is at the agriculture.vermont.gov and /administration/annual report.
Yeah.
There's a dash between
they'll be
annual
able
and
to
report.
put that up on the
Yes.
screen for us.
Yes. So one of the things that you know, this report includes 23 briefs on different sectors, including product, issue, and market briefs. And the good news is that there are 32, I believe, more coming after this. But if you look this through, you know, they identify places where we have opportunity. And excuse me, in terms of value added for cheese, they find that there's this real opportunity for more small artisanal cheese makers. And as I said,
we're making some incredibly good cheese here in Vermont.
Oh, we are making amazing cheese. I love going to some of the events where they have all of these different products on display. But we're exporting cheese to France, you know.
Isn't that something?
And it's really wonderful and amazing. So I can get pretty excited about the future of ag, even though we've had some hard times. I'm hoping that with the required agricultural practices that are now in place, they've been in place for about 3 years, we're beginning to move the needle on this. And in a recent water quality report given to us by a young woman from the Department of Environmental Conservation, Emily Bird, she told us that 97% of the cleanup that has happened so far in Lake Champlain has been due to agriculture.
Yeah. So the farmers get it.
Yes, they definitely do.
And they're doing their part.
Yeah, yeah.
I think you pointed out before accurately that farmers have been in the crosshairs a lot when it comes to who's responsible for problems with water quality. But the reality is farmers are doing more than their share, and this is something we all need to be aware of. It's similar to the climate action. We all have to do our part.
Yes, and farmers are doing more than their share because it's actually the cheapest way to remediate these problems. It costs a lot more to clean up development impacts than it is for farming. So that's why, and farmers get it. You know, it's their environment too.
Yeah.
So, and I will say, giving a little history, you know, back after World War II, we were the breadbasket of the world because Europe and Asia had serious destruction. We were the breadbasket, and farmers were encouraged to apply phosphorus. There are folks who still are here who can remember when boxcar loads of
Yeah.
phosphorus would come to the state. And you know, if a little is good, then a lot probably
Yeah.
better. So this is, and this was the advice given to
Yeah,
farmers.
I know farmers that were told, put it on your manure too.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, it's not like they just went willy-nilly doing this on their own. They got advice which we now know is not good.
Yeah.
So, and I also want to say that it's going to take decades to clean up Lake Champlain.
Yeah.
I figured that this problem started probably right around the time of the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at, you know, hundreds of years almost. And it's going to take a long time to clean up. I'd like to think that someday my granddaughter, who lives in Fairfax, will be able to swim in the lake without worrying about blue-green algae. But, you know, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we know that Connecticut was in bad shape, and the old story was when you'd ask people what kind of septic system they had, the answer was, what system?
Yeah, right.
And just in the last 50 years, we've really
Yes.
turned that around
Yes, you are right.
to where the Connecticut has a problem with nitrogen, but the overall water is much cleaner than it was.
Yes. And I can remember when I lived in Saxon's River, actually in Westminster, but just over the line, and Saxon's River was my
Yeah.
community. We would go with my son, who is now 40, and we would go to Herrick's Cove.
Yeah.
And go swimming, and my brother-in-law had a boat, and we'd go water skiing
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And I think it's done nothing but get better.
Yeah.
And the problem with nitrogen, actually, is that when it hits salt water,
Yeah.
it creates a toxic situation. So when the Connecticut River hits the Long Island Sound, it creates this toxic dead zone.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to be careful about nitrogen.
We've got a few minutes left. I wonder if we could just touch a little bit on cannabis.
Sure.
We've been struggling to get to a point where House and Senate can agree on what's the way forward for to open up markets, a tax and regulate system. There was a lot of concern that this wasn't being looked at as purely an agricultural product. And the balance they came to was that it wasn't going to be under the auspices of the Agency of Ag. Is there anything you want to talk about in that conversation that you feel we can do going forward, or what's the situation now?
Okay. Well, I think I did write a column about this that was in the Reformer a couple of weeks ago. We did want this to be housed in agriculture because it's essentially the same plant as hemp. It's all cannabis. And if you're growing hemp for floral purposes, for CBD, it's essentially the very same plant. It's just a different variety. It's like cherry tomatoes versus beefsteak tomatoes, right? So some adult use cannabis has high THC. Hemp does not. It has low THC. So we were hoping that we could house it in ag, but as it became clearer to me, and I thought a lot about this, I was pushing for some small growing permits, which we did get. They're focusing on that, and so that was good. We didn't get everything we wanted, but we got some of the things. And I think that there are those of our constituents who really wanted things to be kind of loose, but what we've found is that it's very difficult to be loose about this. There were folks who said, oh, all this security, having to grow behind, fences with locks and stuff like that. Based on the experience of hemp farmers who found thefts in their own fields, with the exponential value of adult use cannabis, I think it would be unwise for people to be growing out in the open and putting a lot of stock in that
And
income.
not expect trouble.
And not expect trouble. And also, the important thing to remember is that, this I basically put this out to farmers in particular, but everyone, if you're growing this, we'll have it legal in the state. but it's still illegal on a federal level.
Yeah.
And depending on who's in power in Washington, D.C., you might find yourself getting capriciously cracked down upon. And I don't want farmers to lose their land because you are subject to forfeiture. And if you are going to grow adult use cannabis, I really highly recommend that you create a firewall between your farm and your cannabis business.
A legal firewall.
A legal firewall. It's really important. And I hadn't really thought about this until I was talking with one of our legislative counselors who I think is just stellar in terms of thinking things through. And he brought this up with me, and it just made total sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a good group of lawyers who serve us on Ledge Council.
We
and
sure do.
It's helpful for them to bring that perspective to us.
Yeah.
Especially those who are, most of us are not lawyers.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was sorry to disappoint some of our folks,
Yeah.
but I think that this, given the small grower permits and really a focus on farmers that is included in the bill,
Yeah.
I think it was probably the best way forward.
I think one of the things that came through was we wanted to make sure some big corporate entity did not come in and try and take over the whole system here in Vermont. And I think we've done that.
Exactly, yeah.
We don't want that, and the bill makes sure that, you know, small Vermont growers are where it's gonna stay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Anything else you wanna share before we have to go?
I think we've covered quite a bit, but I'm
Yeah.
always glad to come back whenever you like.
You bet.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly, agriculture is the heart of Vermont culture. I don't think anybody can argue that. We want to make sure that moving forward, we have a vibrant ag and forestry economy to take Vermont into this century. So thanks for all your work you're doing.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
All right.
Yeah.
And thank you to all the people back at BCTV for bringing our work here in Montpelier back to you in Windham County. So until next time, take care.
Okey-dokey. So this is the Brattleboro Planning Commission called to order at 6:06 PM on March 2nd. And are there any announcements?
I'll just make a couple of announcements. First of all, I want to let you all know, and the viewing public, that the US Census is right around the corner. They're going to begin mailing census information March 16th, I think. And you'll be able to take the census online by phone or paper copy. Please take it in some format when it comes out. And then, because otherwise they have to send enumerators out to get in touch with you. I think there's 7 questions. Your answers are confidential. You are taking the census as of April 1st, so on that date, it's asking how many people reside in your house. So if you've got roommates, if you've got children, if you've got parents, any kind of arrangement, whoever is in your house, even if, if you're renting your house, and I think you can include people like that. So please respond, it's important. A lot of federal funding gets directed to the state and then the county and the towns that way, so we really want an accurate count. So you'll be seeing and hearing more information about it, but just a heads up, it's right around the corner.
Thank you.
Cool. Anybody else got any announcements?
Is that it? Do you have any others?
Oh, I had one more, yeah. Just save the date, April 25th. The Conservation Commission is planning kind of an Earth Day festival. There'll be more information coming out about that, but kind of ways that you can connect to different advocacy organizations or changes, little things that you can do in your backyard to improve better. And there will be some outreach. We're planning on holding it at 250 Birch Street, and so there's going to be some outreach about that project at that event.
And then on March 24th, me and Sue are traveling to Montpelier to present in front of the Downtown Board for the Neighborhood Development Area designation. We're hoping to find out that day or soon after if we will get that designation to continue our housing efforts. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Super. Anything else? Alrighty, public comments.
Too bad.
No public. And did everybody get a chance to review the minutes?
Just to note, Andrew sent out a revised copy that had more information about the public comment that was received at that meeting. So if you didn't see that at the end of the day, that's what you would be voting on.
Do you need a copy, Tom? Or okay, great.
Got it first.
Okay.
I had one question.
Sure.
That there is a comment where you say, or the recorder says, one commissioner. A commissioner said something. And everybody else has their names attached?
Oh, I see. I know what you mean. So you want the name of the commissioner?
Well, no. I was just curious. I actually am curious about whether or not it.
Is it something embarrassing?
No. It was just the sort of notion that some people are attributed to their comments and some people aren't, and I.
Yes. You want to be more consistent?
Well, no.
Okay.
I just as a matter of principle.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I was in charge of taking minutes, it became clear that it was good to not say who said what.
Okay.
So that the information would then just be information as opposed to sort of attributed to some individual versus another. And I figured that maybe you two had to be cited because that was some kind of something having to do with the fact that you're officials of the municipality. But anyway, I mean, it was more just a sort of question about whether or not it was useful for us to have our minutes attributed or unattributed.
Yeah.
We had had that discussion probably a year or more ago, and I didn't relay that information, so you can fix that.
Yep.
Okay. I
Do you
mean-
want to fix it in these minutes and we can bring them back in April?
No, I mean, unless
Or just
anybody
moving
feels
forward.
strong, just, yeah.
Or I could go through and I can also edit just to say commissioner, and then we could publish them. Okay, all right. For next time.
There was one other thing. I feel like when we were talking about the Congress of New Urbanism, what the planning commission had requested was recommendations for updating the zoning. Did I remember that wrong?
Yes, I thought that was, when we got that letter back from them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That we had that really great discussion, and the next step was that you guys are going to bring proposals and changes.
Yes.
So I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that
What does it say in there?
I don't think it
Oh,
it's
okay.
not
Very
next.
clear, yeah,
All right,
next,
well,
yeah.
But
Okay.
just so that it's recorded and we're accountable to it.
I'll just add a sentence at the end. I'm guessing it's a paragraph for the
Yeah,
last one.
The second to
Yep,
the last
yep.
paragraph.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion to accept them as amended.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, the minutes are passed as amended. And we are on to you, I believe. All of a sudden, my agenda went nowhere, but I'm pretty sure that that's the next thing, yes.
Handout for tonight, just to help us stay a little more organized.
Nice paper.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to go down and put good paper in, take good paper out, I just leave it in there. So, you are benefiting from my recent printing of proposals. So, I am here tonight to update you on the progress of the downtown design plan, present to you a little more detail, some of the pieces that were not put together yet the last time I was here, and get a bit of feedback and discussion around a few of the issues as we're moving into the recommendations phase. And Sue let me know that you guys are working with the Just City index and criteria, and would be interested in seeing how that fits with this plan. So I did take a look at that. You'll remember, I don't know, have you guys had a chance to wander through this at all? I think you sent the link, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so in the introduction, we do have a piece about what is good public space here. And there is this piece, the 12 criteria for public space. And these are based on criteria that the Gale Institute has put together. And so some of the survey work we did and stuff around the charrette, I used, looked at their framework for doing that kind of assessment of public space. But there are actually quite a few variations on this theme out there. So there are lots of different lists, you know, the 10, elements of good public space, top 3, qualities of good public space. It goes on like that. So, and it all kind of feeds back to the same sort of original research that was done in New York City in the 70s around what is good public space that William Hawley White did, and then eventually led to Bryant Park. So that's actually, if you were to go back and look at the history of studying this
It all
field.
goes back to that one article.
It really is essentially, it's a field that he created. It didn't really exist before. So he went out and basically filmed and monitored how people acted and behaved and used public space, and then did a lot of publishing and talking about it, and influenced a whole generation designers after that. And so when you're looking at some of the Just City pieces, I think there's quite a bit of overlap, because it's really looking at a lot of the same issues, maybe through a different lens. And that's what you see when you look at the different types of, the different lists of criteria. It's really what lens are people coming at it from. You know, are you looking at it from an economic development perspective? Are you looking at it from an arts and culture perspective? The Just City stuff is really more of a, you know, a social psychology, sociology perspective, and probably these GEL criteria are a bit more on the actual physical design end of that perspective, and because they come from a more of an urban design, urban planning group. So, you know, I just looked through to sort of see what was there as an overlap, but you can certainly look at this and then look at the things that you're going to be looking at in the Just City and see, I think, more than just these overlaps. But I was committed to making this fit on my page, so I didn't continue the laundry list. But you know, the criteria around welfare and Just City line up with the criteria around protection in the GEL set of criteria. You know, mobility lines up with, you know, opportunities to walk, cycle, etc. And there's even some of those pieces around identity, like authenticity, beauty, character, come through in the set of criteria too. And there were others, but it really is, I think you'll see quite a bit of overlap. And I'm trying to, as I put together the recommendations, refer back to this idea of what is good public space, and so that there is a linkage between what's being recommended and this set of criteria up here at the front too. I'm going to, what I wanted to focus on was the actual strategies tonight. There's, obviously, if you've looked through this, you've seen that the front matter of this document have, you can call it a document, have been filled in largely. And so there's a lot of existing condition and background and information consolidated in here, sort of a repository. There will be, in the not too distant future, but it's still not available yet, a way to sort of put in a navigation bar that's not there yet. Right now you sort of got to look at it from top to bottom, which is a bit annoying. But what is happening is that Esri, the ArcGIS software people, are transitioning from one set of templates for this type of story map to another. And we're making this in the new one because they're going to not support the old one anymore. And they're sort of moving the tools over a few pieces at a time. So they very excitedly added my ability to turn text different colors a month ago. I got really excited about that. And they added a few features a month ago that we were able to take advantage of. And they're doing updates every 2 to 3 months. So the next one is supposed to include the navigation. So I suspect that before the project needs to be technically done, you're going to get the navigation piece, which will make this a lot more user-friendly. There also, just what I assume, so there's going to be a way to transfer it. That is not, I don't know when, but there will be. So even if it's, 6 months down the road or whatever, we can, when it's available, we can move it from my ArcGIS account to yours. Cool. Yep. So
that was really lovely with this icon.
Yes, it's fun to zoom into that map, isn't it? And look and see what's there. So I'm gonna, yes, I have to move all the way through to get to where I need to be here. If you zoom too fast, it really gets upset, and then it starts to misbehave, and that's not something we want tonight. So here we are at the strategies piece. So at this point, the strategies are organized both geographically, and then there's some that are kind of theme-based. So the first set is the way around, which is the multimodal path going from the bridge to Brattleboro Common, and that's broken down into 15 segments along the way. So we're hitting a lot of the public spaces that way by going through. So we're hitting the parking lots and the transportation center as we go along. And then it's almost like the idea that you're on tour and you come back down Main Street, and it runs down along Main Street and talks about the municipal lands and buildings along there. We looked at some of those pieces the last time I was here. There's been a little bit more filling in around that, but the bones of that you saw before. And then there's discussion of the bike lanes and the sidewalks on Main Street. And then there's going to be shorter pieces for Elliott Street and Flat Street. And then the intersection has a section in here, and that's going to talk about potential physical changes to the intersection and the optimization of the traffic lights. Those pieces are not fitting in there yet, but they were in the presentation, the final wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So it's essentially those set of recommendations around the intersection. And I think the drawing that you saw in here for Bridge Street includes the curb radius change at the Main Street, Bridge Street intersection, which is sort of one of the major physical changes that's being recommended. Then there's going to be a piece talking about the West River Trail, and this is one that I've got down here on my discussion questions to talk a little bit about. There's sort of two options that I think could be presented in here. One is the rail trail idea of trying to get from where the West River Trail ends at the marina and connect that down through downtown. There's interest in extending the trail along the railroad. And then the other option is to look at using your existing streets to get bicycle traffic from the marina into downtown and connect to the common, so that you can then use the way around piece to ferry the bicycle traffic through and down to the Hinsdale Bridge and continue that loop. So,
sorry, is there an option on the table for the use of the trail that goes around the retreat meadows?
I don't think so. I mean, my sense of those trails, and maybe I'm wrong about that, is that they are not probably particularly bike friendly in terms of terrain.
Unless you have a mountain bike.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would also say those are outside of the scope. I mean, I know she's talking right now about the marina, but that's because that was the idea of the West River Trail, is how do you get out there?
It's an important connection to think about. So I think what we heard from the public comments is that technically the common itself is not within our downtown study area, but it clearly needs to be sort of the terminal point of the path network, and it is feasible that could then provide that connection to make a further trail link to an existing planned trail. So we've got some looking at the railroad and the feasibility of that, which is in our study area, but I think presenting another way to get there as well and to make that connect in makes sense. And, so we can talk about that. I don't have those drawings in here yet, but those are coming. And then that sort of ends the geographic clusters of things that we're looking at. And then there's going to be a little bit on parking. There's obviously a lot about parking in here. In some ways, the downtown design plan ends up being a lot about parking because of the existing dominance of parking downtown, and and the need to figure out, it's a sort of a trade-off question. So there have been sort of there's individual one-off ideas, right? Like convert Preston to a park, or convert Harmony or a portion of it to a park, or get rid of parking on Main Street, the on-street parking. But that also needs to be looked at holistically. There's a certain amount of parking that needs to be provided downtown. And so while you could eliminate one public parking lot in terms of the number of spaces and the demand numbers, you can't do every single one of the full-fledged recommendations all the way along the way through the plan and still have enough parking. So it's a question of making some choices, and that needs to get discussed in terms of figuring out what the priorities are and sort of the next steps for making decisions about how to balance the parking, public space, green space needs.
Right here, are you suggesting that's for discussion with the planning commission?
I think it should be something that could be on the planning commission's discussion list, and I think it's a necessary component to kind of wrap up and tie up the plan. I've tried, as I've been writing along, to at least introduce the idea that, you know, there are a lot of ideas being presented here. You can't, and there's a need there is going to have to be decisions about which ones to do 100% of. So I think I talked about that around the Preston Park idea. And the same is sort of true of the ideas around Harmony, because there are, you know, have been ideas floated to, you know, make the entire thing green space and eliminate all the parking spaces, down to eliminate some portion of them, you know. So, and the way around piece, if you follow that through, you'll see that it requires fairly small reductions of parking all the way along, right, to make it happen. So, you know, taking 5 on-street spaces here to make room for a bike area, reconfiguration in the parking lot to make room. It's not a wholesale elimination of parking, but it's a series of reductions. And so there needs to be, as you think about what the community's priorities are going to be for implementation, a recognition that you probably can't do every single idea until the, you know, demand for public parking changes substantially. There's some other parking option.
So can I, when would we have that discussion, and how would we get the public engaged in that conversation? Because we obviously, given people's anxiety around not enough parking, even though we know we have substantially more than enough parking, how do we make sure that if we started taking parking spaces away, people wouldn't go nuts?
I mean, it's definitely a next step after the plan, after this plan is done.
Yeah.
But I think it needs to be part of your envisioning how you might move pieces of it forward.
I think it can come in kind of pieces, and
so not to be discussed within the next 2 months.
No. I don't think it, yeah, no. I don't think we're going to be able to kind of rally consent around.
Yeah, and it could, you know, it's also probably true that each of the ideas could end up with sort of a group of core supporters. You know, there's people with different interests and level of support in different approaches. So
I feel like we'd have to look at, you know, the benefits, like, so if we're talking Preston Lot versus Harmony versus, I don't know, something else, and kind of figure out what are the pros and cons of each, and kind of work through it that way, and then bring it out to the public.
Okay.
As we try to move a project forward or something.
Okay.
And then also sort of in the wrap-up end of the strategies would be recommendations related to programming, and then a set of recommendations related to public art. Really more focused on funding and managing those, rather than necessarily specific, you know, recommendations for, you know, put some murals here or sculpture there, or, you know, have live music here on, you know, there's been some of that. There's been a lot of discussion in the recommendations around doing those type of activities in various places downtown, but you know, it's not going to be that kind of a strategy where it's detailed to that level. It's really more about how the town can fund and manage that going ahead. So I threw out 5 questions, and I don't necessarily mean that we have to discuss and resolve them all tonight, and I only gave them to you here now. I actually just wanted to think that these are important ones to have on your radar and to be thinking about. I'm assuming I'm here tonight presenting this we have a May type deadline.
Yeah, we have a May.
So one of the questions I had is an administrative one, is whether you want to see me again next month, with hopefully the rest of the material filled in at that point. And then there was the idea of scheduling a public presentation. So just in terms of the pieces that are left to accomplish, it probably isn't absolutely necessary that the public presentation happen before whatever the May cutoff grant date is. But you know, we need to have the product essentially ready by then. So these are things that I think are kind of the more critical policy points that the design plan is encountering. In some ways, we can present more than one option for a couple of these things, but should we be making a recommendation? So the bike lane question on Main Street, as it's written now, the plan makes a recommendation against doing the bike lanes on Main Street and for doing the other option, the way around option, based on that, the fact that it would be probably not possible to get bike lanes the full length of Main Street, and if you did put them in, you wouldn't be able to widen the sidewalks. Where they are pressable, you couldn't widen the sidewalks. So it's sort of a question of, it's a trade-off question again, so it's the bike lane or the sidewalk question. The same one comes up with the rail trail pathway connection and whether you even want to go into that with this. The question is also, I think, ties to where do you want to put time and energy on the municipality's part, and try to also maybe guide community activity towards the projects that you think are going to move the overall vision forward more effectively or are more productive uses. The rail trail concept has some significant challenges and costs. There may be a way to get to a lot of the benefits of the rail trail without that, at least the connection, without having to encounter those challenges at first. And there could be, energy and resources put to other components of the project instead of to a bigger, more difficult piece. So I think that's some of the choices you have to make. It's like what the plan, by setting forth implementation and trying to help structure priorities, you're kind of hoping to direct community energy and resources. Municipal, yes, but also community, the public community as well. So in some ways, I was trying to give some sense of the feasibility here. I have both the feasibility and the challenges. So for some of these things, to lay those out in so that people have some better information about, or some more complete information for making these kind of decisions.
I remember that we talked about the Main Street bike lanes when you were here before, but I don't remember us talking about the rail trail.
No, we didn't, because that's sort of come up since I was here last.
Yeah, actually, Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, just walked in. He's been doing research on the rail trail. Stephen, this is Brandy Saxton.
Hi, Brandy, nice to meet you.
So it's actually great that he walked into the room and
the rail trail
discussion. I've shared your information with Stephen. Stephen's also had some conversations with the Friends of the West River Trail. I don't know if you want to back up and take these one by one. I'm kind of anxious to jump in on a couple of them, but also want to hear from you.
Yeah, I like the idea one by one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we start with number one?
Yeah.
Sure. That's always a good place to start.
I think just for me going through this, the piece of information that was the most telling for deciding one way or the other on that is just the you said there isn't room at all the intersections to accommodate this infrastructure all the way up and down Main Street.
Right, so let me get to that.
Yeah. And the pictures of the sidewalks were really like, oh, they hit me really hard. I was like, oh boy, those sidewalks are so narrow.
They are narrow.
And having had to navigate them with a stroller. Yeah, I like the idea of focusing on pedestrian and expanding public space on the sidewalks on Main Street and moving this transportation line for multimodal stuff back.
I agree with you, Jess. I know when we were doing the charrette, I think trying to play around and figure out how to fit them on Main Street was really, really challenging, and I would rather see wider sidewalks so that you can walk more than two people, you know, side by side and somebody coming the other way, or so that if a restaurant wanted to have outside seating or, you know, some sort of parklet or something, I think the social interaction would be better. I think that certainly, you know, there are some bicyclists that would use bike lanes maybe, but I think the greater benefit would be towards pedestrians.
It'd be easier to walk a bike on a wider sidewalk.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, you know, I would like to make sure that we have a path into downtown on bicycles. We have the pop-up on Platt Street. I think that there is room on Platt Street to kind of get into downtown. We're going to be looking at it on High Street.
Yeah, that was one of the things in looking at doing the way around route, that you're obviously crossing the side street, so you're crossing over Flat, you're crossing over LA, and there are opportunities to improve the access down if you were on bicycle there. So the High Street intersection, if you think of coming out of the tunnel there, if you turn right and you're on your bicycle, there's actually quite a bit of room between there and the Main Street intersection. So while we were focused in that on providing the cycle track from the tunnel up to High Grove parking lot, there's actually no reason it couldn't go to Main Street too, or to Plenty, right? It's not, there's space, and there's not a physical obstruction there. So that's some of the things to look at as well. And the ideas around Flat Street were around exploring the idea of making it one way and really then being able to provide that widened sidewalk. I mean, that's already got fairly low traffic numbers, so that makes it a reasonable place to be with a bicycle as well, possibly. So I think the idea of being able to bike around the back and then pop down essentially where you need to be onto Main Street instead of having to traverse Main Street to get to where you want to be would work.
Yeah, I think, Sue, you said a key term that I agree with. The wider benefit, or the greater benefit here, is to if it's one or the other, you know, bike lanes on Main Street or enhancing the sidewalks. I think my vote is for the sidewalks too. Whether it's because they're more heavily used or it's a more diverse group of people, I think there's more benefit to be had by enhancing that. But regarding the way around, I feel like when this was first brought up, I liked it because, I mean, I still do, but I liked it because I often take that while I'm walking, because I live down south of the food co-op, and if I need to go to the municipal building or the library, I'll take that back road, and it's kind of for novelty and more quiet, and for those reasons. But for bicycling, I don't think I'll ever bike that, personally, because I'm not so scared or wary of Main Street, and Main Street would probably be 1/3 of the time, because it's just a straight shot, you know. And I bike without a helmet too, you know. So you know, I'm not everyone here, but you know, so the only thing I can think for Main Street that that I would like to is maybe, you know, does this happen every winter where the plows pretty much make the sidewalks and the crosswalks disappear? Like, you can't see across, and that's a pedestrian
Yeah,
thing. But
yeah.
I'm saying, like,
Down the
marks on the
pavement.
roads.
Yeah, well,
You know
the way of-
those little things that are halfway in the road that say pedestrians crossing? You know, those sorts of things will slow traffic down, I think, and make them more conscious of bicyclists and pedestrians.
You're talking about the paint wearing off and
Yeah,
having
some
some other
sidewalks.
sort of signal.
Yeah, I don't know if they redo that every.
It does, it does.
Oh, they do, that's how
Yeah,
fast
yeah,
it
yeah.
wears away?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, they repainted, that's a
Mhm.
sort of spring
Yeah, it's kind of a
thing,
spring.
Mhm.
is they come out and repaint
Mhm.
the street.
But as far as enhancing it for bicyclists, I don't know, some signs or some sharrows on Main Street, if we can, we can do that, but.
The traffic levels counts are too high to do it as a
Oh, okay.
share on Main Street. There are numbers where
Mhm.
you can do it that way. I mean, I think the
So
bicyclists that are comfortable using Main Street now will continue
Exactly.
to do that.
Mhm.
And, you know, so I think it just opens up the potential to bicycle to people who now
Mhm.
don't have a route.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, the person who's a, you know, serious bicyclist, transportation-oriented bicyclist will probably still choose
Mhm.
to move with traffic.
Yeah, if people aren't in a rush, or they're new to the area, or they're tourists, or if there's easy or fun, novel things to see along the way around, then I think it's an awesome thing to
And-
promote and enhance.
The reduction of on-street parking on Main Street, which is part of the sidewalk recommendations, might reduce some of the conflict for bicyclists too, because it's one less avenue of moving vehicle to encounter, or door opening in front of you or something like that, so. It's still probably not gonna make Main Street a lovely place to bicycle, but.
So is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the group for the reasons that were articulated. I think that people who are comfortable using Main Street now for bicycling will probably continue to do so. And having one of the options for a way around that for people who are not comfortable on Main Street and a bicycle would be nice. If I had to prioritize use of Main Street for something, I would say foot traffic, because that's how people get in and out of stores. It's also going to be how people with disabilities access things. So making it so there's a clear path for people to be able to do that would be the priority for me.
You couldn't still weigh in on this. No, but she's on that committee, isn't she?
Well, she's on the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. No, I mean, they were the ones that did the bike lane pop-up, and I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they would have an issue. We had spent some time talking about the difficulty of biking on Main Street and some restrictions or constrictions and stuff, so.
Yeah.
It's also not to get sidetracked, but it's also you discuss the number of trucks
Mhm.
on Main Street in here and the
Oh, yeah.
incentivizing of having larger trucks going through town, which I know is one of the things people
Yeah, that was a
have
great catch.
mentioned many
Should
times in
invite
the
the legislators
surveys.
to one of these meetings.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to
Say,
bike
look
on
at
Main
this great
Street with those
recommendation
trucks.
to change the rules of the state highways.
That seems like a no-brainer, we
Yeah.
should.
It's just something-
It's federal, it's not state.
No,
Oh.
it is a state.
Oh, no, really?
It's the state limit is higher
That's a lot.
than the federal limit on the state highway.
Okay.
So it's,
Yeah, okay.
you could either get the feds to raise theirs on the interstate, which seems unlikely, or get the
Okay.
state to lower theirs on the state highway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've always
It's-
reviewed, I've always.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
Oh,
Yeah.
so if the state lowers it on state highways,
If
then
they
that
match
would
the
mean like
feds,
certain
there would
heavy
not
trucks
be-
just kind of aren't even allowed then?
Well, no, it would just eliminate the incentive. I mean, there's certain kinds of, I mean, that's why you have certain types of loads, like log trucks, for instance. They're very heavy. And so you can load them more if you're gonna take them on the state highways than if
Right.
you're gonna load them and take them on the interstate.
Which is why 9 out of 10, I haven't done a scientific study, but it seems to me like 9 out of 10 of those trucks that go by are logging trucks. When
Well,
you're
let's not
watching them.
forget that Sir Sosimo's down
Right.
on 142. It's
Yeah.
hard to know what's local and what's not.
Yeah, it is, you'd have some, you obviously would still have some local traffic through as well, but there's, you know, there are certain types of loads that right now are more likely to be found on state highways throughout the state.
Well, maybe it's an interesting implementation step, though, to talk about lobbying the state legislators, because we've always talked about it in terms of the federal rules.
Yeah, and the differences amongst, it's actually interesting to look at across the states. There's, if you really want to geek out on this, you can go look this weight limit, truck weight limits across the states. You can go look at this on state highways, and you can see that they are all over the place. Some, align with the federal ones. Some are significantly more. It depends. I mean, if you're in Texas, I guess it's a very different, economic and infrastructure model too.
It would be interesting to know what other towns who share Route 5 as their main street, which is a fair number of towns in Vermont, thought about that. I'm sorry, I know I just took us way off topic. No. But I'd be interested
It's
to,
something we hear all the time.
to
Yeah,
hear
and
if
it's-
that comes up in other towns that also use Route 5 as their main
And
street.
Route 7 and Route 2.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it is definitely something that you see, and so you might notice, you can start noticing now that when you see a log truck on the state highway, it's usually filled up more than a log truck that you see on the interstate.
Okay.
Well, it's interesting, I mean, the total, not to mention the kind of noise that it makes, but the wear and tear on the state highways and the
There
funding
is
that
that.
we're getting. I mean, look at Route 9. Like, it's a mess. It's way overdue to be rebuilt, and yet we're allowing these heavier loads. There's a lot to balance that.
Yeah, it is an interesting one to think about, but.
So
that's
so
that
we
one.
did one.
We
What
did
about
one.
two?
So number 2, so I haven't obviously written this one yet, and there's no need to make any sort of recommendation on this if you don't want to. But then again, I thought if you did want to think about this and offer some perspective, what you might think would be.
So I'm wondering if, Stephen, would you be willing to talk a little bit about the research you've done and conversations you've had?
Sure. So where this segment stands between the bridge and the museum is that Friends of the West River Trail has presented the problem to safety officers, both for the federal level. The Northeast Federal Safety Officers come and walk the trails or the track and identify that there's a safety issue here. And now we've moved through the railroad safety person into their real estate branch, and they have drawing that lays out on the map where the proposed trail would go, and we're trying to push them to grant an easement or some sort of right-of-way or some lease agreement that could enable that trail to go in. I and others in the planning department have skepticism about where this trail is running exactly and how Friends of the West River Trail plans on.
Can I ask, are they putting it on the water side? Is their vision is it's on the water side?
Indeed.
Do they think that are they ignoring the second track and hoping that they will not have to measure off the second track for their setback, but off the primary?
No, the second track, center of that track, 11-foot offset is what
They came back with 11.
Yeah, or
From the railroad?
That's what the
or-
ask is 11.
the ask was 11, but the trail itself is farther away from that on 90%.
Taking that West River and attaching it here and going.
And I can share drawings too if people are curious of seeing. Are they looking at it right now?
No, she's looking at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map that's here.
Oh, sure.
Not this
Yeah,
map.
no,
So it would come here,
Yeah.
across Putney Road.
I can pull
No, it would come
Let's
up
get to
here,
us
kind of go
to a map
under.
situation.
Yeah, I can point and grab.
I just need to get to a bridge.
Up onto the sidewalk
And
and
then
down.
hit the West River.
So.
I was on the walk around, make around, whatever that thing was.
Yeah.
Sounds like a song.
Way around.
The way around, yes. There's a simple name for it. No, I can't get it back to where it was. Go back.
So then would
There's no
would it continue down along the Connecticut?
Until the Whetstone Station, and that would be a place for parking and
Oh, nice.
yeah.
And how would it, how would it interact with the summer residents that are in that area?
Down by the river?
Mhm.
I think they would have a much more direct route to downtown, and that they'd be able to get back and forth from where they live to downtown that much quicker, like any resident.
Hopefully more
And safer.
safely, yeah.
And there will be more people along that area, which means it's more better kept, and people, fewer nefarious things could happen there. I'll say this, that I think it's less of a challenge at this point to get the easement. I think the bigger challenge is going to be them designing where the trail runs and figuring out how to manage all the different pieces of the floodplain and the different. Yeah, and the actually engineering of the trail to make it work for that location.
I was looking for the files I sent you.
Would it be a
Stephen
dirt
has
track?
seen
It's
the
not gonna
files.
be.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be an impermeable surface, right? I think it could be, I don't know, maybe a gravel or some sort of rough, but that part hasn't been crossed yet. There's a need for a bridge to go over a stream at certain points.
There's a lot of grade issues.
Yes.
Because if you haven't walked along the railroad tracks, it falls off again to the water. So the railroad tracks, it sort of like comes down a cliff, there's the tracks that are flat, and then there's another down. Along a lot of it.
Yeah.
Walnut Street or whatever.
Yeah.
Roughly how far would it be from the active track?
So what they've been working from is there's on the west side of there's an active line, then there's a fence, and then there's an inactive line on the river side, right? And then we've been going 11-foot offset from the center of those two tracks.
Oh, okay.
And then even further is where the trail is based, but that 11-foot mark is the bare minimum that they think they could get away with ever. However, we did
Where
see.
did they come up with 11 feet?
Jason Cooper?
I think it's kind of federal, like, there's
As far
been
as I
meetings
can
with
find.
rails with trails.
Yeah, as far as I can find, it's 15, but okay. We'll give them their 4 feet.
Okay.
Well, you said it's 11 feet off of the center, so track 1, track 2, they're going 11 feet from the middle, or 11 feet
from
off
the center of the second.
Second.
Of the
So
track.
that may end up being 15 feet dead center from both, right?
No, they're not. They're 15 feet apart from each other. From center to center, they're
Okay.
15 feet apart.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
don't know where that number came from, but.
Yeah, the one I gave you the example of in the Massachusetts one, that the fence was at the 15-foot mark. And so that's the other thing, is that it would require a fence as well. So there's a lot of
How are we paying for that?
I know that there's
Friends
a
of the
lot
West River
of,
Trail.
They have money.
I don't know these things, but they continue to be gung-ho for this. I think they could raise money rather convincingly for this project, though.
I know that there's a lot of challenges to this. I am not in favor of taking it out, recommending against the trail, because I think that having a trail along the river is an entirely different experience of, rather than using the way around in One-Tasket. I mean, I love to walk on One-Tasket, but they're really kind of two different
it's
things.
achieving the connection. It's not giving you the waterfront amenity.
Yeah, no, and all the benefits
We're
that
never
come with
gonna get
trails.
the waterfront amenity, right? I mean, because the railroad's gonna always keep that property.
Right, but you might get a right of way or some sort of easement or something to have a trail there. I mean, I think that that's.
Right, but the trail, I
should
guess I'm saying
acknowledge
the
that-
trail is the best we can do
Right, right.
in order to get to.
Because
the
it's
river.
active, yeah.
Is this an either-or
It's not.
conversation?
It's,
Oh, okay.
So the question I have, because we did on the question of the Main Street bike lanes make a recommendation, because it is kind of like there isn't room for both. The
Yeah.
rider sidewalks and the bike lanes, we make a recommendation in here. Sue had asked that we incorporate, because of the work you guys are doing, the rail trail. My thought was, if we're going to incorporate the rail trail, we should point out that you could actually get the connection that you need over the existing street network without the rail trail still. But there isn't a need necessarily to recommend that the town focus on one over the other.
In any of the public outreach, did you, I mean, I just feel like anytime I talked to people, they've said, get us close to the river, we wanna have the river, we wanna have access to the river. I mean, it just seems like
Comes
that's
up a lot.
Yeah,
Mhm.
this would answer that question.
I think it helps revitalize a part of the town that's kind of forgotten, and
Yeah.
people are pushed to the margins there. If you bring more people in, it's going to revitalize that area, it's going to make it feel safer, feel more alive.
I think when you think about it in context of the Hinsdale Bridge becoming a pedestrian
Right.
and
Yeah.
kind of creating this
Right.
trails hub down there, I know it's challenging, but I wouldn't want to recommend against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like that there's already community energy and leadership around. So it's like, it can actually happen, maybe.
Right.
And why not get behind that?
And it seems like it would also play right into the museum development if that's gonna happen as well.
I do want to say, I don't dislike the way around path. I mean, people are using that on foot anyway. I use it. You mentioned you use
Yeah,
it.
this
I've
is-
seen people doing it, yeah.
Yeah, this would be an addition.
This is,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is,
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to keep both on the table.
but what was the, well, this is separate from that though. But what's the Wantastiquet Drive proposal, like what would
So
that
you could
entail?
come up from the marina,
Right.
you just have a short distance to make up on the main road.
Well,
And then you get onto
I know
Wantastiquet.
what the route is, but what would it entail the town doing?
You
Putting a
can,
sign up?
basically it's a sign and some, maybe some
Saying, hey,
sheriff.
this road
you can-
already exists, but it's a good one, so take
So,
it around there?
Probably a
Yeah.
crosswalk improvement.
Crosswalk
Okay.
improvements.
Which
and-
is
Yeah.
not so easy because visibility is poor where
It
you
is,
want
it's
it.
not the bestest crossing point, but, I mean, there's all, I don't know how they're thinking they're going to get, across by the substation with the rail trail plan.
Right,
But
I
you,
wondered.
whatever that plan is, you could actually still do that and still come out into Wolfwood.
No, I think that's the idea. You would
Right.
come up and
Under.
then come under.
The
Under the
railroad.
bridges
Under the
from-
bridge.
Both
or you
bridges.
Come up on the other side.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, I mean,
so
there's,
so you stay on the west side of the driving bridge, on the shoulder?
That's what Jason Cooper's talking about. Just for the record, that's what Jason Cooper's talking about.
so there could be other ways to get onto the I can never say it, Wantastiquet?
Wantastiquet.
Wantastiquet. Drive. Let's just face it, I'm not,
Not a QU.
I'm not from Brattleboro, I can't say it. There are ways to get, there could potentially be a way to get on there if you can get around the substation, around the backside of the substation or something like that, right? So you could put the crossing further down the hill or something than where it is. So that there is some possibilities there that could be looked at, but basically the traffic levels are so low, it's just a residential street, that it is actually appropriate to be a sharo. So you could sign it to be a sharo, and then it, comes up through, I think then you go on to Harris or North or something like that. You come out, you basically come out right at the common.
Yeah, you come in.
Right.
It's a pretty common neighborhood to walk through.
It is.
I know I enjoy it when I go downtown, so.
Yeah.
So I don't think the neighbors will have much of an issue with all the pedestrian traffic. Because there should be
People walk
much of
there
a
all the
difference,
time.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So.
So, I mean, even if that's an interim improvement to make the connection, to help get people from one end to the other, it's well, they raise the millions of dollars it's going to take to build the rail trail. So that's there.
Maybe when we have the Green Mountain Power people back again talking about the redesign of the substation, we can ask them about that.
Oh, well.
Okay.
So do you feel you have direction on that?
Yes, so we'll lay out the options, but we'll not, we'll avoid making a recommendation.
We don't want to recommend against the rail trail.
Yeah. So, the next one talks about, like, how far, as I'm starting to work with Andrew on the implementation program, how far down the path of talking about the money do you want to go, I guess?
Yes.
As far as you can go.
So, there is obviously the improvement district taxes that, could be used to further the recommendations of the plan. So that's something that the implementation program could look at. is how those monies are allocated and, suggest some, perhaps not, some distribution of them amongst some of these goals.
And do we have some idea of what that distribution looks like now?
They have, I think it increased, I think it's around $80,000 that is collected from the downtown property owners in the district. And they are all DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance is their funding. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have it with me, but they have a distribution of it for programs that they do.
So in some ways, it's this plan making a recommendation about how the DBA allocates its resources, which are technically the municipality's resources.
So, yeah.
Well, but the municipality made the decision that DBA is their downtown.
Right,
So
right.
it's-
So it's sort of a weird line, I guess
It
is
is
what
a
I'm
weird line.
trying to point out.
Oh, wait a minute.
Does the DBA ever like justify their spending and stuff and like
Yeah,
have
every year.
some?
Every year.
It's approved by representative town meeting.
Right.
It's on the ballot.
As a separate ballot question? It's standalone or just part of the $15
I believe
million?
it's standalone. I think it's.
Yeah, that's been contentious.
So if, well, what if the DBA hasn't been much of a participant in this process? Have they?
We had early discussions with them.
Yeah.
So would you characterize them as enthusiastic participants who would say, oh, great, we have a plan, now we're gonna implement it using our money?
I don't have any evidence to support that.
I don't think that I would want to be an organization that would be told how to spend my money. I mean, I think we'd have to have those conversations with them. I don't think it's fair to say, here's our plan, and you should take 50,000 of your operating funds and do it.
Is there a follow-up plan with them to share?
Not right now, but definitely there's a plan to share the information. I guess for me, I feel like those conversations need to be had, and I think that taking even DBA out of it, I don't know how I don't think the support would be there for the property owners that pay that tax, that they are responsible for infrastructure or betterment projects, just them. I think they benefit the entire town. I mean, as it is, the whole flower program, which, is, people enjoy the flowers in this, all 4 seasons or 3 seasons, and, visitors come to Brattleboro and recognize it. It's primarily paid by those downtown property owners, so I think there's a bigger discussion of what is the benefit and what does downtown bring to the entire community, and is it fair that there's just those property owners paying?
But they've also had a program the last year that activates public spaces.
They did?
They've brought in musicians and artists and community game leaders and paid them a small amount of money to perform or do their thing.
So that's the sort of thing that could come out of the recommendations is, to provide support for that type of programming, how to, basically recommendations about how to allocate some of those resources amongst the competing priorities, so.
I should also, I just do want to say I am an ex officio member of the DBA board.
Okay, so I guess I need some clarification on this point 3 then. Is some portion of the improvement district taxes, is that money, basically is that DBA money? Or is there other improvement district taxes that we might be able to play with? In other words, so this recommendation is essentially doing what you said, which is, this is gonna say, DBA, you should do X, Y, Z, here's our plan. And so we should tell you not to do that, based on what you just said. We won't tell them what to do.
The DBA gets 100% of the improvement.
That's how it's been allocated up till now, so us putting forward a recommendation would be, we're suggesting you not give DBA.
Yeah.
Right.
Full funding suggesting.
You see what I'm
We're
saying?
suggesting that you use.
Because it wouldn't be
Right.
DBA who's spending the money to implement these things.
Okay,
We're not-
okay.
yeah.
So, all right, so rather us recommending to DBA, we're recommending to
The town.
the town, give us some of that money and we're gonna
Right.
execute our plan.
I mean,
And I guess, to me, a piece of that would be like mission-based. Do we think that the improvement district taxes, the DBA is really focused on economic development and economic vibrancy and activity, focused on the small businesses downtown? And I think that if we were to think about making a recommendation of a different use of those funds, then it would need to come with a different motivation for activating this space, right?
Right.
Particularly, I think one of the things that you identified in here was this sense of safety and not feeling comfortable, not knowing the weird people that are downtown or the people that are panhandling. And I don't know if that might fall under an inclusivity sort of program or investment that might not directly relate to the economic development piece that the DBA really is focused on.
I wouldn't say the DBA is just focused on the economic development. I mean, it's property owners in the downtown, so there's residential as well. So it is a quality of life in the downtown. There is a large focus on economic development because we want our downtown to be successful and the stores successful, because that's good for everybody. But I would,
Okay.
just be careful. I wouldn't just
Yeah.
say that they're
I didn't know that it included
economic development.
residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, residents can be members.
Yeah, my understanding is that DBA does allocate some of those resources towards things like programming and supporting community events and programming and arts and things like that. But probably right now there isn't money necessarily being directed to the actual physical improvements, perhaps, that could be used. So like, say, fixing sidewalks. Right.
No,
Right
DBA
now,
doesn't. I mean, that's tax.
none of that
Right.
business
That's on-
improvement
that
district
is
tax
the
money
tax.
goes to, say, fix sidewalks.
Yeah.
But that is under the umbrella of what you can do with business improvement tax or district money. That's one of the things that you could spend that money on legitimately. That's enough. It's an improvement to the area, right? So it would qualify. So that's the kind of question to look at. So as we're looking at identifying potential funding sources for some of the recommendations in here, do those tax dollars, are they on the table to be something to be talked about as to how they're spent?
That seems like such a bigger conversation. I mean, that
It is a bigger, and I wouldn't want to have it without having DBA.
Right, I mean,
in
the
room.
DBA ought to be here and probably other stakeholders as well. I'm curious about, it seems to me, I guess I'm curious why you only pick the improvement district taxes as opposed to all the other potential sources for income that.
Well, I feel that those are legitimately on the table to be discussed in the plan. This is the one where it's a question of whether you want to talk about how that money is being used now. I think we can legitimately say, yes, the town should be allocating more just property tax dollars to sidewalk repair, right? Without having a policy discussion around that to the same degree, I guess.
It seems to make sense to have these in there because people don't know necessarily where that money is coming from and where that money is going. And as long as the DBA isn't gonna get shirty about us talking about their money.
No, that's what happens sometimes. Yeah, feels like that.
I don't disagree, I just never heard that word.
Oh.
I'll look it up later, so
Yeah,
I'll take up
okay.
any time.
Okay. No, because it does seem to me, any kind of public conversation is an opportunity for people to be informed about various different sorts of things. And $80,000 is not a small amount of money. It's nice to know that that money is there. And in the off chance that the DBA would like to collaborate with us on taking forward some of these recommendations, then that's worth having a conversation.
It's worth having a conversation. I mean, we can definitely invite the executive director here. I will tell you that 80,000 is not their entire budget. They fundraise, they seek grants to do their work as well. So as a downtown, you know, having a designated downtown, you are required to have some sort of organization that's, you know, providing these certain types of programs. That is a requirement of the designated downtown. I think that maybe some things that are on the table would be, what if the downtown district was expanded? There's been some discussion about that, you know, we looked at it the last time we were, no, actually it was a while ago, you know, should the designated downtown be expanded? Maybe that brings in more tax dollars, maybe it gets allocated in a different way. But I just think I don't know.
So do you think
it's a big discussion that would be.
We should take it out of the plans? I'm getting a distinct impression.
I would rather have DBA here to kind of make the argument as to why. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I just think it's a tricky one.
And I don't necessarily think this is something you have to answer tonight. I think as we come around to look at the recommendations in the next round of looking at this, you know, that I'm just highlighting this as a potential policy area where there could be some issues to be resolved.
Great, super. Shall we go on?
And I think I would just add, it's, you know, if the planning commission wanted to take that discussion up with the select board when DBA is submitting their, you know, they submit the budget, it gets approved by the select board, there's a whole process for it. Okay, you know, just need to think about that.
Is there any wording anywhere that says what improvement district taxes have to be used for?
Not what. No.
I'll look that up.
Well, there is some statutory requirements around what they can be used for. Or regular, probably it's in statute.
It's the state, right?
It's the state,
So the state has the rule about you have to have a designated downtown improvement group. I don't know what the term is, and there's some rules about that.
Yeah, if you look at the authorizing language for the taxes, I think there is some.
We might have it. We might have an ordinance as well that
list of what you can use them.
I know we definitely have a downtown improvement district ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be good to see.
Wow.
Yeah.
In statute.
But what's nice about you identifying like this particular money source is that it makes it really tangible. Instead of saying, you know, the town should invest in doing better sidewalks. And then throw that on the town to figure out. I like the tangibility of some sort of sourcing money plan.
Yeah, we need more than just this one thing.
Yeah, it's clearly not to fund the.
No fun very much.
Yeah, so
that's municipal government, that's finding grants, that's using the downtown transportation program to, you know, get funding for new sidewalks and stuff like that.
Is where we're landing on, it seems like where we're landing on three is not necessarily to make a recommendation, but that we do want to keep it open for discussion and to include DBA in that discussion. I think that's a good idea.
Great. So, are we ready to go on to 4?
Yeah, so I bring up 4 because one of the things that Andrew and I talked about when we talked about how the implementation strategy piece, the next steps in here is going to get put together, is one way to think about it would be to run through sort of and organize it by who's responsible, basically, to carry out some of these elements. So, you know, what are you looking for from, you know, in terms of how Public Works is, what they might prioritize downtown, recreation, you know, might do with some of the public spaces downtown, you know, how the policing strategy is set up for downtown. There's a lot of places where you could make more specific recommendations on municipal either work, investment approach.
Given the nature of the conversations that have gone on in this town for the last year and a half, it seems to me it would be extraordinarily presumptuous of the planning commission, or maybe I'll just say personalizing this presumption from me, to start telling the police or the maintenance departments sort of how to carry out their work. I mean, it seems like this is sort of similar to the last question, and if we wanted to move forward, it might be worthwhile for us to say, well, we kind of like some of these ideas, let's talk to the people responsible in those areas about how feasible these things are, what their thoughts are on them. Yeah. As opposed to telling, I mean, I wouldn't want to, you know.
I think I would push back a little bit on that, because with the full town plan that we have, there are definitely jobs assigned to committees, assigned to departments. And that was part of the whole planning and implementation. Like, it's not just a plan to get people interested and excited about the vision of our it's actually to accomplish these things. And I think that, I mean, as the structure exists with the town plan, it's not like we're treading into new territory necessarily by including some recommendations there.
So I think there's probably a fine line. So if we're talking about vegetation management, you know, I'm much more comfortable saying, okay, we have departments in town, or, you know, we've got a tree warden, or whatever, we've got this process that we can work through. I do not think we should be here telling the police department how they should be staffing and where they should be sending police officers. I think that is out of our purview and is not any, you know, I don't want to tell them how to police downtown.
Yeah.
I think there's been enough discussion about how they police in downtown that I just don't think that.
But just like you wouldn't tell somebody how or when to water plants and what sort of fertilizer to give.
Exactly.
Them. You would say, we want some plants, can you take care of that? The best way that you know how. I think there are some safety and feelings that were identified in here that we can say, hey, community members feel like this is a problem.
But
here.
Those recommendations, I mean, we've heard those both in the plan and also in the daily newspapers about, you know, some people feel anxious about the underhoused population wandering the streets. Other people feel like it's not an issue. And I mean, I gathered, I mean, the police and the select board have been going around and around in circles in the respectful way to make sure that as many people as can be made happy by what they're doing. And I guess that's what I'm concerned about, is this sort of notion that we get the feeling there are a lot of people had strong opinions and they responded to our survey about it's icky, it's grungy, I hate it, I'm not going there anymore. Why would I sit in those spaces? They're unpleasant. And how do we make a recommendation to sort of, I mean, we should make a recommendation to say that we should have more pleasant spaces, but how to accomplish that pleasantness? I think it would be nice to have a conversation.
Yeah, I just think, I agree with you. And I think there's ways we can address those things other than policing, like crime prevention through environmental design, more lighting on some of the side streets, brightening up the transportation center that Brandy has pointed out in this plan. And I think if we highlight those, we need to highlight the programmatic ways of making downtown safer than having to police it, when obviously there, like Sue said, there has been those discussions. There is a police officer, I believe, or one or two that are downtown a lot of the hours, and there is Project Care. And I think if we can highlight what this plan is trying to get at, really in this plan, and then the priority, if that's a high priority, maybe that's a way we could do it.
I mean, I agree, this is a public design plan, like it's a design for the public spaces.
Yeah, no, I'm responding to the language here that says town departments and or policing No.
It's maintenance and or, so I wanted to get the policing one in there because there is some language around the, patrol, approaches to patrol, basically.
Right.
So it is kind of the question of how far beyond physical design do you want to go with the recommendations?
And I guess that's where I think that there's so much work that's been going on. I mean, it's sort of similar to the parking study. There's plenty of parking, but there are still people who say that we don't have enough parking in this town. We have to decide that those people just are always going to feel like there's not enough parking, because we know there's enough parking and we're sort of moving ahead. There's people who think that the town is unsafe. Everybody's trying to work to make it safer. We're just going to have to move ahead without telling the police what to do, assuming that some people who are always going to feel unsafe, because we're always going to feel unsafe. Rather than, I agree with more lighting, all those sorts of things, the classical music and the but I wouldn't put recommendations for maintenance activities by town departments and or policing.
I wonder if there is a set of positive recommendations we could make on policing. For example, when there are rallies or parades or walks, or encouraging more support or other, I'm not sure.
I think that they are professionals, and I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell them how to police. They're very prepared, they're very professional. They've got their protocol. I'm not sure the planning commission is the right place to be putting that out there. Well, actually, I'm sure that the planning commission is not.
So I think that, if I'm understanding right, the question is really how to focus this effort, right? This report that we're coming up with, and I think, I'm not sure I'm totally like closed. I'm still open to a persuasive argument, but I think where I'm landing is I think I would focus on programmatic things like you were describing earlier in this report, and not focus the energy as much on I don't know what to call it. What did you call it? The recommendations for activities by town departments. I would maybe not focus as much on that stuff, so not as much on maintenance or policing activities, and focus more on the programmatic things like the lighting or the increased visibility in areas for as ways of improving safety in terms of things that feel to me more closely aligned to what the Planning Commission's mission is.
In that, I hear work for Public Works, I hear work for the Rec Department, I hear work for the Town Arts Council. So we'd be making recommendations for those groups.
Yeah, I was thinking more about the safety, and maybe I misunderstood the question, but I was focusing my head on the safety question.
Oh, you said programmatic, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the plan obviously requires people to do work. There's no question about that.
And maintain.
And yeah, I mean, but it's more, I think, sort of telling them where to go and how to do their jobs that we want to shy away from. There's also, I think, the plan as written can go towards making sure those people who say the place is unsafe we've heard that, and we can talk about, eyes on the street and the sort of Jane Jacobs sort of thing. We make these public spaces, we have more people out here, they're gonna feel safer. It's not necessarily about having a cop there. It can also be, we do these programmatic things, and that way I think if people feel, they do need to know that we've heard that. So the plan has to reflect it in some way, but I guess it should reflect it not in a way that sort of says we need more.
I think The point I was trying to make before with the public gatherings and protests and things like that is that sometimes it can be a burden on activating space to have the police say, yes, but you need an officer there and you need to pay this fee to have that happen.
That's true.
So that can be a burden on activating space, and that would be something that a policy that they could change or a value system that they could amend to support more public activity.
That's interesting.
Well, I need to check that because I'm not sure, not every use of public space in that manner requires a police officer. So I think it's, and the town has certainly waived fees. The climate change march last year, there was no fees on that. You know, there's a rally coming up, I don't know, in Plenty Park that, you know, was small, doesn't need, you know, so I guess I need to understand when it is that some safety protection is required.
Maybe I can just offer a question. From what I hear here, I think what you guys are really wrestling with is, does this plan change anything in public space and in this design that should be made aware to these departments and would change the way it's maintained or policed currently? Is there anything that should be brought out as, this is different, it may need new consideration from such and such and such and such to handle it differently? I don't know that there is that in this plan, but I think that's the question that this is trying to get at. Like, is there something new here that's being presented that changes the physical space enough that we need to say, we need to point at it and say, hey, think about this, because this just changed in how we maintain our physical space and police it. I don't know that there is. That would be where I plan. But I also think your question's valid, but I don't I don't know that, I don't see the design process so much playing into that question. Like, I think barriers to using public spaces is a really important concern to take forward, but maybe it belongs in different communication or a different effort. I don't know. I'm new to this as well, so I get to play the new guy.
But it's I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, because I think, I don't know that we can anticipate that these spaces are going to be dramatically transformed in such a way that it's going to change the way the police and the maintenance department needs to do their work. I mean,
I think there's basic maintenance that maybe, you know, there's been some discussion of pruning back.
Yes, say like the riverfront area, so the community effort to clear the riverfront here. I think I have photos of it.
Yeah, I got the
See?
poison ivy
People
cigars
clearing, right, people clearing out the back. That hasn't been kept up.
Right.
So that's, you know, has grown back in substantially over to
So this is an example of you wondering, should we state that in the plan or
yeah,
not,
it's sort of,
not
I'm
push
trying to
buttons?
figure out the tone and
well,
the
I think
structure
when
and
it
how we're
comes
going
to
to move forward.
vegetation and maintenance and public space, I think that is okay to mention that nobody is currently doing that right now. Is it Public Works? Is it Rec and Parks? Is it some other group? I think that's perfectly, I think that is perfectly legitimate.
Because I just remembered that when we did that, there was a big question about whether or not we were supposed to be doing that, and if we were hurting, you know, the
cap.
Yeah, something. So I think that there's a chance that in fact we were, and that's why the maintenance department said, well, we're not going to keep that up because in fact we need all that growth in order to, well, anyway.
We don't need all those invasives.
Okay. All right.
No one needs the grapevine.
Yeah.
Nobody needs
Not
grapevine. Yes. There's no knotweed there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Plenty of poison ivy.
Yeah, so I think that's good, and I do hear, you know, if it is the barriers to public space, I think then maybe that works its way into a recommendation. I mean, you've talked about your experience putting on arts events and, you know, that the cost can be a barrier. And so if we are trying to program these public spaces, then maybe there's a recommendation that the town should look at its policies or ordinances and Like, I think that is
Just not take
reasonable
away
to-
the benches.
I'm okay with that being in a recommendation. There should be benches, you know, I think those are all the public space programmatic things that
Who's gonna take
I'm
away the
just.
benches?
People say that's happening.
They have,
yeah,
it has
Uses downtown over the years.
It has benches.
It's a solution to loitering. You take away the benches.
I mean, I see this plan as like not directing one body, but directing the town as a whole, like the departments, elected officials, town officials. You know, that's how committees, that's how I see these plans and just the plan process and plan creation in the first place. It's, you know, it's not, some plans, maybe they tell direct groups what to do, but in this plan, it's more about downtown. How can we make these changes without directly saying that Public Works has to maintain them, or, you know, I feel like there's ways we can use that kind of language to say, look at what we did in the past, you know, we would love to, you know, how can we recreate these efforts to maintain invasives?
Or it's, you know, it's either recreating or it's saying, this is really important to us and we think that we should prioritize this kind of stuff in the downtown or elsewhere.
Sure, yeah.
So that gets
Government
us
needs
to
to
number
do that.
5.
Yeah, so I thought just getting a sense, if you have walked through what's written so far, just what folks in the room see as priorities. I'm willing to share what I think are priorities, and then
Oh, gosh, why don't you kick us off? That would be good.
see where we go. You know, so if you're thinking about, as we're thinking about the implementation matrix, one of the things we're going to do is sort of sort them in terms of importance or priority or time frame. And
So we're doing matrix.
yeah, huh?
Okay, we are doing matrix.
I don't know if it's going to be a matrix. I just call it implementation. We have a bit of a challenge, which we have to get through here in the design plan, is that the design plan, the story map thing doesn't accept a table very well. And so we normally do implementations in this table format. So we're hitting our heads here to
The
figure
town
out.
plan definitely has one.
Yes, this is a real planner problem. But anyway.
Well, another thing that I like, kind of spinning off this question is, what do you guys think of like short-term and long-term priorities?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In
Like in
terms
terms of like things that might take a little longer in terms of getting funding, like
I'd like to-
redesigning Harmony Lot, or something quicker like adding lighting, better lighting to downtown, for example.
So basically synonymous with easy and easily achievable and more complex,
Or
low-hanging
exactly,
fruit, high-
kind of. What do you think of that idea? I'm curious because I've been thinking about it lately. So.
Yeah, so I mean, having worked
To have
through.
that four sector grid of
it's helpful to
what's
see that.
easy and fast and what's
You know, it could be
slow and
helpful for
hard.
prioritization. Just, you know, obviously some things are going to take longer to implement.
Yeah, is anybody, any of the commissioners prepared to articulate a priorities? Yeah.
I don't know if something jumped out at you when you looked at that you were like, we should get on that right away, or that's like, I think that's sort of a critical first step, or anything of that nature.
I don't feel ready to.
Well, you can think about that until we meet again.
Can you throw some options out there?
So-
I mean, I have some floating around in my head, but maybe it's just because they're the ones that I remember.
Yeah, so it seems to me that, you know, the impetus for doing the plan was the change to the bridge. So the work around the intersection in Bridge Street, that seems to be, those are big projects and expensive projects and complex projects, but those seem to be kind of priority pieces, I would think, there. And then I come back to the transportation center. It seems to me that the transportation center and getting people to park there is critical to doing anything else that follows.
That's a good point.
And so some of that is, you know, some physical changes. It's trying to shift public opinion, and it's not going to be easy to do. You know, if you look at the parking numbers in that facility, it's horrible. And the only way you're going to get the cars off the surface parking and off the on-street parking and into the garage is if there is a very significant public perception shift in the use of the garage. So it seems to me like that. It probably actually, I think they're gonna fix the elevator, right?
Yes, the parts have been on order,
Yes, so that is like, there are some things there, and I think, you know, the conversation around lighting of the interior lighting has been bounced around.
DBA has had lots of discussions about placemaking, you know, not only the Ask the River art, but, you know, some art on the different levels of the floor, like that was seen at the pop-up, you know, active community alley and activating the transportation centers and more.
Yeah. So that seems to me to be a pretty critical step. And then, unfortunately, just circle back to just the basic maintenance. The just cleaning and trimming and tidying and maintaining what's there now. Because there's actually a lot of really good stuff there now that could be better utilized. And, you know, start to create a more it's as much a public perception problem at this point as anything, and so those aspects to me seem like they're pretty important piece of the puzzle, and they're not hard to do either. I mean, in terms of the short-term easy question, you've got the resources, the town has the resources to do it. It's a commitment of the resources question, I guess.
Yeah, tacked on to that, I'd love Harmony parking lot to be a park and the rail trail to go in.
I would love bigger sidewalks on Main Street.
Oh yeah, that too.
Are we putting a hyperloop in there too? Like you just.
Oh, come on, now you're being,
I'm sorry.
what's a century plan?
I'm supposed to be long-term strategic.
I know, yeah.
I think the whetstone pathway too is, I mean, some sort of redesign of the space that is there that doesn't function very well.
Yeah, maybe that's something that we should actually talk about a little bit, because that's one that's got sort of two very different options ahead, and sort of two very different ways to think about the space. And I'd be curious to see what your response was to that. They both came out of the charrette that we had feedback from people. In terms of what it would take to do this, to make this into a good public space. So there were really these two competing ideas. One is it's a path, and it should just be people moving on it, and you know, it shouldn't be a gathering space so much. And so there is the this design idea, which really takes a bunch of that plaza space away and puts green space there. There was also a lot of sentiment, if you remember, in the public survey responses and people who came through, that people would like to see more green. The hard surfaced places in downtown are not particularly popular. We can say whether we think this works or doesn't work, given how those spaces are supposed to function, but a lot of people expressed an interest in seeing more green. So this really just makes it more of, this is a pathway approach. You know, yes, there might be some seating to overlook the river and that type of thing, but it's not sort of envisioned as that public gathering space. And then, let's see here. I don't.
But it serves as such a great public gathering space right now.
Yeah, I don't actually have the drawing in apparently for the other one. I did start on. So the other one.
Is that sarcastic?
No, it was
yeah.
totally
Yeah, there are some good.
boom boxes and people making music and
Yeah.
like people selling stuff. It's just,
I'm gonna just check and see if it's actually down here, and I didn't drop it in yet,
But you
or
think this
if it
will
ate it
enhance
again.
it, or
Every now and then
muddy
this
it?
thing eats a drawing. You put something in and it goes away. So let's see.
Is this section, this is
I
owned
thought
by
maybe
the
that's why
town,
you were
not by
bringing
the
that up.
village?
Yes, it is owned by the town.
Because you had thoughts about that.
I should probably go within
15 minutes and looking at the times.
Okay.
Well, I don't see it sitting right here easily, so why don't I'll just, so anyway, the other plan takes a different approach where it takes, the parking that's here in front of the entrance to the store and shoves it down there. So taking out this walkway, so you push the parking that way. You still end up with fewer parking spaces, but you could sort of figure out how many you could manage to do away with. I think I said 7 or so might go away, and that would allow this whole space in front of the store to not have any parking. So, and then really extend the whetstone pathway that way, so it interfaces with the front of the store a lot more. I mean, if you notice that part is paved, as if it's meant to be a pedestrian zone, right? But it really, given the, parking and the, let's see, where's the, do I not have the area? Okay, I don't know that. But anyway, to really sort of make that more of a pedestrian plaza space with the cars, yes, would still be coming by, but it wouldn't be the parking.
It wouldn't be the parking and all the movement.
All the movement going back and forth there. So, if you could think about the co-op could extend their outdoor seating for their cafe across. There could be, you could still leave it hard surfaced. You could have food truck or food cart type activity. That kind of thing could fill into that space instead of using it for parking. And in that way, really open up the whetstone to the pathway to the front of the store. There's something, the difference in the elevation and the cars is just enough to really make it kind of hidden. By the time you're in this corner, yes, you are visible from the parking lot, but you're not really highly visible, I guess I would say, if you're in that area because of the slight difference in the elevations and then the parked cars. So in some ways, that goes back to that whole surveillance and public visibility, and so all those kinds of changes and the opening up of the vegetation in there as well, that's also interesting, this vegetation along the back rows. If you go back and look at some of the earlier air photos, it's pretty obvious that this stuff in earlier actual photos, even when the store was just built, it's obvious that this stuff has grown up an awful lot in less than 10 years. Basically, probably since Irene, there was probably a change to the how much sediment there is down there and stuff got pulled in and stuff. There's a lot of that. Basically, everything that's on the riverside is young for the most part, and is bushing quite a bit at this point in terms of blocking it around.
That area, that parking area strikes me as accident prone too, but maybe it hasn't been. But I wonder if anyone's heard of car accidents being frequent there.
In the parking lot?
The first
row.
The first row.
Yeah.
There's times when I walk, cars come in, and I'm like, should I go or not?
But I think I'm cognizant of the time. So I want to know how we want to go forward. Do you have some?
Yeah, I did. I had this really novel thought that I wanted to share, but related to this. Was there ever the thought of us, maybe it's kind of a sacred cow, but a taboo thing to bring up, but that we have public spaces that are so underutilized and that relinquishing them, selling them, would free up resources to apply to a better spot? In the same way that we are entertaining the idea of relinquishing some parking spaces because they're excessive or unused.
That is not something that's necessarily, it didn't really come up in the discussions we've had, I guess, from the community, but it's certainly a valid idea. I think there was some thoughts around Harris, wasn't there, of trying to get some buildings back?
Nothing serious. I think it's plain fantasy that Harris would be a great place to put some housing.
Oh, good.
Okay.
no
It has a nice
seats.
view.
It has a nice view, nice flat parking lot. Like, we always thought that would be a great place for, when Melrose was being closed, like, oh, that'd be a great place, you know. Who wouldn't
I mean-
wanna live downtown?
The other question, I mean, the question is, what would you be able to relinquish? You wouldn't be able to relinquish the riverfront area because of the pollution issues with that.
Maybe some really strange building could go in at Plaza Park.
That's got, I think, I haven't tracked it down or looked it up, but there is some historical.
It's on the National Register now.
Because of the fountain?
What?
Wow, really?
Or more
Yep.
than
It
that, the
is.
wall that
It
goes
is.
around and everything.
Yep, it's part of the
Downtown district.
downtown district, and yeah, so
That's amazing.
Let's see with a
I
whole
would
new
give
eye
some
now.
thought to
Yeah.
your, you know, any
Yeah.
consideration
Yeah.
of selling public spaces.
Because if it's so hard to find funding and stuff for additions,
I think
and there's
There's always
things,
precedent. We can
and
have
there's
that as
things,
an option.
things we have that don't satisfy, then we're saying.
There
Cycle
could be
things in
an
and out.
adopt-a-park.
Right.
Museum, take that Malfunction Junction Park again. Do something cool with it.
So, outside of selling off some of our real estate, what's the, do you need anything else from us this evening?
I need a decision about whether you want to see me next time in April, or if I don't know what else you've got from an agenda perspective and things like that. So
Well, we have the pressing issue of we need to work on our zoning, and before we work on our zoning, we were gonna have our values conversation and get that out of the way so that we could make more rapid decisions on our zoning, because we've had our values all set.
we are, I mean, the only thing I would say is that we are on a deadline. The municipal planning grant is up in May. I'm not exact, I think it's the end of May, and then I've got a month to kind of close it out. I don't have the exact deadline, but.
I don't know the exact.
So
thing,
your
but I think it's
recommendation
in
is
the
we
end.
do this again in April?
Well, my yeah, I mean, well, no, I mean, I think if you want more time with Brandy and we want to be checking in on our work, then
Yes.
maybe we can do more than one thing at a meeting, I don't know.
I mean, there's also the question, you know, if you wanted to do another time slot too, if you had other agenda items.
Would,
Or if we wanted to do a special meeting to do values or something like that. That's an option too.
would,
Now that you know.
would another meeting with Brandy, we would still be looking at the draft.
Within another month, I should have the strategy stuff done.
So it'd be like a final draft.
It'd be a final draft
And
version.
meeting in April would be a final draft-ish version.
Yeah.
Would that be a chance to maybe gently invite some other people in to take a look?
Sure, absolutely.
So maybe not that we are having those conversations that we talked about potentially having, but at least including
Yeah, the DBA and
the
some other,
DBA,
maybe.
rec department, I don't know. if
Right,
they would
the
come.
maintenance, people who are in charge of maintenance, it seems like
Rec department.
rec department.
Not as a presentation of a final anything,
But just as a discussion as we
yeah,
try to
this is
finalize
where we're
things.
at. What do you
I would
feel?
say if we take that approach, we should not have anything else on the agenda.
And the one issue might be to think about, if we invite people who haven't looked at it at all before, they're going to need some time in advance, probably, to have the option of familiarizing themselves. So that affects sort of how quickly I gotta turn this around.
Well, is there a chance that we can, we meaning the two of you, introduce those people to this?
Yes.
Before that?
Not just, it's on Brandy, like, when is
Yeah,
when
to
is
get
the
this
deadline?
done
Should we
quickly.
do this in April, should we do it in May?
Well, I don't know that we should push all the way into May, but if you thought you had too full of an agenda to take it on, and you wanted to push this into a little later into April, that could assist with the,
Well, it all
Having-
depends on
having
the
it more
commissioner-
complete so
commissioners,
people look
whether or
at it.
not you guys can do it 2 meetings in April.
So the only thing I will say is that I am on vacation the week of April 20th, and I would want to be here for the discussion.
And then I'm on vacation the week before that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But
I
I think we
as
can
long as
still
one
have a
of us is
meeting the
here.
week before.
Yeah, I don't have to be here.
But we could, I mean, the DBA and the rec department could see this.
Yes.
And
This is live,
go a
so-
long way
yeah.
towards.
And
getting
it would also
briefing.
give them a feeling of, okay, this is still in
It's still in-
progress.
Yeah, and then,
I don't have to
and
have
then
a
if they
full.
see the finalized, whatever you've got in April at the same time we do, then we're actually really collaborating with them instead of saying we're sort of just bringing you in when we've already chewed it.
So I can share
The sixth?
those that we want to bring into the discussion.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
is that okay?
Yeah,
I feel
no.
like you were trying to push for a later April.
Well,
meeting,
I was just
so
worried that if you want them to look, but if you're happy with just having them walk through what's here now, you know, I'm like.
Well, because I think it's going to be a discussion. I'm going to show it to them and
Mhm.
explain where the conversation went and, you know.
Yeah, so I do keep adding things, so.
Yeah.
I know, every time you look at it, there might be some new stuff.
And I think that it was really helpful for us to react to it with having some guiding questions to
Okay.
react to, so.
So you can keep those in the back of your mind, because as I've gone through it, those seem to be the more pressing policy questions.
Indeed.
So as we go forward.
Great.
Okay.
All right, so are there any other issues? Anything else? Nothing else for tonight? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Sure.
You can make most.
I'll make it. Move the way adjourn.
I will second the motion.
Are all those in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We got a good amount done yesterday, so today I was thinking most of you would look at these little drafts that Jim has done. I showed you guys the draft on weighting study yesterday. He's done a rewrite on the gender language. And then on 226, which we passed out yesterday, the bargaining, he's prepared an amendment to strike out sections 6 and 7 because he put them in the bill thinking we would alter them and then we didn't. So 6 and 7 have no changes, but we say they are amended to read, and they are not in fact amended. So this just strikes both of those out, so the bill will be shorter.
Okay.
No change otherwise. The other thing is, Andy reminded me that this was his bill, and so I asked him to report it, because the one that we got rid of his language, but that's where we put the healthcare bargaining.
Oh, that's sorry.
So he's going to report this on the floor.
When you voted on yesterday?
Yeah. So Bloomer's going to work it out with him.
The question I have too, are we going to do with 224 anything of the literacy pieces or dyslexia, or are we waiting for the House to send over language?
Waiting for the House on that. So they're going to send a separate bill.
Okay. Because I got a few people reached out like, oh, what do you do with the 224? And I'm just like, I think the House is sending us something. And
It's like a perfect storm of misinformation that we don't have any control over, because Jeannie's system insists that we have to use the existing title for the bill.
It's not her system.
The system that Jeannie is forced to use. We cannot change the title, and then the House is working on it and has gotten everybody all stirred up on structured literacy, and we chose as the only vehicle one related to structured literacy. So it looks like both committees are madly working on that subject, and obviously they're not doing anything. So just apologize to anybody. I've already written a couple letters like that where I'm just like, sorry, I know it's confusing from home, but we're not doing anything to cross over.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Oh, did you see? I'm sorry, I was just looking at Mr. Hygiene, but did you see the Scotland has this legislation to make all, to everybody, every female in the country.
So that's like a state law, though.
In Scotland.
Well, Scotland.
It's bigger than Vermont.
No, but it's smaller than Texas or.
Bigger than a bread basket.
Smaller.
You're saying for all schools or for
every female in the country?
So I had a girl in college that's like, that's on the all national Slovakia team.
I mean, if you.
So that's like the all state Pennsylvania.
Sorry,
No, we get it.
So let's just have a quick discussion about Corey's bill, academic athletes.
Is it something you want?
It's just a blank piece of paper that came out of the printer that can be used for something.
Jeannie, where is the stuff on the?
It's 328.
Using your undergrad won't be like.
We could.
I think that would require pro temp to support the
Corey's bill. 328. Do we have a folder for the?
Yes. I'm using.
You're gonna do that tonight?
We did it in the house. I liked it better because I had my iPad and then I had my Apple Pen and I could color everything different colors.
Oh, that's cool. We don't do
You know what I
that.
mean? So when I was taking notes, I could like write I did like the green, I did like. Now I'm sitting here like, no, I didn't get a green pen or I'm looking for a different color pen.
If you ever want to check something about the topic and
Oh, red is editing, red don't like green.
So while we wait for Jim, Jim's coming?
Blue was really bad.
they're voting on it.
I was just gonna check in with the committee about where people are on the student athlete compensation bill. Because if the committee likes it, we can add it to the miscellaneous bill. I know there was some sentiment that we should wait.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought all the overwhelming thing for the testimony was that there's going to be an what do you call it, NCAA meeting in January, and that they were proposing some rule changes, and that every Division 1, 2, and 3 all asked us to wait. Well, Division 1 didn't so much. Division 2
Depended on the sport.
But Norwich did. Norwich did. The guy who did say, he goes, I don't expect them to actually
do anything
in January. So that's my only concern of the January piece is that they even said, yeah, we have these proposals, but like anything, they get tabled. And so will it draw out?
Well, I mean, you did bring up the point of putting pressure on the NCAA if we take some kind of action. So I'm not opposed to that, actually. So there you go.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Jim?
I wasn't here for the testimony.
Okay, I was.
So I'm not really sure. I'd have to review that.
I did talk with Skylar Nash. We were at another event and we talked for about 15 minutes about it. It makes a very convincing case.
Is he the student athlete we heard
Yeah.
from? Yeah. So he was the one person that we heard from that was pretty clear that he wanted us to move forward and everybody to move forward. I think the most compelling thing for me in the testimony we heard was that there are what the other student athlete who was in here described, and I think this is more than just her description, as the 2% athletes really want it to happen, and the 98% want to go through this process with the NCAA to make sure that it treats them fairly, because it's a boon for football, men's
men's and to a lesser extent women's basketball and hockey in some places and baseball in some places. But other than that, because those athletes could probably make a lot of money on their name, image, and likeness. But the rest of the athletes, for the most part, with a few, individual exceptions, would not necessarily benefit. There are some gender equity issues. There are definitely divisional issues, but with Division 1, 2, and 3.
But I'm not understanding why it's not fair to them. So take Skylar.
He'd make more money.
He would make a lot more money.
Player.
Understood. But why should he not have the right to do that? Why does somebody who's really good at something and advertisers want them, why is it unfair to somebody who's not as...
So depending on how the rules are written, if they're written for those 2% of athletes to benefit, it may actually not benefit the rest of the athletes, depending on how things move forward with the rules.
But it couldn't be any worse than it is now.
Well, I think it commercializes the whole experience so much that the other student athlete said that she really appreciated the whole idea and culture of collegiate athletics that was not like professional sports, and she was afraid that the whole experience would be ruined, or at least tainted by having this commercial aspect.
And that the athletic directors that testified all testified asking for us to wait from each of the 3 divisions, saying that there were a lot of concerns specifically for Division 3 and also potentially Division 2 about inequities because they right now don't do recruiting and don't do scholarships for the athletes. And this would say, this wealthy donor could offer $50,000 to this car dealership that then could invite the star basketball player to sign autographs and have that be sort of an incentive for that basketball player to come to the school. And that just skirts around the Division 3 rules in a way that the athletic directors feel really uncomfortable.
I already have with that too, that the athletic directors don't have a problem with, is that the school sells the sponsorship to that team, to that local car dealership. The kids still gotta go sign autographs at the car dealership and don't make any money, because that's what happens now.
Right, I mean, money is in the system, it's just being exclusively made by the...
What I like about our bill is it just says they can make money off their likeliness, and it doesn't go into effect until 2023. So I think it does put that pressure on the NCAA to be like, California's doesn't go into effect until 2023. But it does that same thing, gives the NCAA time to move it along, and basically, our bill would become, hopefully they would figure it out at that point.
What I suggested to Corey as a sort of interim measure is that we either do a resolution, which I know the Senate doesn't always like, but a Senate resolution urging the NCAA to act, or just a letter from our committee, or even joint if the House wants to join on, urging them to act, saying we've taken testimony, we want them to act, figure this out, and if they don't act, then we would move in the direction of state law. Just as I would have a hard time supporting it right now. My one college in my district has asked that we not move forward right now because it's Division 3 and they're very concerned. So.
Well, I like the resolution better than the letter idea. So obviously we don't have Andy today, but we can see where we go on it. I can see sense both ways. Either having it in with a date that goes out and could be pulled back or altered, and I can also see a resolution where you're essentially trying to pressure. I'm not sure how much pressure our resolutions produce.
Well, I think it would help our NCAA people who go into this process to say, look, we have this resolution from our Senate saying they want us to move and we better get our tails in motion. We have, a UVM student is on, what is it, the Student Athletic, the SAC, Student Athletic Committee for the NCAA. She's one of 30 students nationwide in Division 1 who's on this committee, and they are the student voice in all the policymaking division of the NCAA. So she's a really good vehicle. I'm looking here because she testified. She was great. She's a field hockey player. she's a vehicle to get our message to the NCAA along with our athletic directors.
It dawns on me, I don't know the rule, like we're past committee drafting date and we're past bill drafting date, deadline. Can you even write a resolution now? And
I think you can, resolutions are different.
Yeah, there's one that the ag committee may do that just got drafted.
Yeah, I don't think they have a deadline this year.
Okay, well, not sure where you land on the resolution idea, but
I mean, whatever we do to move the conversation, I think we're going to have to the bill because I think they're very clear NCAA is going to table it. NCAA is not going to do it until 10 or 15 states finally do something and say. It's kind of like when we do those bills on like incandescent light bulbs. I know we did one and it was like we joined 16 other states. Finally, the manufacturers are like, fine, we won't make them anymore. It's kind of one of those things that.
I did speak to Dave Walk.
He's coming in on Tuesday after the break.
After break? Okay. And he had a few things he'd like to share with us.
And is he basically pass or wait?
He was not pass, he was against it. And he was
against even in the future.
Last time I spoke to him, but I hadn't talked to him now in probably a good week and a half or so.
He said he's opposed to it.
Okay.
So 25 states have bills now doing it. Most are like a national standard like ours. Florida is doing a bill that allowed them to go beyond that. But yeah. So eventually, when you get to like 10 states, Congress will also have to act too because they're not going to want different NCAA will put pressure to put.
Theoretically.
I really count
But it looks like New Hampshire, New York, Massachusetts all have bills in us in the region.
Well, I don't think it's a bad idea to think about a resolution if we've had negative testimony to that extent. And Dave Walk apparently is going to come in opposition. But if mostly the opposition is timing, and if mostly the idea behind it is to push the NCAA, then a resolution would work.
Did you see?
Because no one was opposed to paying the students that came. They just wanted not to.
Wait.
Did you guys read the thing that the student? I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, but the UVM field hockey player student sent us. She sent it to me, and I asked her if she'd sent it to all of you.
I didn't get it.
Oh, really? Okay, I can forward it to all of you. But she sent a link to the letter from the SAC committee that basically lays out the 98% student argument, which I find really compelling.
Okay.
You also got to remember that a lot of the students, the 2%, also come from less means than some of the other athletes. Like when you look at their schools that they attended, I look at my school, like most of the kids went to St. Lawrence, their parents and their Division III athletes were just playing sports, but they were going to go to St. Lawrence whether or not anyway. Where I think in the Division I sport, especially basketball, baseball, football, the people that's their only opportunity to higher education and to make money long term. So I think it's when we talk equity and those other issues, I think some people are looking at it from perspective, but when they grew up on Cape Cod and went to Kent School or wherever they did, and they're
with Olympic athletes, they're allowed to monetize their image all along, right?
Yeah, so they had they weren't 30 years ago.
Yeah,
they
it's
are
just
now.
recent.
No, I mean in their life all along. So like from the time they start their career.
Well, once they accept money, they can never participate in NCAA.
No, I'm just talking about Olympics.
Right, but I'm saying if you're young and you still want to go be a gymnast for the University of Michigan, but you're 16 and you're an Olympian, you can't accept money because you're excluded from competing in NCAA.
I'm just wondering, is the NCAA the only institution that enforces a ban on people monetizing their own image? Because in our society, that's a
That's how we all make our living doing this.
Well, or
It's the big bucks.
Yeah, right.
I mean, in a capitalist society, you got a lawyer who puts ads on TV and says, I'm the DUI lawyer, call me out. It's like to say, especially with, many African-American athletes, we're going to make lots of money off you, and we're going to forbid you to tap into any of that.
But they don't, I mean, but like the Division Twos and threes, they don't make money off of them, you know.
Well, now, but I mean, suppose like Skylar was talking about if he started Skylar Nash basketball camp every summer in Vermont or in the region, that might get to be like a big deal, you know, where he could make $50,000 in the summer.
Yeah, and I think his testimony was very compelling.
Yeah.
I mean, he made the argument, you know, he comes from a working class background in Chicago, and he can't get money to pay for his plane tickets back and forth and things like that. And the summer camp, and his one thing that he said that I thought was really compelling is the coaches can all do the, you know, summer basketball camp, but the students can't. And that's an inequity between sort of labor and management almost. But
the one that always bothered me was Kevin Sneddon did one for an eye doctor. I just remember a radio ad. It was, "I'm Kevin Sneddon, the UVM hockey coach, and I can see better because they did LASIK for me."
And it's like, nobody's there to watch you, bro.
Yeah. So I think we should do something. I was hesitant to do a law because I was asked by my person to wait. And I think also if we wait and they don't do anything, then we can do an even stronger bill that really is more prescriptive.
Fair enough. We could even mention that in the resolution.
Yeah, because it would be, you know, January is when they meet, so we have plenty of time, assuming we're all, well, you're not going to, assuming we're all here, whatever, assuming one of us is here. We can do that. Corey.
Corey, do you want to talk to Michael Chernick? Okay. Great. So, no gym.
Not yet.
Ledge council.
Give me the house, Kitty, they all left.
I think most of them are done.
They're voting.
Oh, is it Act 250?
No,
they were done on the floor, I think.
No, but he's in-house ed and they're voting the bill out, that's right.
They may be voting the pre-K bill out.
Did you guys read the Vermont Digger story
about
on that bill?
pre-K?
Yeah.
It's pretty clear, it lays out pretty clearly what they're doing. You remember the testimony, or was it the year before? It might have been the year before. It was before you guys were here.
I remember this.
Yeah, we did a session of testimony on pre-K and unraveling the dual oversight, but also the question of the licensed educator. Is that going to put private providers out of business? Should we expand it? You know, we went back and forth and we created this language. Ultimately, that died because Dave Sharp didn't get his $10 million for expanded pre-K.
Right.
But they've redone that work from scratch on their own and come up with a different solution than the one we had worked out here. So we'll have to go back to the drawing board and hear from witnesses of all sorts.
All shapes and sizes.
Got some pre-K students in here. See what they say.
I'm 3 years old. I'm pissed off.
I think it should be under the.
I'll bring my kid in. He's just gonna be like, I want Barney.
I want him to wear the glasses.
And bring his dog. Hey, good glasses.
Like Barney, we have an Apple TV remote that like my wife and I were talking to, like when you want, you know, if we're gonna put Barney on, we'll do Barney's, and now you got it. He goes, Barney.
I can't believe you're letting a kid watch Barney.
Barney struck me as bizarre and like sketchy.
But you know what?
The moment I saw it.
Barney taught him to clean up. He throws away things.
Teletubbies.
Teletubbies. No, I love Teletubbies.
Teletubbies, yeah. Teletubbies is one of those shows that. I'm not going to say.
Although, if you think about it, it's weird kind of proto-fascism in Teletubbies.
That was you guys.
So there's this loudspeaker and it's like, Teletubbies.
Yes.
And they all come out and you're like, what was that? Getting the command.
And then there's SpongeBob. SpongeBob has his own Broadway show. SpongeBob is a Broadway show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I tried. He's not into Sesame Street. There's a new Sesame Street show out on Apple TV it's like, it's called Finders,
Yeah.
or the Problem Solvers or something, but it's, you watch 2 episodes, it's the same thing, so it's really annoying, because they're like 3 steps to solve the problem, but it's the same thing with just a different problem, so right, and you're just like, okay, no.
But it's always that way, like with Dora the Explorer, it's the same show every time.
Dora. Blue's Clues.
Dora was great. Blue's Clues is great. I like Blue's Clues.
Oh my God, so I
You
was
gotta have
magical movie is
The
the
original
best.
Blue's Clues guy, though.
Yeah.
What was his name?
I can't remember.
I don't know.
There were 2.
They went through, they changed him out, and the second guy just didn't do it.
Yeah.
It was disappointing.
So,
The Backyard
Sesame
Kids was
Street.
good.
Sesame Street started when I was like 6 or 7 years old. We're in the same age, right? So I remember my school sent home a note to my parents that this was going to be a good show that was coming. I was going to starting on PBS. So my mother made me. She's like made me watch it, but I was always rebelling in creative ways. So I sat. She said, "You sit in that chair and you." In front of the television. So I turned myself upside down in the chair. I was in the chair, but I was like in front of me. And she came out of the kitchen and she looked at me and she's like, she just went back in the kitchen. It was great. I was awesome.
You know what the best adventure kids is now is he's got these markers. It's not even a show, I'm going off, but it's got paper that the mark only works on a certain paper. So it's like he can draw on the wall with it, nothing. That's
That's
certain paper.
wow. It's probably got PFAS in it or something.
Probably.
Don't let him eat those.
There's probably something wrong with it. That sounds like a miracle drug.
Jim Demeray.
We decided to tentatively craft a resolution around the athletic compensation bill instead of dropping it in here as a part of this bill. So do you know, is there any deadline on resolutions?
I don't know, that's a Michael's Turner question.
Yeah, that's good too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
And then I was wondering, were you able to, you and I had talked earlier today about that rewrite of the gender
Yeah, sure.
equity? Okay, let's take a look at that.
Yeah, okay. So,
Oh, what did they just vote out, did they?
yeah, I was just working, I see they wrote out the literacy goal.
The literacy.
Oh, did they?
If we take out, well, out of house education, in human services, and nurses now out.
And literacy is
that grant?
mostly grants?
Mostly grant.
Okay. Is there any mandatory screening or anything?
There's already a statute in place, 2903, that requires screening.
Third grade?
Yeah, and I think it's grades 1 through 3.
Okay.
And then also screening at 4 years old and beyond if you have any trouble. So I think there's a problem with compliance with that.
Okay.
So rather than do a new law saying the same thing, I think they're trying to get people to comply with this additional law.
Carrots.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I know, but you don't want to.
So it'll, well, I assume it'll come over to us. Their money committees aren't shy about killing their bills.
Yeah, there's a $800,000 appropriation.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Grants, always grants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this, so sorry, for the record, Jim Demery on his console. We are looking at draft 5.1 of what is essentially your miscellaneous bill, S24.
5.1? I have 4.1.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Do you,
Yeah, that's what I have.
That does not have language that Senator asked for.
is this 4 point? I have 4 points.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that I sent the.
So you're working from 5 point.
Yeah, and then the 5.1 has your language in it, so
We'll have to wait for Gene to print it out.
Is it in color, Jim? Is it in color?
it's in color. I put in this bill as well the changes to Act 173.
Oh, good.
Is correct. But I'm not really ready to go through that with you because I've been running around and I need to get the sped timeline up for you. I won't go through with that. So
good to have it in there though, so we don't forget.
Yeah.
And we're gonna replace 4.1.
No, I did send it to the copy room, and this is what I got. You should I had gotten copies of it. No, I had 4 copies of it before.
Where?
we'll see. Excuse me.
Actually, so you got that bill, the
273? Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at it. I just printed it out.
Okay.
But, I'll look at it and do, when do you, what time, when is good for you?
Oh, I'm around, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we can figure it out.
All right.
Yeah.
I will probably look at it and work on it on Sunday, and I'll be in touch about, I'll email you.
Can you print your copy with
The line numbers, yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, it would be helpful. I don't know why, when I print them from, they won't do the line numbers, but yeah, that'd be good. I know, I'm printing it from my phone, so that may be why, but, and then the amendment to this bill about the health policy, I also got that, and then I need to talk to more people before I get back to you, but we can talk about both of those next week. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Interesting. I was impressed with how fast you were. He's too fast. I don't have time to look at these right now.
Well, it's not in my head. See, but you tell me certain things, I write them down, but then I'll like, did I write?
Yeah.
So I gotta sort you in.
That is wise. I need to get better now.
Well, I mean, in that case, Bernie could not step down without probation. You know what I mean? And at that point, if you're Scott, why would you, floss like good reason? Okay, so we'll just.
Can I ask you, since we have a moment, did Bobby talk to you about 273?
Yeah, that seems fine.
You don't need it to come here? Okay. I just didn't want any, problem on the floor with people going, hey. Because it does affect Title 16.
No, understood.
Yeah.
But, it seems more properly like a money committee and ag.
Yeah, we're trying to keep it focused on local foods.
Yep.
And the vehicle is school lunches, basically.
And I think this committee wouldn't have any problem.
Yeah, there's nothing in it that I think you guys would have a problem with. But Bobby's trying to get the money from the ag sort of piece of appropriations rather than the education piece. So I think that's helpful too.
But he's understandably gun shy because he and Chris Gray have tangled over every bill for the last, 4 years.
Yeah.
Hello, Allison.
You look surprised.
Please come in and brighten our room.
Hi, everybody.
We're just hanging out.
We were just doing that too. It's as if, class was dismissed, and then we just had to discuss all sorts of things, ag issues.
It's like the day before Christmas vacation at school where your teacher shows you Shrek.
Yeah, nice work on your library bill.
We talk about Blue's Clues. Thank you.
Nice work.
Thank you. Not a single question.
That's because we all know in our hearts it's all true.
That's true. Yeah, I
and
tried
much
to
needed.
lull you into thinking.
Behind you.
It's our draft.
I'm too big. There's a draft. I see you're having just a quiet moment.
Yes.
A lull before the storm.
We're actually working. So.
Okay. Enjoy. I figured these people would hung around if we were just having fun.
Oh, we're amusing them.
Thank you.
Okay. So, do you want to just go through the one change on the menstrual hygiene products first? Or
yeah.
Okay. So page 8, on line 15, this now reads, this to the majority of bathroom issue. So it says now a school district and an approved independent school shall make menstrual hygiene products available at no cost in a majority of gender-neutral bathrooms and bathrooms designated for females that are generally used by females in any of grades 5 through 12 in any school within the district under the jurisdiction of the board.
Yeah, I think that gets it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's a little convoluted, but yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like,
well, I understand.
It's such a simple thing.
Yeah.
Put tampons in the bathroom, people.
But this is Ledge Council style. Like, I always, no, not just Jim, all of Ledge Council, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what Bryn Hare and others say in judiciary, because I'm always like, I would break that into either two sentences or I would use M dashes or something to have it not be one long.
I love M dashes, but you can't use them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Your style criterion don't allow you to kind of break stuff up in that way.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why, but
yeah, you can break things up in lists, but you can't. Yeah, I can't like.
But you know, I think there's no real confusion there.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm just looking at the next sentence. Actually. Okay, so in consultation with the school nurse, they decide which bathrooms, but didn't we want to say that they can decide how to do it?
Well, I think the bill is silent on that.
Yeah.
Which allows them to do whatever.
To do what they want. Okay.
Yeah,
but it does say that we do want them to have access to menstrual hygiene products at no cost and without the embarrassment of having to request them.
Yeah.
So that.
Yeah. So whether they use a basket with the product or a dispenser would be fine under the bill.
Under the way bills are.
But I think if we are not silent on it, we're going to involve ourselves in another definitional hunt. You know?
We're not another sentence like this.
One of my friends who has 2 teenage girls told me that she felt like she was the tampon fairy. So that is another option. They could use a tampon fairy.
So put that in the bill.
Yeah.
Put that in legislation.
Well, it's up to the school nurse if she wants to employ one.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, we're going to skip through what's on the next page. Is all the special education technical stuff.
Those are the tweaks in 173 that we will look at and come back.
Okay, and then we go to a new section on page 14. And this is piece of section law. And it reads gender balance.
I think it's 20 and 5, Jim.
20 and 5.
So you have 19 and 6?
Oh,
Yeah, because the students just elected 2 men. Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
So I believe it's now 20.
Okay. So this reads, the Board of Trustees of UVM currently is composed of an overwhelming majority of men, with 20 men and 5 women. The Board of Trustees of the Vermont State Colleges currently has gender balance on its board. The state goal is to have the UVM board achieve gender balance by 2025 and maintain it thereafter, and the VSC board maintains gender balance. Gender balance means for the UVM board that the 25-member board is composed of 12 or 13 members who are women or people who identify as women or non-binary, and for the VSC board that the 15-member board is composed of 7 or 8 members who are women or people who identify as women or non-binary.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but so you remember we got testimony that a non-binary person is not the same thing as a woman. We
Carrie Bratt,
project. Yeah. So we need to take out more non-binary. We need to concentrate on women at the moment. And then I think.
Fine with me.
I would agree. I think it would be wonderful if we had non-binary women on the board, or non-binary people on the board, but I think that it dilutes it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll make that change.
Yep.
But are we going to say, then we're just going to put a period after who are women?
Period, yeah. Who identify. Well, no, who identify as women.
Well, if you say...
I think you can say you can just say who identify as women, because you know I identify as a woman, and
yeah.
So to be clear, we're saying composed of 7 or 8 members who identify as women, not who are women or people who identify
as women.
Yeah, I think who identify as women would cover it.
Yes.
More completely without having 2 phrases.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we're saying that trans women
would count.
Satisfy this.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it goes on to say, given that the UVM and VSC boards have 4 categories of trustees, which include those
of there.
4 categories of, thank you, trustees, which include those appointed by the governor, by the General Assembly, and by representatives of the university, as well as student trustees. It is incumbent on the legislative and executive branches to undertake efforts to further the state goal of achieving and maintaining gender balance on these boards.
Why don't we say it is also incumbent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. It is also incumbent. Yep. And that says on before January 31, 2021, and annually thereafter, as part of their annual budget presentations to the General Assembly, UVM and VSC shall provide, at a minimum, the most recent 5 years of information on the gender composition of their respective boards of trustees. This information shall include the appointing entity, initial appointment date, and length of service, and shall summarize recruitment and replacement strategies employed for recently expired and imminently expiring trustee positions.
Looks good to me.
So we don't call out like the ones that are, appointed by representatives of the university specifically.
Yeah.
Self-perpetuating.
Yeah.
No.
Couldn't we say
they're called out
here?
I don't want to use self-perpetuating because that term isn't known.
No, yeah.
So those are the folks who are, where it says on 17, and by representatives of the university.
Actually, let's put by self-perpetuating trustees there.
For both?
So it would say appointed by the governor, by the General Assembly, and by self-perpetuating trustees as well as student trustees.
What didn't Jim just say? It's not in statute.
No,
To call him that.
No, he said that people wouldn't know the term, but I think probably many people would in the legislature. But that's what the term of art is.
Yeah, that's what they put on their website.
Does that make sense, Jim?
Yep.
Okay.
But I don't feel like they've been. There's nothing there that says that they need to do something.
Right.
So why are we saying it's also incumbent on the legislature and the executive branches? We haven't said that they need to.
We could say on line 14, following where that sentence ends.
Yeah.
We could say the self-perpetuating members of the UVM trustees
Shall them?
well, I'd rather avoid that. So we could say.
Well, or it should undertake efforts to
should
say goal or
yeah, should undertake efforts to.
Should or shall or
shall.
No, not shall.
Oh,
no, I want to avoid that, and that this whole thing is written to avoid that. So, what
should will.
The self-perpetuating trustees have an obligation to address this imbalance in their choice of replacement trustees.
Oh, that's good. Did you get that? It's good that you're right.
With that change, how does it look?
Yes, that's okay.
We're not deciding anything, I'm just wondering.
Is that language only for UVM?
One second, what's that?
That's a good
Oh,
point.
Okay. What was that, Jen?
Is that language only for UVM?
Yes.
Yes, because right now State Colleges has parity.
Yep.
And we've said that we want them to maintain it, and they also have to report.
Yeah. So they're fine.
Yep. Ruth, did you say something?
I was just about to ask about, there are student trustees on the State College Board too, as well.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think there is, yeah.
So where do you want the language to go? So
Right
At
after-
the end of B, section B.
Yeah, at the end of B.
Line 14.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think that's all I had for us to do today. I appreciate everybody sticking around for a little more.
I now declare the 2020 Vernon Town Meeting in order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing as we'd like a moment of silence for all town residents who have died and are no longer with us as of the past year. Please be seated. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community TV. You can watch it later this week on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anybody speaking at the meeting, when you come to the point where you want to be recognized, after you're recognized, find the microphone in the center of the room. Please stand and state your name and speak directly into the mic so viewers in the room and at home can hear you. Now, to briefly go over the rules of the meeting, Robert's Rules of Order are the basic rules for this meeting, except where Vermont law takes precedence. The public body cannot change Vermont state law, but you can change Robert's rules with a 2/3 vote if you so desire. All articles must be moved and seconded by the body and restated by the moderator before it is under consideration. The debate on the article may begin. After I restate the motion, the person who made the motion has first right to speak in the debate. Articles may have only one amendment at a time associated with them, and amendments to an article likewise may only have one amendment at a time associated with them. Now, after you've spoken once on a particular article, you'll not be recognized for a second time during discussion unless everybody else who's wanted to speak has had that chance. Robert's rules only allows the speaker to speak twice on a given motion. Division of the House may be requested by one voter before or after a voice vote. Vermont state law allows for a paper ballot at the request of 7 voters, unless the town has made other arrangements before or after a voice vote or division of the House. Debate may be cut off by a motion to move the previous question at a 2/3 vote to do so. All motions, remarks, and discussion must be addressed to the moderator. I'll do my best to recognize you in the order that you've raised your hands. I will tell you, though, that I'm 63 years old, my eyesight stinks, and I can't hear a thing. After being recognized, please stand up, wait for a microphone, and then go to the center microphone. Your speeches now must be confined to the merits of the question. You'll not be allowed to engage in personal attacks on a member of the body or their motives. Vermont state law also prohibits consideration of articles that have not been warned, which means you cannot take binding action on something that has not been officially warned for this meeting. Reconsideration is allowed by Vermont state law until a point is reached where the body has begun working on the next article. It means if you voted down an article, you can make a motion to reopen consideration by a person on the prevailing side. Yes, I'll ask you how you voted, and you better tell me truthfully. Once the next article is on the floor, no more action can be taken regarding the previous article at this meeting. Now, my role as moderator is to help you accomplish the business you intend to do. Please raise your hand and ask questions if you don't understand what's happening, or if you think what is happening is wrong for some reason, or if you want to do something but just don't know how. We'll help. And please tell me if you think I'm ruling improperly. You do have the right to challenge the moderator ruling. Only registered voters of this town may vote at this meeting or at special meetings. If you're not a registered voter, please raise your hand so I know where you are. All right, thank you very much. This is perhaps the only time that a lot of us see each other. In fact, I'm taken aback by the fact that one of our residents died over a weekend and they were not found until several days later. We need to be closer as a community, be able to talk out our differences, still remain friends, neighbors, and community members the next day. I would hope that we conduct our business in a way that we're an example for our children and communities around us, in the way that those who have passed on and lived their lives in this community were examples to us. Now, with that in mind, we're going to open with a couple of members of the Vermont legislature. I'd say I'm opening with two aces in poker technology. Would like to introduce Representative Sarah Coffey and State Senator Becca Ballard for a few short comments. Please give them a nice hand.
Thank you, Tim, and wow, what a robustly attended town meeting. This is really an honor to be here tonight, and I have to say, town meeting is one of my favorite events here in Vermont. Just as the light is getting longer and the sap is starting to run, you know, we come together as communities to engage and debate the school budgets and town budgets and the issues of our day with, you know, with our neighbors and with respect. So it's really an honor to be here tonight. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak and to share an update from the legislature. And I know you have a long agenda tonight, so I promised him that I'd be brief. So through community meetings, during the off sessions and discussions with my Coffee with Coffee hours, emails, phone calls, and responses to a survey I sent around in December before the start of the session, I've heard from a lot of you, and it's been so great to hear about your issues and priorities. And it's critical to my work up in Montpelier because it's through you and I carry your voices up to the State House. And in the legislature, I've been focusing my efforts on strengthening our rural economy, ensuring access to quality and affordable health care, equity in education, protecting our environment, reforming our criminal justice system, and taking steps to address climate change. Last year, we took important steps to improve rural broadband to our underserved rural communities, and now a regional effort is underway, and I'm really thrilled to see that Vernon is part of those meetings and discussions, and if you didn't see them on your way in, bugging you about participating in the survey, please do participate in the broadband survey because it's part of an important feasibility study. And you know, this is part of, I believe that we are stronger together, especially as we try to bring our rural communities up to 21st century speed. We know how important it is for our kids in school, for our seniors who might need to access telehealth, and for our economy. And so while the media focuses a lot of attention on what we do on the floor of the House and the Senate, you know, most of our work is done in the committee room. And some of you know that I serve on House Corrections and Institutions, which is both a policy and a money committee. We focus on corrections policy, and there's a lot of work that we're doing this session, and also on the capital budget. And the capital budget is where we take our state bonded dollars to invest them in important infrastructure that really touches on our communities in so many ways. It's the dollars that go to the Veterans Home in Bennington, to our courts and police barracks statewide. It's to help with our mental health facilities and our clean water, and also for community building grants, which are accessible through to all of you and all of our towns. And so it's really, I appreciate the work that we do in this committee, and really see it as a wonderful way to support our communities through those state and those dollars. And an important initiative that we're going to be doing this year is taking some of that, we hope to be taking some of that capital bill budget and allocate it to some more of our trails throughout the state. And so I don't want to take up a whole lot more time, but I want to let you know I prepared a town meeting report, which I've added to the wonderful materials on this table, and it has my contact information, my home phone number, my email address. So I hope that you'll reach out to me. And before I close, I just wanted to thank, we know that our small towns, it takes an incredible amount of work to make them run and work well. So I wanted to acknowledge and thank the folks who work in the town office here in Vernon, and also the many, many volunteers who serve on the select board, the school board, the planning commission, the Friends of Vernon Center, the Rec Commission, and the library, and the many other committees here, because we know that it's so vital to making our communities vibrant and healthy communities. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing to make our communities wonderful places to work and live. And I hope that you will feel, that you will please, I invite you to be in touch with me if there are ways that I can help in your efforts, because I do see this as a partnership. And I really love people, and I love the work that you're doing in Vernon. I'm especially excited about the community garden that happened at the school over the summer, what's going on with the trails in town, and the work that's being done on the Governor Hunt House is just a few of the highlights. It's been a really exciting year from where I sit, of the good work that you're doing here in town. And before I wrap up, I wanted to just say a few things about our delegation. In Windham County, we have communities that have a lot of different needs. But as a delegation, we work really closely together up in the State House. We meet every other week. And I'm so grateful to be part of a high-functioning collaborative delegation. And I say that's not true of all the other delegations. The House members have really strong relationships with our senators. And I think a lot of that has to do with the strong leadership and the collaborative spirit of our Senator Ballant. So I'm really delighted that she could join us here tonight. And I'm thrilled to hear her report and to turn the microphone over to her. So thank you so much, and thank you for your trust in me.
Good evening. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm one of your 2 senators for Windham County, and I get to travel around to many different town meetings on town meeting day and in the few days leading up to it. And I know what I've heard from so many people is they're feeling so sad and anxious and worried about democracy in general, regardless of political party. There is a level of anxiety that I feel when I go out to talk to constituents. And so to come here tonight and to see everyone here and the line out the door when I came, people ready to come here and engage in the democratic process, it is so, so inspiring. So I wanted to start with that. And I also wanted to let you know that Sarah has been a great representative for you in Vernon. And I know that there was some concern, given that she is a Guilford resident, whether she would champion you in the State House. And I need to tell you, there is not a day that doesn't go by when she is asking the question, how is this going to impact Vernon? How is this going to impact Vernon? And so I just want you to know that you are very well represented by Sarah Coffey. So I sit on 2 committees in the Senate. One is Economic Development and Housing, and the other is Finance. And several years ago here in Vermont, we realized that we had sort of kicked the can down the road on housing statewide, and we'd come to a critical place where we had so many employers that needed employees, but there was actually statewide a shortage of housing for those employees, even if we were able to have them come here. And so we made a big investment along with the governor. It was a really great bipartisan effort in 2017. We leveraged, we had a $37 million housing bond, which was the largest investment in housing that the state had seen in over a decade. And we were able to turn every one of those dollars of investment into $5 of additional investment from public, private, and other philanthropic initiatives. So we were able to raise an additional $100 million in housing investments for the state. And so they're scattered throughout the state, over 800 additional units of housing. And this year we're trying to build on that with a couple new initiatives. We wanted to do another additional housing revenue bond, but the treasurer was a little bit worried about what that would mean for our debt ratio in the state. So we're looking at some other investments, and one of them is, I don't want to bore you, but I want to talk to you a little bit about tax increment financing, and it's known as a TIF. And generally in Vermont, when we do tax increment financing, it's the larger towns and the larger cities that get to take advantage of this. And it's a way for you to take some investments from the state to do improvements to infrastructure and sewer and do building in your downtowns that you wouldn't be able to afford otherwise. And this year we said those TIFs have been so important to those larger towns. Why are we not offering something to the smaller towns in these communities? And so we are calling it a mini TIF program, and we're hoping that Guilford and Vernon and Jamaica and Townsend all over the county will find out how they might be able to take advantage of these mini TIFs to be able to afford building in your new downtown as you envision it here in Vernon. So the housing bond is a big thing that I've been working on. Another couple things I just want to tell you about. Finance Committee deals with taxes and housing, but we also deal with pharmaceuticals. And I know from representing one of the counties with the oldest demographic that pharmaceutical prices are killing us. They're absolutely killing us. And if you are someone who requires insulin, you've seen the cost of insulin triple in the last decade. I heard from a Vermonter the other day who's spending $1,600 a month for insulin. If you look at the charts of the three biggest producers of insulin, these pharmaceutical companies are clearly engaging in price fixing. There is no other way for you to look at these charts. When one goes up by $100, the other one goes up by $100. And you can see the chart over the course of the last decade. And we are not able to afford a drug that when the patent was sold for $1 because the doctor said, I don't want anyone to make money off of this drug that people need to survive. So if you're a Vermonter, hopefully it will get past the House. We passed it unanimously in the Senate on Friday. You will not pay more than $100 each month for your insulin, regardless of how many drugs that you need, regardless of how many injections that you need. You will be capped at $100. And we understand that it might mean that there is some cost shifting somewhere else among insurance companies, but we cannot allow our most vulnerable Vermonters to pay over $1,600 a month just to stay alive. So that's one of the bills that I'm most proud of this session, and I hope Sarah will take a good look at it in the House and get it through. The other thing that I'm keenly aware of is the amount of student debt that so many families are carrying. And I sponsored a bill that will regulate student loan servicers. We found out that many of our student loan services are taking advantage of borrowers by putting them in higher payment plans. And it's costing American borrowers millions, and in some cases, depending on the loan, billions of dollars a year in additional interest. So again, pass the Senate unanimously. We'll send it off to the House and hopefully have a similar result there. I want to close by saying I am so lucky to have the job that I do. I love people. I love policy. I'm one of only 30 people in the state of Vermont that get to sit in those seats in the Senate. And I am so grateful that I have the opportunity to represent you. The last thing I want to say is, a couple years ago, when I turned 50, I did something that I always wanted to do, and that was buy a motorcycle. And my favorite back roads are the back roads of Vernon, and Sarah hears about it all the time. So thank you very much for having us here tonight, and I look forward to chatting with you in the hallway if you want to step out of the meeting. And thanks, Tim, for giving us time.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Becca. Couple of notes. The Vernon PTC is in the back of the room selling refreshments by donation. And there's also plenty of literature here, including literature about an upcoming benefit spaghetti supper to benefit one of our own, Kelly Wunsch. So please read on and support your neighbors. Time now to go to the Vernon School Board. In fact, I'll read the warning as it stands. Article 1 is to elect officers of the town by Australian ballot tomorrow from 7 to 7. Article 2 is to elect all town school district officers by law by Australian ballot. And Article 3 is the Vernon school budget to be done by Australian ballot as well. You can find the budget on page 51 and 52. And with that, we'd like to introduce the chair of the Vernon School Board, Kerry Emadon. Please hold the microphone up close. Make sure that they can hear you, because I know you speak so softly.
Have we met before?
Plenty.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for coming tonight. Can I actually just take this off? This might be easier. Tell me if I rip the tablecloth. Okay, so introductions. As Tim said, I'm Kerry Amadon. I am the chair. We also have Sandy Morrison, who is our vice chair. And then we have Hannah Rosinski and Chad Mulverhill. Walter Bro, who is our clerk, was unfortunately detained at work and could not make it this evening. From the central office, we have Lyle Holliday, our superintendent, Frank Rucker, our business administrator. They are my phone of friends, as well as Mary Ross, our principal. So a few updates before we get into the money matters. Act 46, this is the question I get asked constantly. Where are we? Vernon remains its own district. Brattleboro, Dummerston, Putney, and Guilford have merged into a new district. So they are now known as the Wyndham Southeast School District. Both Vernon and this new school district are still under the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union. So the way this looks, you've got the Supervisory Union as the umbrella organization, and then you've got the new merged district. Again, that's the former Brattleboro, Putney, Dummerston, and Guilford. And then Vernon is here. You still have a local school board. We still have budgetary authority for our building. And we still have school choice for our 7th through 12th graders. Also on the horizon, we talked about this last year at the end, I believe, is Act 173. So this is a special education formula change as to how they will reimburse. Instead of it being a reimbursement-based system, it's going to go to a census block system. So we're keeping an eye on how this might impact us. We are also in the midst of a superintendent search. Lyle has announced her retirement as of July 1st. I believe Martin put this in this week's Facebook page. We are looking for community members, a parent, taxpayer, doesn't matter, to serve on some of our search committees. The time commitment is probably about a half day here, maybe a full day somewhere. If it's something you might be interested in, you can either see me tonight or check out the Facebook page, and there's an email address of someone at the central office that you can email your desire to possibly serve. So thank you if there is anyone interested. So how do we plan your budget? We start by looking at the needs of our 300 plus children and then trying to balance it with the affordability issue for our taxpayers. It is a collaboration between our principal, our central office, our staff, and the board. And we're trying to keep an eye out for those future legislative endeavors that might come down the path. We are looking at every single line item by line item, to see if there is anywhere that we can trim. So what you're voting on, this is language that every school district in the state has to use. So it's a lot of words, and I'm not going to read them all, but I do want to get across to you 3 numbers. So the warning article reads, blah, 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 $6,353,800. Blah, blah, blah. $17,178 per equalized pupil. Blah, blah. 5.8% higher. So this is the slide you all hate, but we're going to do it. Okay. This is page 52 of your town report. I just want to give you a sense of how we get to your tax rate. So this line, line 7, is that $6,353,800. That is our total education spending in Vernon, K through 12. Line 16 is where you see the equalized per pupil cost. Again, that's the $17,178, and that is up 5.8%. How those two numbers then translate to your tax rate is because of 3 other numbers that we do not control. So the first is the property dollar equivalent yield. That is a number set by the legislature. Then we have the equalized pupil number. Now, equalized pupils are not the number of kids who are sitting in seats in our schools. It's not the number of names on a list of all of our children. It is that number sent up to the state, and then they use weighting formulas to send us a number back. So certain types of demographics get different weights. If you're a child living in poverty, you might count for more. If you're a preschooler, you count for less. High school is more than elementary school. So all of those factors are taken in, and someone at the Agency of Education sends us back a number. And that's how we come up with the number of equalized pupils. The final number is the common level of appraisal. So that is done, I believe, by the tax department. It's another state agency who is looking at our assessed value and then looking at all of the homes that have sold in the previous year to see how close they are selling to assessed value. So we take these 3 numbers and they impact our tax rate. 2 things worked in our favor this year. The property dollar equivalent went up, and up is good. The equalized student number stayed stable. Up is better, down is bad, we'll take stable. And then the CLA, the common level of appraisal, it came down a little bit. So it's a good thing in that our houses are selling close to their assessed value. But when you're doing this math, this does impact our taxes on the negative side. So this is how the money is spent in our building. So this is our K through 6 part of the budget. We wanted to give you guys sort of a visual as to where does the money go. So most of it is going to direct instruction. So that's teachers in front of kids in classrooms. Then we've got some student support. So that is our nurse and our guidance counselor. We've got staff support, administration, the central office. So the people here tonight, we pay an assessment based on the number of kids. It's a very fair-based way to account for our services that we use from the central office. We've got operation and maintenance in the building. We've got transportation, so those are our buses. And then we've got food services. So where are the increases? The tuition that we pay for our 7th through 12th grade students has gone up. Our health insurance is up. And our salaries are up about 3.7%. If you look at the budget, you will see that our K through 6 costs are down. They are actually down slightly. So the next area where we have a bit of a problem is that special education costs are increasing by 89% over last year. So it's $327,000. Now, overall, special ed costs are increasing. There is not a district in this state who is not going to see an increase. For us, it is due more because we pulled out of the merger. So we are no longer part of BUHS number 6, which also now does not exist because they have merged. But we are not part of that merger, and therefore we are now paying the full costs of our education for students. Hannah's got a good, can I pass Hannah? Do you want to give your analogy? Sure. Hannah's the queen of our analogies. And you can pick either one.
Wasn't planning on speaking tonight. Haha, sure. Yeah, I would say that in trying to think about how to, what this translates to, we can all relate to a buffet, for example. I think this is something that everyone can appreciate. I love food, so it works for me. When you're going up to a buffet and you're deciding whether or not you're going to choose something for breakfast, you can choose to opt into the buffet and split the costs and eat as much as you want and indulge in all of the food there, or you can pay a la carte. Essentially, what we're doing here is paying a la carte for what we're receiving. So for all the special ed costs, we're paying for every aspect of that, which has an allocated cost associated. So rather than getting the buffet, which is split among all the other consumers, we're paying specifically our portion.
Thank you. That was a good analogy. So is there anything we could do as a board to help lessen the impact? We came up with 2 things that we thought were quite helpful. First, we chose not to add to our capital fund this year. Normally, we put in a $50,000 line item to go towards our capital. But we feel like we are in a good position with where our fund is, and for 1 year, we cannot do this. Secondly, we chose to increase the amount of our general fund reserve that we put into the budget. Normally, or for the past 2 years, we have used a figure of $150,000. So this year, we're going to put in an additional $120,000. So the way this is going to look on your taxes now this is the school side of your taxes. Excuse me. If your house is valued at $100,000, you're going to see a $98 increase over last year's tax rate. This is the high level. So this is what the 30% of people in town who pay based on their assessed value will pay. 70% of people in Vernon and in all, basically the average in Vermont is 70%. You don't pay on your assessed value, you pay based on income. So you're paying less than. For a $200,000 house, the increase is going to be $195. So that's where we are. Voting is tomorrow. If you have any questions about voting, see Tim here tonight. If you have any questions, you can ask any one of us. And anytime during the year, feel free to contact us. And all of our contact information is on the WSCSU website, but probably the easier way to go is just call Tim, and he'll get you in touch with any of us.
Thanks.
But as you might notice, there are only 4 names here. And that is because one of us is leaving, and that would be Sandy. So this is Sandy's last town meeting with us. So Sandy has been nothing but polite and nothing but professional and always persistent. She keeps her cool at all of our meetings, but she doesn't let anybody get away with anything. So she is the perfect balance of a force to be reckoned with, as well as a pleasure to serve with. So we would like to thank Sandy for her years of service.
I just want to say it's been a privilege and an honor to be able to serve on the school board. I was on the board back in the early 1980s, and there have been a lot of changes, but I really felt...
Can you move the bag?
I felt called to come back and serve again, and I'm so glad that I could, and I've loved working with other members of the community that I wouldn't have known otherwise, and so thank you for the opportunity.
So are there any questions that we can answer?
Questions for the school board, please come to the center mic if you would like to be recognized. I guess not. You got off easy.
Well, we're here all night, so if you do think of something, track one of us down. Especially Sandy, because this is her last chance. Thank you.
Thank you to the school board. We're taking a short recess to allow the select board to set up on the platform. Please take your seats. Town meeting is back in order. We move now, before we consider article number 4, we'd like to introduce the chair of the Broad Select Board, Mrs. Sandy Harris, to introduce the board and the interim town administrator.
To my left is Jean Carr, Chris Parker, Jeff Dunkley, and Tom Garino is our interim town administrator who has been unbelievably helpful.
Thank you.
And we thank all of you for coming tonight.
All right, with that in mind, we will go to article number 4. Shall the voters of the Vernon Town School District authorize the school board to expend, oh wait a minute, that's the article 3, hello, article 4. Article 4, shall the voters authorize the total general fund expenditure for operating expenditures of $1,894,285, of which $1,608,585 will be raised by taxes and $285,700 to be raised by estimated income. You'll find the budget on pages 23 through 28 of your town report. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Parker.
I move that the voters authorize the total fund expenditure for operating expense of $1,894,285, of which $1,608,585 shall be raised by taxes and $285,700 by estimated income. Mr. Moderator, I also ask that you allow the presentation of the PowerPoint.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the voters authorize total fund expenditure for operating expenses of $1,894,285, of which $1,608,585 shall be raised by taxes, and $285,700 by estimated income. Does the board wish to speak to its motion with the PowerPoint? Mrs. Harris.
Yes.
Go for it.
Mr. Garino is going to do the PowerPoint.
Chair recognizes Mr. Garino, who, by the way, is a Vernon resident, so he is allowed to speak without worry of whether or not he is.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Garino. I am acting as the interim town administrator for the town of Vernon. I have lived up on Tyler Hill for about 21 years now. It'll be 21 years this May. I want to walk through a little bit of what I've acknowledged and encountered over the past few weeks here, and it's been a very positive experience both for me and I hope for the select board as I try to help the town out as they start moving toward a replacement for a full-time administrator. So what I have seen this year, in my time here, in my discussion with the board, is the board is delivering on what the townspeople have asked it to do. It's presenting to you tonight a very frugal FY 2021 budget. It's continuing to update and refine its policies, both internal and external. It's listening to the professional staff. I think there needs to be a lot more communication between the professional staff and the board, and they're working really hard to make sure that communication channel is opened. They're focused on economic development, and that is working with the Friends and all of the things that the Friends are doing for the Downtown Village District and the Planning Board as well. They are requiring from each of the departments and every employee fiscal accountability on how they spend the money. They are very dedicated to be sure that the money that you provide for us to run this community is being spent appropriately and judiciously. They act promptly on citizen concerns. They expect staff to act promptly on citizen concerns. And if we don't know the answer, to try to find the answer. And they've dealt with some, complicated things over the last several months and some curveballs. And they are now in the process, once the board reconfigures itself tomorrow, they'll be setting a new set of priorities for the board to work on for the next year. So what's new? They're following through with the Vermont Council on Rural Development recommendations, including the trail improvements and mapping of the town forest. The broadband exploration through the Wyndham Regional Commission with Mr. Hicks, and I'm going to just not pronounce this name correctly. Thank you. Just to remind you, please fill out the survey. They're working with the Friends of the Vernon Center have acquired their not-for-profit status, which is really important, and are poised to capitalize on the tremendous work for the plan of a village center in Vernon. They've acquired ownership of the Governor Hunt House, and the Friends are now researching the best utilization of that piece of property. And the board is working with the Planning Commission to engage the students at Antioch College to determine the development potential of the former VY property. So with a lot of changes, opportunities present themselves as well. There's been some internal changes that everybody's aware of. There's been the resignation of the town administrator. There was a recent departure, of a select board member. They've hired me. They're preparing for the recruitment of a permanent replacement town administrator. They have updated and clarified the travel reimbursement policy, which I understand had caused some consternation recently. And they are committed to reviewing all of the other policies within their book. One of the select board members told me today that is going to be a priority moving forward. Opportunities are to build new teams of leadership with the advent of a new administrator and redefine through the board expectations for that role. They're going to further promote cross-communication within town departments and agencies where it's appropriate. And they plan to discuss and try to come up with new ways to disseminate information to the citizens of Vernon. I've been there 15 years. It just kind of comes out naturally. My apologies. So any select board and administration in a town has things that it needs to balance. We need to balance the municipal needs, the running of the operation, with the citizens' ability to pay. And that's where the board's frugality and checking every bill is very important. We need to continue to try to create efficiencies. This is a pretty slim operation. There aren't a lot of people in a lot of departments, so I think there are a lot of efficiencies, and people are doing a lot of work crossing over departments and helping each other out. We certainly always have to adhere to the increasing level of state and federal requirements, and they are not getting less as time goes on. They are getting to be more and more. And it's my job, or whoever the replacement for the town administrator is, to implement the goals and policies of the elected leaders. So moving right to the budget, the general fund budget shows an overall increase of about 1.83%. The town is meeting all of its financial policy requirements. The town clerk's budget, because there is a slight increase in that, represents 3 elections this year. This is a presidential election year. There are primaries, so there are more elections. Health insurance costs are budgeted at an approximate increase of 5.25%. That's what I gleaned from going through the budget, and that's where it seems to come down. The select board budget depicts $15,000 to undertake a capital needs assessment, which will be looking at all of your capital assets and seeing what the long-term life is and what expectations for repairs you will probably need to start funding or putting money aside for as time goes on. The town van budget is down slightly. The fire department is level funded. The town garage operations is reduced slightly, and road equipment repair and maintenance, which is important, as you know, is level funded. And the estimated revenue this year is down, it's estimated to be down about 2.72%. The free library, which is Article 5 in your handbook tonight, is raised less than 1% over the current fiscal year, or $598. The Vernon capital expenditure budget is at $252,923. And when you get through with all of the funds that you have so smartly put away over the years, only $60,482 is to be raised. And that is on page 16 of your handbook. And the CUSIC scholarship has not been funded for several years. But the money has been paid based on the guidelines. The town is likely only to have about $7,000 in the account next year. And there will be a question on how the town wants to proceed with that. And that will be Article 30 in your handbook. These are what we see as our estimated revenues for the ensuing year. And if there are questions on this later, I'm sure the select board will be able to provide you some guidance on that as well. And I'm going to skip down here a little bit. I'm just going to run through this quickly because I put it in the wrong order, and I apologize. And we'll come back to that when we get to Article 5. And we'll come to the general budget of the town. And I will turn this over to the chair.
Okay, we would ask that questions on the budget come up. We want to do this like we have in the past years, go department by department. So first department is the town clerk's office. Questions on the town clerk's budget? Again, this is page 23 of your town report. Page 23. Any questions on the town clerk's budget? Going once, going twice, sold. Next, go to the town treasurer's budget, just underneath the town clerk's budget. Any questions on the treasurer's proposed budget? Seeing none, let's go to the listers. Any questions on the lister's budget? Oh, I'm sorry. Lister's office budget. Any questions there? Seeing none, scroll down, Tom. Go to the select board budget. Any questions on the select board proposed budget? Seeing none, we'll go to general expenses. Any questions on the general expense portion of the budget? Seeing none, let's go to planning. Questions on the planning portion of the budget? Please go to the microphone in the center. Microphone in the center, yes, all the way over there. And please state your name and go ahead. I think that needs to be turned on. Ian's going to help you with it.
Got it. Deb Barrier. And now I don't have my paper in front of me, but there was a grant? Let me look at yours. Planning. Oh, yeah. So I was wondering what the matching grant was. If someone on the Planning Commission could speak to that?
The Select Board or the Planning Commission is interrogated if they so wish.
Bob Spencer?
Bob Spencer is recognized for the purposes of answering the question. And
I don't recall what this...
second microphone. Please use the microphone,
Hi,
Bob.
sorry. Pardon? Okay, yes. We received a Vermont Municipal Planning Grant, also to work on the Vermont Yankee site redevelopment. And the local share of that grant is $6,000. It's a formula the state provides.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions on the planning portion of the budget? Seeing none, we'll go to the Recreation Department budget. Any questions on the Recreation budget? No questions there. Let's go to the Buildings and Grounds portion of the budget. Questions on building and grounds? Okay, please come to the microphone over here, if you would, please.
Make it difficult for a guy my size.
And we all need the exercise, don't worry.
Mark Parker. Question, who is doing groundskeeping now?
The board
I
is
know at one
interrogating.
time it was hired out, so I'm just curious, who's doing it now?
Select Board is queried.
Turner and Renard?
Turner Renard. Is that a, was that contracted
Yes.
and bids sent out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on building and grounds? We'll move on to cemeteries. Questions on cemeteries? Questions on the seniors? Questions on the seniors? No questions on the seniors. Town van. Questions on the town van? Questions on the historians?
Tim?
Yes. Okay, I had a problem seeing you back there. Please come to the microphone. This is a question for the historians. And please state your name when you get to the microphone.
Mary Lynn Sherlin. There's two items under historians. One says grounds and one says lawn care. I was just wondering if they could clarify what the difference in those two items are.
The Select Board and the historians are queried.
I believe part of that is the part that goes to offset the cemetery caretaker. I believe that's why it's separate. Is that true, Cindy?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Use a microphone, Cindy. Mrs. Turnley.
Cindy Turnley, treasurer. The lawn care is the mowing of the lawns. The grounds is the planting around and that kind of stuff.
Okay, because to me they sound like the same thing, so one's a lot more.
Thank you. Any further questions on the historians? Seeing none, questions on contracted public safety. Questions on contracted public safety. Seeing none, fire department. Questions on fire department. Seeing no questions on the fire department, questions on other public safety. Questions on other public safety. No questions there. Highway maintenance, questions on highway maintenance. No questions there. Town garage operation, questions on town garage operation. No questions there. Road equipment repair and maintenance, questions on road equipment repair and maintenance. No questions there. So, we've gone through the total budget. Are you ready for the question? Again, the motion is that the voters authorize the total fund expenditure for operating expenses of $1,894,285, of which $1,608,585 shall be raised by taxes and $285,700 by estimated income. All those in favor of Article 4, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 4. Article 5, shall the voters appropriate a total library fund expenditure of $87,453 to be raised by taxes for administration of the Vernon Free Library. And you can find that budget on page 31 of your town report. Ms. Lockever, you are recognized for the purposes of making a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I move a total library fund expenditure of $87,453 to be raised by taxes for administration of the Vernon Free Library.
Do we have a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the total library fund expenditure of $87,453 be raised by taxes for administration of the Vernon Free Library. Ms. Lockever, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, briefly. The Vernon Free Library is one of Vernon's community centers, along with the school and the rec department, and it is more than books, shelves, and computers. It is a gathering place of knowledge, interests, and experiences for everyone to share. In yesterday's Boston Sunday Globe, an article on libraries called Much More Than Books talked about the evolving role of libraries in the 21st century. And I quote, "In a time when information, commerce, and socialization are becoming increasingly impersonal online, libraries provide physical spaces for people to come together and share what they are learning and experiencing." Unquote. Here in Vernon, my favorite offerings in our library include the weekly cribbage games on Wednesdays, the monthly coffees with our state rep, Sarah Coffey, when the legislature is in session, the interlibrary loan program, and the new mystery books that come in every month, and the DVD collection. I think I've watched Mrs. Doubtfire and Calendar Girls at least 3 times each, and there's a few others. Other folks like the weekly coloring group and the knitting group, the audio book collection, and the occasional floral arrangement workshops. Our youngest residents enjoy the children's area with its new, easy-to-reach bookshelves and great selections of books, and the young adult book section is also very popular. On behalf of the library trustees, I would like to say that thanks to the support of voters at last year's town meeting, the library, under the able leadership of Jean Carr, our library director, has been able to maintain a high level of programs and services this year. With your continued support, we are confident that the library will go on meeting the needs of our community. At this time, Mr. Moderator, I wish to give the mic to Jean Carr, our library director, for a PowerPoint presentation about the library and to answer any questions folks may have.
Ms. Carr is recognized for purposes of a PowerPoint presentation.
Go. Is it on? Yeah. Okay.
So in the library, we have a collection of over 19,000 items, and there is unlimited interlibrary loans available. Our circulation last year was 11,409 items, and we interlibrary loaned 240 items. We have 854 cardholders utilizing materials, an increase of 60 borrowers over last year. And there were 5,933 visits to the library. We did 180 programs, some meeting weekly, with 925 attendees. And Brana addressed some of those programs that are ongoing that we do. And other services available are museum, state park, and historic site passes, and the retreat farm pass. As I said, we do interlibrary loans. We have an ongoing book sale. There's computers and printing accessible to anyone. We print tax forms as people need them. We have free high-speed fiber optic Wi-Fi, and it's available throughout the town office building. We do scanning and faxing. We have special events. We do Netflix for our patrons, and universal class through the Vermont Department of Libraries is available to patrons. We cater to both the electronic and traditional readership. We have Listen Up Vermont available to the patrons. There were 5,600 downloadable audiobooks available to our patrons and 10,191 ebooks. The Vernon Free Library patrons used the service 1,292 times. Sorry. That's okay. We also have access to 51 databases through Vermont Online Library. That includes all kinds of articles, periodicals, just about any kind of information you'd want to look up. And the Vermont Online Library was utilized 524 times by our patrons last year. And Universal Class is available for patrons through the Vermont Department of Libraries, and that's certificate level classes available in hundreds of different categories. And we subscribe to Consumer Report online, and that's available. So the library, the budget we're proposing, the $87,453, would cost each household $27.20 per 100,000 of their assessed property value. The nearest library would charge non-residents $62 a year and $5 for each additional household member. And an Audible download service could cost about $15 a month to do it yourself. Okay, this is a repeat, I think. Yep, this is a repeat. So if you were to use your library, what is it worth? Over a period of a month, if you were to borrow 4 books, 2 movies, 2 audiobooks, use a museum pass, request an interlibrary loan, the value of all those services is approximately $322. And this is our budget. The only line that increased this year was mostly our medical insurance, which has gone up for everybody. Any questions?
Questions on Article number 5? Please be recognized by the moderator. Any questions on Article number 5? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Again, the question is that the voters appropriate a total library fund expenditure of $87,453 to be raised by taxes for administration of the Vernon Free Library. All those in favor of Article 5 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We passed Article 5. Article 6, to elect a library trustee to fill the unexpired term of 1 year through town meeting of March of 2021. We have a motion.
Kristen Dietrich. Mr. Moderator, I would like to nominate Ian Heffley to fill the unexpired term of 1 year through town meeting of March of 2020.
Do we have a second? Okay. Any other nominations on this particular question?
Oh, sorry. It should be 2021.
2021.
Sorry, not 2020.
2021. All right. Any questions on the article? Seeing none, all those in favor of Ian Heffley as a library trustee to fill the unexpired term of 1 year through town meeting March of 2021, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have approved Ian Heffley as a library trustee. Article 7, to elect a library trustee to fill the unexpired term of 3 years through March of 2022. Is there a motion on the floor?
Joanne Lovely. I'd like to nominate Elaine Dietrich to fill the unexpired term of 2 years through town meeting of 2022.
Is there a second on the motion? Second. Moved and seconded that Elaine Dietrich be nominated as library trustee to fill the unexpired term through town meeting of March 2022. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of Elaine Dietrich to fill the library trustee position. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed Article 7. Article 8, to elect a library trustee to fill the term of 3 years through March of 2023. Is there a motion?
Yes, Elaine Dietrich, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to nominate Joanne Levely to fill the term of 3 years through town meeting of March 2023.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded that Joanne Levely be elected as library trustee to fill the term of 3 years through March of 2023. Any discussion on the article? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 8 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed Article 8. Article 9, to elect the Marsh Fund Committee. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. Carr.
I nominate James Brown and Sandra Harris as the Marsh Fund Committee.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded that James Brown and Sandra Harris be nominated as the Marsh Fund Committee. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the article as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 9. Article 10, to elect a Memorial Day Committee. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Carr.
I nominate Peter and Angela Miller as Memorial Day Committee.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Peter and Angela Miller be elected as the Memorial Day Committee. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 10. Article number 11. Shall the voters appropriate $252,923 for the funding of items approved in the capital plan, of which $60,842 will be raised by taxes. Is there a motion on the floor? You need to come to a microphone if you could, please. In fact, Ian's bringing you one. And if you do have limited mobility, please raise your hand. We'll make sure that the other microphone gets to you.
Thank you.
I am on the capital plan
You need to make a
committee.
motion.
Oh, my motion, sorry. The motion is, shall the voters appropriate $252,923 for the funding of the items approved in the capital plan, of which $60,842 is to be raised by taxes?
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate $252,923 for funding of items in the capital plan, of which $60,842 will be raised by taxes. Mrs. Staropinski, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes. The capital plan is on page 16. And if you'll take a look at that, you'll see all the departments, their expenses are listed as we have done in the past. And over on the right-hand side, in the darker color, you will see the money that each of the departments returned to the budget that they did not expend. And so if you go down to the bottom of the budget, you'll notice the returned excess funds are $70,501. So that significantly reduced the $252,923 that we needed to raise. The figure above that is interest and gains. That comes from the money that's invested and is returned to us through the money that's made in the stock market investments. That's quite considerable this year because the stock market was up. The funds to be appropriated are reduced, now down to $135,895. And I want to really point out and thank the citizens for following the emergency capital fund plan. Because in the emergency capital fund reserve, any monies borrowed from it needs to be returned, and it is being returned, which allows the investment to return to the citizens $75,053, which has significantly reduced it down to $60,842 to be appropriated by taxes. Are there any questions on any of the articles that are on the capital plan?
Questions on the capital plan? Questions on Article 11? Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 11, that the voters appropriate $252,923 for the funding of items of the capital plan, of which $60,842 will be raised by taxes. All those in favor of Article 11 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We passed Article 11. Now we come to Article number 12. Shall the town continue to provide curbside trash collection, pay as you throw? Is there a motion on the floor?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Parker.
I move that the town continue to provide curbside trash collection known as pay as you throw.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded, the town continue to provide curbside trash collection known as pay as you throw. Mr. Parker, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do, Mr. Moderator. This is a program that we've struggled with. There's some legalities with it that if we run it in the negative, we are illegal, the way that the state has this set up. I am going to point at Mr. Spencer, as he knows considerably more about this than I do. And that's really where this came from. This program is in trouble. There is not a lot of use of it, which is just causing prices go up, the lack of use, it's creating a lot of issues that is not evening out anywhere. So that is why this has been brought up on whether we want to continue this or not.
Further questions, comments on Article number 12? Back of the room, please come to a microphone. And state your name when you begin speaking.
Heather Frost. As a community, we would save money if we all participated in pay-as-you-throw. Doing it individually, you're going to pay more. But we need the participation. And we need to realize that you're not paying for a bag, you're paying for a service.
Further discussion on Article number 12, gentleman over on the far side of the room. Please state your name.
Jeff Kosis. Some of us in this town already have a dumpster that do our own trash, so we don't have to walk out with those puny bags. They don't hold anything. They're darn expensive. And I don't feel like having to pay twice because if somebody wants, you know, and frankly, when you go to Triple T Trucking, they tell you the recycling, they don't make any money on it. We're paying for someone else. You know, we do all the recycling, all that. It's a problem that needs to go away. We don't need to have out, you know, every Thursday or Wednesday, or it just needs to go away. I don't need to pay twice for my rubbish. I already have it taken care of, so thank you.
Further discussion on Article number 12, woman in the front of the room. Then we'll get to you after her. In fact, if you want to walk over to the microphone while she's speaking, that'd be good.
Deb Barrier, I know this has been a problem. I've heard from some older folks in the community that if we got rid of pay-as-you-throw, they would have a really hard time getting their trash to where it needs to go. And then I've heard from the dumpster people. And honestly, whatever people are doing to rent a dumpster, that's got to be costing more than if you're recycling and spending, Tim, help me out here on the price, $3 a bag?
Actually, I am not allowed to.
Oh, you're not allowed to, sorry. But three or $3.50 or something a bag. In our household, we use probably at the most 2 bags a month, and we just do a heck of a lot of recycling. So $7 a month for bag, you know, we can't get it any cheaper. I just want to say that.
Chair would recognize Mr. Gilligan, and then come on up after he finishes speaking.
Patrick Gilligan. I believe the pay-as-you-throw program is a great benefit to the town of Vernon. It's also done fairly cheaply. If we had Lake Casella doing this, it would probably cost us double to dispose of this recycling. Norm Mallory's my grandfather. I work at Triple T, and he gave the town of Vernon a very good rate to do this, and I hope we all vote yes on this.
Further discussion on the article? You're up.
Thank you.
Munson Hicks. Just want to see if my figuring is right, because I took the number of 148,000, which was the quote from Triple T, divided by the approximate 800 houses that we have in town, which comes out to cost each median town owner $185 a year. And then if we use 1 bag a week, that's $5 a bag, that's $260. So the basic cost would be $445 a year, partially done by taxes and partially done out of your pocket. The second thing I did was I called a friend who lives in Guilford, and they have they pay for their service at $40 a month every other week. 1 week is trash, the other week is recycling. So that comes out to $480 a month. So it's actually cheaper here, and it's funded by using your taxes. The questions I don't have answers to, and I'm curious about, is how much of the municipal trash will be covered, the basic stuff that the town creates, how much of the school trash is covered, if anything, and how is that paid for, if not? And finally, to clarify, this is only for homeowners. This isn't for businesses. Businesses do indeed need to have their own pickup, and if businesses are cheating, or if that's a little bit. If you have a little business in your home, it's hard to divide it up. But unless my numbers are wrong, it's cheaper, and it's going to stay cheaper because the Guilford ones go up every month as well. Plus, it's easier. You're going to have to, drive into Brattleboro to drop your stuff off. If you don't have a truck, what are you going to do? I say we keep it.
The board is interrogated. There was a couple of questions in there. So if you wish to answer those questions, we'll do that first. Mr. Parker.
I will do my best to answer these, and Bob, please jump up if need be. The recycling is covered with the money raised by taxes. The pay-as-you-throw is not. The pay-as-you-throw has to pay for itself. So if we're not participating in that, then the cost goes up, which the price of the bags will be going up very soon. The numbers do not work out now. I think that we have put it off as long as we can to see how things played out here. But the end result is that your bag prices will be going up. And that has a lot to do with the lack of participation, the fact that that program has to cover all of the fees that Triple T has. And yes, Triple T has given us a great price on that. But that still doesn't change that if we're not bringing the money in to pay for those bags, to pay for your trash, then it's not working out that way. So.
Further discussion on the motion? The gentleman walking up to the microphone.
Andrew Gant. I've heard a lot of people mention about how cheap pay-as-you-throw is, and I am sure for our older families in town it may be, but as a father of a family of 3 kids and a wife, once you have a handful of diapers in those bags, they break as you go down the driveway. We currently are contracted through Franklin and Sons to have ours. We're allowed to have up to 6 bags a week, and it's costing us a fraction of what the pay-as-you-throw will. So I say it needs to go.
Further discussion on Article number 12. Over here, Ian will bring a microphone over, and you'll be after her. Okay.
Hi. I know diapers are heavy because I now have a great-grandson. So anyway, between the diapers for the children and the diapers for the elderly and all the little other pads in between, those things are recyclable and can be put in the cow bin.
No, they're not.
That's what the material came through that said, as can cat litter, which is also very heavy because I've got a cat. So there are ways that you can get around that and not have to buy so many bags. We use 1 bag every 2 weeks because I compost and I bring things to the cow bin, and I have, thankfully, a yard that I can bring my yard waste to and compost there. So I am able to drive and bring my bags if I have to Triple T or down to Wyndham Solid Waste at the other end of Brattleboro, but there are many people who can't. And I'm getting to the point where I can't lift up as much as I used to, but I can still do it. So that's something that you need to consider also.
Further discussion on Article 12. Gentleman in the center of the room.
Mark Parker. I guess I'm kind of a unique individual because my wife and I, we use 1 green bag every 3 months. And a big part of that is we don't throw, one of the things is we don't throw garbage in our trash can. We put that in a bag, we keep it in the freezer, and then once a week I take it down to the cow. When we had cats, I used to take the cat litter. There's a lot of different ways. We recycle. We do as much as we possibly can. I can put 3 13-gallon trash bags in one of those green bags. Yes, at times they do not hold up as well. But 90% of the time, I have no problems with them. It's a big expense for this town, and I agree, but we have to be more diligent upon what we put in the trash. Now, granted, diapers, the plastic diapers, Pampers and things like that, the plastic is not recyclable. And when my kids were growing up, we used real diapers. We didn't use Pampers, but old school. But in a way, I guess if we were still having kids and we were still with our grandkids and we were using the diapers, we'd pull them apart, separate the plastic. The rest of it can go into the cow. Now, you may think that's kind of gross, but you know what? They make plastic gloves. But there's ways of doing it to do more so that we don't have to pay as much. But it just takes a little work, a little time. But if you put your mind to it, there's different ways of doing it. And, you know, my wife and I, we're just two people. And one bag every 3 months, it's not a problem for me.
Further discussion on Article 12. Gentlemen in the center of the room.
Ian Heffley. I am also a new parent of two. Luckily, we only had about 6 months worth of diapers to deal with, but with a family of 4 and 2 dogs, which also have diapers now, unfortunately, we go through about 2 to 3 bags a month, if that. And I'm using it as a teaching moment because, after all, we do live in Vermont and the rest of the country looks at us as those recycling hippies. So we have to live up to our reputation, and I use it for a teachable moment for the kids on what gets recycled, what can go to the cow bin, and then go to the cows and see them using it. So I hope we can keep this pay-as-you-throw program.
Further discussion on the article. Again, come to the microphone and state your name.
Don Rosinski. I just want to state the obvious. I don't know if everybody else has picked up on this, but the problem is we're not selling enough bags. Right. So the more you're able to reduce the number of bags you're using, the worse off we are. Am I right? Does that sound correct? I mean, it's just common sense. So I'll let Mr. Spencer see if it's any different, but that's what it sounds like to me.
Further discussion on the article, please state your name.
Yeah. Bob Spencer. I'm a resident of town, but I'm also the executive director of Wyndham Solid Waste District, and I've been on the Solid Waste Committee for 10 years here in Vernon, as it's gone through quite a few different members. And now there are no members on it. But what I wanted to clarify on what Linda was saying about the adult diapers or baby diapers, they are not compostable. The material collected at the highway garage goes to Martin's Farm in Greenfield, and they are not permitted to take any human or waste like that. They do take pet waste though. So that's why it's somewhat confusing. So please don't bring your diapers to the cow dumpster. We also in Brattleboro at Wyndham Solid Waste compost and serve the town of Brattleboro's curbside program, which has food waste collection. If you live in Brattleboro, you put out your recyclables, but also you can put out your food scraps and soiled paper and cardboard and pizza boxes. Vernon actually is, and I'm not taking a position on this article, I just wanted to clarify what's acceptable. But I did want to respond to something Chris Parker said, and I've just really figured this out with the state. You can subsidize the pay-as-you-throw, the trash component with general tax revenue. They try to encourage towns, and they won't give you a really straight answer on this, but if you read the law, it's Act 148, Universal Recycling. There is no provision in there that pay-as-you-throw has to cover all of the trash. It's collection and disposal of trash. So Chris was right, it doesn't cover recycling. So Brattleboro, for instance, pays quite a bit out of tax base, as does the town of Westminster, the only other two towns with curbside trash and recycling in Windham County. So it still doesn't change what Don Rosinski was saying. The more we recycle our little hearts out, the less revenue we generate. So I think it's true that over time, the town will be spending more and more on trash. The way this whole thing came up was that the town does not have a contract with Triple T for this service. And so the Solid Waste Committee said, you know, in the interest of our budgeting and knowing what our expenses will be, we should sign a contract and have a 3-year term with it. And so now, if the town approves this article, it would then go back to the select board to sign a contract with Triple T, locking in these rates for 3 years, and I believe there's a couple renewal years, and so it could be a 5-year deal. So if anyone has other questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them. So,
If there's no one else who wants to speak, Mr. Kosas will recognize you for a second time on this question.
Thank you. Is there a chance to opt out? If everyone who is in favor of this program, go ahead and do it, but those who have their own trash services, can we opt out and just do our own thing? Because I don't want to pay twice, and it seems like all these articles, all the taxes are going up, and my property taxes are climbing up pretty rapidly here. I'd like to not have to pay twice for trash. Thank you.
Amen. Further discussion on the article? Gentleman coming up, please state your name.
Jim Belleville. One thing everybody needs to keep in mind when you're complaining about the bags being too heavy, mandatory composting is coming to the state very shortly. That food waste, the heavy stuff that's in there now, won't be allowed. I don't know about the private haulers, but if you're doing it in the town bag, you're going to get it sent back, and you'll have to separate it out yourself again. So keep that in mind. I'd like to see it stay.
Gentleman coming up to the microphone, you're recognized.
Ryan Gilligan. So a big problem that I see, because I pick up your trash every Thursday, if you're wondering, is that there is a lot of people that only put out recycling, and they'll never put out a single trash bag. So is that really fair to all the people that are putting forward all the effort to go get the green bags, pay for it, and then you have people abusing the system and only putting out recycling? We was in a perfect world, paying for your trash bags would pay for the whole system, and none of it would fall back on the tax base.
Further discussion on the article? We have someone coming to the microphone now.
George Pond. Chris, I just wondered a couple questions. We've had Triple T for, I don't know, as long as I can never remember. Has the board or has the folks from the town ever put this out to bid to a separate contractor? And then am I correct in hearing that starting 1 July, the compost will be starting house to house also? Is that coming around? Okay.
Mr. Parker, you are queried if you so choose.
So yes, it has gone out. I believe, Bob, we sent it out to 3 different companies, 3 or 4, anyway.
10.
Okay. So 10. Triple T was still the cheapest. Again, your prices are going to go up. The gentleman that was just speaking about the trash and recycling, those are 2 separate things. So it's not being unfair one to the other. The recycling is covered by taxes, and pay-as-you-throw is supposed to be covered by the bags that nobody is buying. And so what, I'm sorry, the other question that you had was, I got sidetracked there. Oh, the composting, yes, and that one I am going to defer to Bob on. He knows much more about that.
Chair, we recognize Mr. Spencer.
Yes, Bob Spencer again. The state law, Act 148, was amended last session to not require residential curbside collection of food scraps. The original law did have that. Wherever there was curbside trash and recycling, they had to offer food scrap collection. The hauling industry objected strenuously to that and has a lot of clout in Montpelier, and they amended the law. So starting this July, it still is mandatory that all food scraps be recycled, fed to animals, reused in food banks, or composted. But there's no real enforcement of it. So it's really up to and there's no inspection going out, opening up bags. So it's a typical Vermont legislative decision, an unfunded mandate that sounded great and went through the legislature with no money to back it up. So that's why we're all dealing with it.
Further discussion on the article. I'm going to go to Mrs. Manning because she hasn't spoken yet. And then we'll go to Ms. Barrier and then Mr. Gant as time allows. So Mrs. Manning needs to speak first. She's not spoken yet on the article.
I would just like to mention that at our elementary school, if you notice the beautiful artwork, we teach our students to separate their plastic, their recyclables, their compost, and my sincere hope is that that's carried out within the homes of Vernon as well.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Barrier.
I just want to be 100% clear I know what I'm voting on. What I'm voting on with pay-as-you-throw is the green bags. Do we keep the green bags, raise the price of them to cover the cost of Triple T collecting them? And that's only that. Recycling is completely separate. Or do we abandon it, in which case we're responsible for our own bags going up to Ferry Road?
The board is queried.
So yes, this article has absolutely zero to do with your recycling. And when we put these out to bid, we did make sure that was broken down separately so that if we opted out of this, that recycling could still be picked up. If we wanted to do one or the other, we've looked at everything about this. We've looked at going, and I believe you guys had done it before, where it was bi-weekly things were picked up, and we've looked at that. We've looked at all of these prices to try and figure out what fits best. But as we're hearing, and we've been hearing it a lot, is that people with dumpsters, because they have bigger families, are going to be paying twice if we have to subsidize this. And that's why we're bringing this here, because we need to know what you guys want to do.
Chair will recognize Mr. Gant for a second time.
Just a couple quick questions or clarifications. We started pay-as-you-throw 3-4 years ago now. I'm curious, A, out of those years, have we had any year where it was actually profitable for us? And B, if we have a deficit in the bill because we're not buying enough bags, that money has to come from somewhere. So where does it come from? I would assume somewhere where our taxes are paying into. So even those of us who do have dumpsters are still paying for the bags in the end. It would seem to me it's been in place for the past couple years and has failed every year, and we want to keep the program. That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
The select board and the administration is queried. Mrs. Turnley?
Cindy Turnley, Town Treasurer. When we started this program, we started it before we had to start it. A year before we had to start it, and it was part of the solid waste fund. And it depleted, we bought all of our startup inventory, our bins and everything out of that fund. And we started to deplete that fund out, so they decided a couple years later to start a pay-as-you-throw fund, which was fine, but they never put any money in it. So what happened was we had to write off, we had to buy $6,500 worth of trash bags because we were running out. And we've been having trouble catching up ever since. Right now, as of the end of February, the fund is in the hole by $5,763. So it's right about the amount we would have paid for the inventory that we had to buy in order to keep the fund going. If we had had startup money, which we were told at the time we couldn't do, but now Mr. Spencer has told us that we could have done that, and we probably should have done that, and then we would be okay.
Further discussion on the article. Woman of the second row, please use the microphone.
Elizabeth Ellis. So, in order, like Cindy just said, we're pretty much at where we were when we started. That's my understanding. We started out, we put money into the bags, and here we are years later. We just haven't made up that money. Am I wrong about that? Or is that kind of, we just still need, if we could be level if we put in that money like we should have. So it seems like for the number of households in the town, it wouldn't be that much money to get us up level, and then whatever it costs to have the bags pay for themselves. Seems like we could do that. I'm not sure what we would, if we did that, it wouldn't be a huge amount of money compared to some of the other things in the budget. And I don't think people who aren't using the bags would be out a lot of money. That's just my thought. There's other things in the budget that people don't use. The school, some people don't use that. Some people don't use the library. Some people, but you know, we have to take care of our people and our older people. Again, it's something that's hard for them, and we don't want to lose people.
Further discussion on the motion. Young lady over here.
Kristen Dietrich, can we call the question?
Question is called. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. We cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes apparently have it. We've ceased debate. Again, the question, Article 12, that the town continue to provide curbside trash collection, also known as pay-as-you-throw. All those in favor of Article 12, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 12. Article 13. Article 13 is, shall the voters authorize the town to dissolve the pay-as-you-throw fund and cover negative expenditures from the solid waste fund up to $8,000. Chair would recognize Mr. Parker.
Mr. Moderator, I move we pass over Article 13.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that we pass over Article 13. That would be objecting to consideration of the article, which means it's non-debatable and requires a 2/3. All those in favor of the motion to pass over Article 13, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've officially passed over Article 13. Article 14, shall the town continue curbside recycling? Chair recognizes Mr. Parker.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town continue curbside recycling.
I heard a second over there. Moved and seconded that the town continue curbside recycling. Mr. Parker, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do not.
Brevity is indeed the soul of wit. Discussion on Article 14. Mr. Spencer.
This is something that's clear about the Act 148. If you have curbside trash, you must have curbside recycling. So that's what the article's asking.
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. Harris.
I move we pass over.
I want a ruling from the town attorney on that, the effect of either approving this article or passing over the article. And please use the microphone, Larry. Town Attorney Larry Slayson from Salmon and Nostrand.
Well, I haven't been asked to research this article, but I don't see any harm in having the electorate vote on this question. It's what we're being told is that it's required if you have the recycling, if you have the curbside pickup, that the recycling is also required under Act 148. I don't know that to be the case, but why don't we still have the voters vote on this article at this point, Mr. Moderator? I don't see any harm in doing that, and then and then if there's a contrary vote, we can sort that out.
When I was a young moderator, I told the then town attorney, if I ask for your advice, I'm bound to take it, because we're paying you. So we're going to continue on with debate on article number 14. Any further comments or questions on the article? Mr. Gant, please come to the microphone.
Call the question.
Oh, okay, moved and seconded that we cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've ceased debate, and the recurring question is that the town continue curbside recycling. All those in favor of the article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 14. Article 15, shall the voters appropriate $108,000 for municipal building refuse, curbside recycling, and compost recycling to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Parker.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters appropriate $108,000 for municipal building refuse, curbside recycling, compost recycling to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate $108,000 for municipal building refuse, curbside recycling, and compost recycling to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund. Mr. Parker, do you wish to speak to your question?
I do not, sir.
Discussion on Article 15. Ms. Barrier? No.
Okay, so because now we've passed everything else, we need the $108,000 to pay for it. Will this also include paying for the deficit in the current FAG fund? What is, and it obviously wasn't included in your select board budget that we voted on. So this is an addition, right?
The select board is queried. Mr. Parker.
This has to do with the municipal building refuse, which we were questioned on in the previous discussion, as well as the recycling. So that's what this article is. This does not have to do with your pay-as-you-throw right now.
Further discussion, Article 15. Mrs. Staropinski, can we get her a microphone, please?
I was wondering, because of the way that it's written, if part of that is the recycling of the compost that we were just told is no longer mandatory. It's part of that $108,000. Does that include that?
The select board is queried. Mr. Parker or Mr. Spencer?
Mr. Spencer, please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that the compost mentioned here has to do with our cow bins at the town garage. Yes.
Further discussion, Article 15. Seeing none, the recurring question is that the voters appropriate $108,000 for municipal building refuse, curbside recycling, and compost recycling to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund. All those in favor of the article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We passed Article 15. Article 16, shall the voters appropriate $14,518 for the Wyndham Solid Waste District assessment to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Parker.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters appropriate $14,518 for the Wyndham Solid Waste District assessment to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established solid waste fund.
Second. Moved and seconded. that the voters appropriate $14,518 for the Wyndham Solid Waste District assessment to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Solid Waste Fund. Discussion on the motion. Well, anybody wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Moderator, I know
Mr. Parker.
that we had received a decent amount of information from Mr. Spencer. It is all available over there on the table, and it just talks about everything that we are discussing here. So that might be a place to get the information that you're looking for more. So on this, in reference to Article 16, I'll read the last paragraph, anybody that has it. As a member of the Wyndham Solid Waste, the town is assessed an annual fee which in fiscal year 21 will be $14,518. This cost has decreased the past 3 years from $19,197 to $15,162 in fiscal year 20. The town is obligated to pay this annual assessment unless it officially withdraws from Wyndham Solid Waste, which would take 2 years in accordance to the Wyndham Solid Waste Charter from the state of Vermont. Due to significant state mandates, particularly providing 2 household hazardous waste collection events per year, most towns decide to remain members of the Wyndham Solid Waste rather than provide the mandated services. And we just had one of those in the town office parking lot this year.
Further discussion on Article 16. Mrs. Staropinski, if nobody else will speak, you'll be recognized for a second time.
I just wanted to say we don't have any more forms. I passed them out to people when they came in. So they will need to either come to the town office or look online because it's been posted online.
Thank you. Your town clerk was keeping his copier budget down. Further discussion on Article 16. Mr. Rosinski.
Thank you. I'm Don Rosinski. Just reading Article 15 and then going to Article 16, and we're paying an assessment of $14,518. What do we get from Wyndham Solid Waste for that money? I guess that's my question.
The Select Board and/or Mr. Spencer was queried.
Mr. Spencer.
Defer to Mr. Spencer, please.
Mr. Spencer.
Speaking as the director of Wyndham Solid Waste, I get asked that question a lot, especially since 2 years ago the members of the district voted to close our recycling plant after 20-some years. So the boxes that we had at the highway garage for bottles and cans, paper and cardboard, they went away. So then the question is, well, what does Wyndham Solid Waste District do for the towns? As Chris read, probably the most expensive function that saves the town's money is our 4 household hazardous waste collection events a year, which we move around the district. We just had it in Vernon this year. That event in Vernon cost approximately $20-some thousand. It's very expensive, and by rotating the location, we are able to provide this to hundreds of residents in the district. And I have numbers on exactly how many Vernon residents participate. We also run it every fall in Brattleboro, and a lot of Vernon residents come to that too. So that's probably the #1 dollar value. In addition, we comply with a state plan called the Solid Waste Implementation Plan, which all towns are obligated to have. So being a member, that plan, which is being updated this year, meets that requirement for our member towns. We have 18 member towns. And then we have an education and outreach program where we do education in the schools. as well as with businesses. And we're, again, a town would have to do this on its own if they were not a member of a district, and hire some other consultant or a town employee to do the mandated education outreach components. So there's actually quite a few things that benefit the town financially. We've also been cutting our expenses. As Chris read, we've reduced them 3 years in a row. We have a very lean staff. I have one full-time employee that works with the education outreach, and I'm part-time, and 3 other people are part-time. And then we have our transfer station staff of 4 people that run that 6 days a week. So we also have a new representative to the district that the select board just appointed. So you have a representation at the district's meetings and a vote on our budget and what we do. So I'd be glad to try to answer any more questions.
Further discussion on Article 16? Seeing none, the article is the motion that the voters appropriate $14,518 for the Wyndham Solid Waste District assessment to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Solid Waste Fund. All those in favor of Article 16 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed Article 16. Article 17. Shall the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent unbudgeted expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and or equipment costing over $500? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent, unbudgeted expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and or equipment costing over $500.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent unbudgeted expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and or equipment costing over $500. Mr. Dunkley, do you or any other board member wish to speak to the motion?
I'll speak very briefly about it. Basically, and Cindy, the town treasurer, should correct me if I'm wrong, but if there's examples of some items that, you know, with town property that we have difficulty figuring out how to pay for on an emergency basis. I'll give you a couple examples. You know, if a town well goes dry, the drilling cost won't be over $10,000. Septic replacement, possibly. So I guess anybody else can jump in if they can think of some other urgent items that we need this flexibility for.
Further discussion on Article number 17. Back of the room, Mr. Hicks.
I'm just wondering if there is not a simpler, cheaper way of handling this. One thing we sort of love to do here is set up funds. We have more funds than almost any, than we have real money. The question is, each one of those funds actually does cost us money to administer by the bank charges or the investment company charges. So they do add up a little bit. And I'm just wondering if there's not a simpler way to add a line item to the select board budget to simply say we have a reserve line item of $10,000 to be used for this purpose.
The select board is queried. Mrs. Turnley.
Cindy Turnley, Treasurer. We did have a line item in the selectmen's budget, and the selectmen decided to remove it and ask if we could make a fund. So it was taken out of the budget this year, and they're asking for us whether you want to have a fund for items over $500 but less than $10,000 in emergency situations.
Further discussion Ms. Card.
Anything that's a line item in a budget, if it's not spent that year, it disappears. So you've funded it, you've paid your taxes to fund it, and if it doesn't get spent, it's gone. When you develop a fund, whatever is in there will stay there. It's designated for those very specific things that the fund was developed for, and it will keep building. So if it doesn't get used, it will continue to build. It won't just disappear at the end of the year because it wasn't used.
Further discussion, Article 17, Mr. Kosis.
This fund, is it, are there any constraints to have to go back out for bidding on these? It looks like with an emergency repair, does it still go out to bid, or is it just a, we need it and we're gonna, so we're not using, the revenue as best we can? I'd like to know if this article will be setting up for this fund, if the select board still has to go out for 3 bids and do it go find the product for the best price to make most of use of this money if we're gonna go approve this.
The board is queried, Mrs. Harris.
We do have a bid policy. It can be waived by the select board but it's seldom waived. But we do have a bid policy. And as Jean said, if you raise it in a fund, you're only taxed on it once. If you raise it in the budget, you're taxed on it every year.
Okay. And so 16 is anything over 500 is setting up the fund, and then 17 is going to be throwing $10,000 into it.
Right.
Actually, it's 17 that is setting up the fund.
Oh, sorry, 17 and 18, excuse me. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 17. Seeing none, the article is that the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent, unbudgeted expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and their equipment costing over $500. All those in favor of the article as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We passed Article 17. Article 18. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established emergency repair replacement fund from Article 17? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established emergency repair replacement fund.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established emergency repair replacement fund. Discussion on the motion. Seeing this young lady, please come to the microphone.
Julie Nevins. Where does the number $10,000 come from, and how does that relate to how money that was previously a line item was spent or not spent? An average, maybe it's fine.
The select board is queried. Mrs. Harris.
It's for items up to $10,000, so if something came in at 9, we don't want someone to pad their bid to bring it up to over 10. So 10,000 is what is the threshold. Do you see what I meant?
Can I clarify?
Sure.
I'm just wondering how it's related to how that money has previously been spent, if it's been a line item that we're not spending.
Okay, previously we would take it from the emergency repair fund. No, the other capital fund, right, Cindy? No, Cindy will answer this one.
Mrs. Turnley?
Cindy Turnley, treasurer. We had a line item in the selectmen's budget that we took it from, and we used it for, one time we had a water leak in the selectmen's room. We had to have someone come and clean it up. We had our pump go in our well. We had to have that replaced, and a few other things. The reason the 10,000 is because we have a emergency capital fund for items 10,000 or more. But this is for like between 500 and 10,000 is what they want to set this fund up for. You're welcome.
Further discussion on article number 18. Seeing none, the motion is that the voters appropriate a sum of $10,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Emergency Repair Replacement Fund. All those in favor of Article 18, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've passed Article 18. Article number 19. Shall the voters establish the office of Lister and authorize the Select Board to contract with or employ a professionally qualified assessor as provided by Title 17, subsection 2651C of the Vermont statutes annotated. Ms. Carr.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we object to consideration of this article.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that we object to consideration of this article. Again, it is not able to be debated and does require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of not considering, or in effect, what we call passing over Article 19, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed over Article 19. Again, the phrase object to consideration is the correct term under Robert's Rules of Order, but Vermont state law also calls it Passover, since Passover also is known as a Jewish holiday. Article number 20. Shall the purpose of the Professional Service Fund be amended to include representation of the town of Vernon on issues relating to utilities and industrial scale development? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the purpose of the Professional Services Fund be amended to include representation of the town of Vernon on issues relating to utilities and industrial scale development.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded, the purpose of the Professional Service Fund be amended to include representation of the town of Vernon on issues relating to utilities and industrial scale development. Mr. Dunkley, do you wish to speak to your motion, or does any board member wish to do so?
Again, briefly. So the Professional Services Fund is strictly geared towards only utilities. And as far as industrial scale development, we may need counsel for looking at repurposing the VY site. So this is the reason for amending the purpose.
Further discussion on Article number 20. Ms. Barrier, please. Those chairs are hard, aren't they?
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification. Professional Services Fund, so we're paying for people like electricians, engineers, those kinds of people?
The board is queried. Mr. Dunkley?
No, it's strictly for legal and professional counsel dealing with utilities. It's not for electrical work or anything of that sort.
Mr. Hicks?
Just a point of clarification, if you don't mind. Industrial scale development. What does that mean?
Board is queried.
And what are its limits? Are we only talking about the VY space, or is this a general expansion of fund to use wherever someone decides industrial scale development applies?
Mr. Dunkley or Mr. Parker?
I'm going to ask Cindy to chime in here as well, that because we had looked at this before and the legal counsel was separate, and then there was some question on when we got into the VY redevelopment whether some of that legal counsel carried over or whether we needed to word that differently, and I believe that's how we got here. Yes.
Mrs. Turnley is also queried if she chooses.
Chris Parker's correct.
Further discussion on Article 20. Mr. Hicks, you are allowed a follow-up since no one else is looking to speak.
Sorry, it's just a clarification that I was looking for, and I'm still confused about what that actual phrase applies to. Is it simply to the VY space, or is it going to be available, this council available to other industrial sites that may or may not come along?
Mr. Parker.
Yes, it's there for anything industrial that would come to town that we might need legal clarification for, or any of that didn't fall under that other line item. And we kind of felt that was too big of a gray area to leave there without putting some clarity on that, which is turning out to not clarify it at all.
Yes.
Further discussion on the article? Seeing none, the article is that the purpose of the professional service fund be amended to include representation of the town of Vernon on issues relating to utilities and industrial scale development. All those in favor of Article 20, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 20. Article 21, shall the voters appropriate $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters appropriate $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. The voters appropriate $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund. Mr. Dunkley, or board members, or Mr. Walker, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I don't.
Mr. Walker, do you wish to come speak to things?
Seems it didn't make it into this book, so everybody knows this will be for Homestead and Lily Pond. They'll be regrinding the whole thing and paving them.
Further discussion on Article 21.
Dave, I'm not sure why you want $100,000 to pave those two roads. We haven't had an increase of population on those roads. You've got almost $100,000 already under road maintenance budget, separate from your town garage budget. Seems to me $100,000 is an awfully big chunk that for roads we might not need.
Those
Mr.
roads
Walker.
are falling apart. Homestead hasn't been touched since I've been here, and I've been here 30 years. Lily Pond has been over 25 years. And I really don't want to deplete the fund because you're going to have all your other roads eventually that are going to need it too. We've been just maintaining, it's usually over 100,000 we spend, we've been just maintaining it.
Further discussion on Article number 21. Seeing none, the motion is that the voters appropriate $100,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town road upgrading fund. All those in favor of Article 21 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 21. Article 22, shall the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. The voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund. Does the board or Mr. Walker wish to speak to that question? Mr. Walker.
We started this fund a few years ago. We got a culvert on Tyler Hill Road. It's for the box culverts. That's going to be over $400,000. And going through this year with what the state rules are, any culvert over 3 foot, we have to go through them. We're going to have 25 culverts. We're going to have to go through the state. So we're going to be planning on a lot of money in the future.
Any further discussion on Article 22? Gentleman coming up here, please state your name.
My name's Chad Baldwin. I'm new to this town. I have a question. If it's on your income, Why is it not increased every year? Why do we keep adding to it? That's the whole point of an inventory.
The town road commissioner is queried.
This was put in a fund so we could start raising the money because of all the culverts that are going to be coming up. It's going to be, all of them will be over $200,000.
But wouldn't you put that in your budget?
We could do it that way to raise the money.
The select board is also queried if they so choose. Mrs. Harris.
Try to remember, if we put it in the budget, you raise it by taxes every year. If you put it in a fund, we do not have to raise it every year unless you're adding money to it.
Further discussion on Article 22. And seeing none, the article is as read, that the voters appropriate $40,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the town culvert fund. All those in favor of Article 22, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay, please. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. We passed Article 22. Article 23. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised by taxes to fund the town parking lots maintenance fund? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dunkley.
I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised by taxes to fund the town parking lots maintenance fund.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. The voters appropriate the sum of $2,500 to be raised by taxes to fund the town parking lots maintenance fund. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 23 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You have passed Article 23. Article 24, shall the voters appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Elderly Assistance Fund. The chair would recognize Mary Lynn Sherlin for the purposes of making a motion. Is she? Yes, she is here. Thought I saw you out there.
I make a motion to appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Elderly Assistance Fund.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. The voters appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Elderly Assistance Fund. Do you wish to speak to your motion? Which means you do.
Yes, yes, I do. No.
Please continue.
The Elderly Assistance Fund, we have been primarily in the more recent years been doing snow plowing. The winters have been fairly good to us the last couple of years. We haven't had a lot of other requests for assistance, so our funds have remained fairly healthy. So we felt $5,000 was probably enough to keep us going in case something really major came along. So.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 24. Mr. Kosis.
How much money is in the fund currently for this elderly?
Mrs. Turnley is queried.
The current balance in the fund is $49,358.55.
So it's almost $50,000 already in there.
That's correct.
How much do we take out every winter or season for the?
Last fiscal year, we spent $9,276.42. So far this current year, we've spent $5,981.25.
So we're almost half of what we spent last year this year. So can we, I'd like to see this voted down. It's got plenty of money in there for a few years. If we're using just $10,000 a year on a bad winter, can we just, the way these articles are going, it's a lot of money. It's going to add up to a lot for us. There's plenty of money. Can we vote this down and save ourselves some? It's only $5,000, but it's going to add up through the course of the rest of these committees and funds that still have a ton of money in their coffers. So thank you.
Further discussion on Article 24. Seeing none, Looks like you are ready for the question. The motion is that the voters appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Elderly Assistance Fund. All those in favor of Article 24, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The chair is in doubt. I'll use our BCA as checkers. All those in favor of Article 24 as read, please stand. And you hold up your voter cards when you stand, please. Make sure that you're a voter.
This is for giving them the money. You gotta stand up. No. To give them a $5,000. You call it cash. Designate balance at the end. Would have large number. But here yeah. I didn't understand.
Please be seated. All those opposed to Article number 24, please stand and hold your voter cards up.
And this one time, I think we could bypass it for a year or two.
Yeah. Well, you didn't say who it was, so it's oh, yeah.
Huh? Oh, it is? Okay. Well, I thought you turned that off. You had something like this.
Please be seated. Listen to the results of your vote for Article 24. We are still in order, people. Thank you. Article 24, the results of your vote. Voting yes, 65. Voting no, 73. I declare Article 24 has been defeated. Article 25, shall the voters appropriate the sum of $1,100 to be raised by taxes to fund the Vernon historians for the purposes of record preservation, retention, and promotion of history, educational initiatives, and insurance coverage. Is Heather Frost available to make that motion? Pop over here, Heather.
Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $1,100 to be raised by taxes to fund the Vernon historians for the purpose of records preservation, retention, and promotion of history, educational initiatives, and insurance coverage?
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion, as previously stated, as I heard it, I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $1,100 to be raised by taxes to fund the Vernon historians for the purposes of record preservation, retention, and promotion of history, educational initiatives, and insurance coverage. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Ms. Frost? Discussion on Article 25. Seeing none. Again, all those in favor of Article 25 as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 25. Article 26. Shall the voters appropriate $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display. Is there a motion? Ms. Carr.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display.
Second.
Moved and seconded, the voters appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display. Discussion on the motion. Mrs. Gant.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to amend this article so that it will cover the minimum due for a fireworks show, which is $5,000.
So that means you want to increase the bottom line to $5,000.
I do.
Do we have a second? Second. Moved and seconded that the bottom line on the article be increased to $5,000. Do you wish to speak to your motion? Or amendment, excuse me.
Last year, I said that we could raise the money for this year because I had great faith in this town. We currently have $1,389.44 for fireworks. Obviously, that is not enough for the minimum due. I am yay close to needing to cancel the fireworks show with Atlas and not give them a contract because I've inquired and asked for help, and nobody has donated, nobody has stepped up because I don't have a lot of time to do it myself this year. And so if you raise it to $5,000, that means in the next coming years, you're at least guaranteed a $5,000 fireworks show. The show you had last year was actually $7,200 because of how we voted at town meeting a couple years ago. So, yeah.
All right, further discussion on the proposed amendment. Mr. Barrier.
I think there are a lot of people in Vernon that don't necessarily turn out for the fireworks. We have a lot of people from out of town often that come. We have surrounding towns that have fireworks. Coincidentally, Northfield always does theirs in West Northfield, so it's really close. Brattleboro has a fabulous fireworks program that they fund. They're also much bigger. And this might sound like a cheap shot, but we're not finding $5,000 for the senior citizens, for the Elderly Assistance Fund. Why are we funding something as frivolous as fireworks?
Further discussion on the Gant amendment. Mr. Gant.
The previous statement is correct. We do have a lot of towns around us that have great fireworks shows. We also have a great rec department here, and there is a lot of people from those towns that come to Vernon and end up going to our rec department and getting used to coming to our town and pouring money into our town. It wasn't mentioned yet this year, but if I remember right, the rec department is the one line item that actually makes money here. So why aren't we investing back into it and trying to get people to come to this town, get used to utilizing us for what we do have? Thank you.
Further discussion on the Gant amendment? Over here, please come to the microphone.
Hi, John Wielden. Couple things. Is it not just help the rec department, also helps out the fire department as well. We help raise money through that at night. It's not a lot, but it's some money to help out with items that we want to purchase. The other thing is there's other ways of helping out with raising the money, and I know Hannah's been doing great with doing all that stuff. I've put money into that for my business. I've put money into that. I actually would like to put a challenge out to all the businesses in town to match $500 that I'm going to put for the next 3 years into the fireworks display. So hopefully maybe the businesses will come forth with the challenge. And I think we should keep going with it. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Gant amendment? And seeing no further hands up, the amendment proposed by Hannah Gant was to increase the bottom line on Article 26 to $5,000. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays have it. The amendment has been defeated. We go back to the original article for the voters to appropriate a sum of $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display. Further discussion on the article?
Julie Nevins. I would just like to note that although the money for the $5,000 for the seniors was turned down, for the record, I voted for it, that fund was not in deficit. And could you please correct me, Ms. Gant, Mrs. Gant, that your fund currently is in deficit, or would be if we were to spend the amount proposed on fireworks this year?
We don't have money to spend on fireworks.
We need to be able to hear you. Ian's going to give you a microphone.
We can't. Is it on?
Yes.
We can't have a fireworks show at this exact moment this year, and I need to be able to give that contract to Atlas like yesterday. We only have $1,389.44, and we need a minimum of $5 for them to even consider coming to us.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Mrs. Turnley.
The $5,000 that you're voting on is not for this.
Mrs. Turnley.
$2,000, I'm sorry, that you're voting on is not for this year's fireworks display. It's for the following year. So it's not going to help with this one.
Mr. Gant.
Just to add to what Mrs. Sternley just said, the $2,000 is also not going to help us get fireworks for next year either. If we don't have one this year, we add $2,000 to the coffer for next year, we still don't meet the minimum for a fireworks display. Just so you're all aware.
Further discussion on Article 26. Back of the room. Could you come up and get the question has been called. Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. We cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate on Article 26, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You cease debate. Article 26 is read. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $2,000 to be raised by taxes to fund a public fireworks display? All those in favor of the article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays have it. You have rejected Article 26. Article 27. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $3,250 to be raised by taxes to support visiting nurse and hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire? Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. Harris.
I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $3,250 to be raised by taxes to support visiting nurse and hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate the sum of $3,250 to be raised by taxes to support visiting nurse and hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, this is a very worthy group. They come in when our people need them, and they stay until they're no longer needed.
Your name, and are you a Vernon resident?
I'm not. Terry Hyland, I'm the visiting nurses.
So unless there's objection, we will allow you to speak. So please continue.
All right. Nice to see everyone again. I came this year with some new information. We have some massive federal changes coming down through CMS, Medicare, which we receive over 92% of our funding through that service. The program is called PDGM, and it's the first time in 20 years that Medicare has changed their reimbursement structure for post-acute care. That includes nursing homes and places like us, visiting nurse associations. So after you leave the hospital but still need continuing care. They're changing how that is reimbursed from what they called pay per service, which was established in 2004, to patient-driven grouping model, PDGM for short. It is a value-based reimbursement. So depending on the patient's needs, how acute they are, they might be paid more, sort of like the equalized pupil statement that was made earlier, very similar. And if it's a low need, if it's a fairly simple service, we'd be reimbursed less. However, both needs may require a registered nurse or physical therapist, et cetera, who get paid the same, right? So our initial estimates, and this went live January 1, and then so far our estimates are, in this first quarter, sort of making sense. We anticipated between 4 and 7% revenue loss this year. So that's somewhere between $1 and $2 million of our annual budget, which will be leaving us. So in a time like now, not 20 years, have town appropriations been more important to our mission. Throughout Vermont and New Hampshire, we bring in around $650,000 annually in town appropriations. So the small amount of $3,250 from Vernon obviously helps with that. We have some towns giving $65,000 where they're seeing nearly 700 patients a year. Vernon at $3,250, we saw 33 patients last year, 561 home visits. That doesn't include our monthly clinic at the community room below the library, where we do blood pressures and general wellness checks. So that's really about it, and I can answer other questions. I'll respect everybody's time, so I won't go on with more facts. I'll just wait for questions.
Further discussion on Article number 27. Mr. Gant.
I would just ask that we vote consistently. We already voted down helping out our seniors, and we voted down giving town picnic for the kids. If we don't have money to spend on our own seniors and our kids, we don't have money for hospice. Please vote it down.
Further discussion on the article. Mr. Kosis.
Thank you. Just clarification, the elderly assistance situation, the snow plowing, they have $50,000 in their account, so they're funded for a few years. The hospice, having my mother gone through it for 8 weeks before she passed, and seeing the care that they do, they were with her all the time. Just a fantastic, it takes a special type of person to be a hospice nurse. Fantastic. But my question is, the money needed, is that our contribution to the county, or how does that fit into, is it just, just wondering how that works, that's all.
The gentleman from hospice is queried.
Yes, good question. So that goes directly to us, the entity, a nonprofit, VNA, Visiting Nurse Association, and it does go into our general fund. It's not limited specifically to this town. I will state, however, that it offsets approximately $22,000 last year in charity care just in Vernon. Our total charity care for the year for the state, for example, just so we see the scale here, is a little over $4.5 million annually that we don't get reimbursed on.
Further discussion on Article 27, Mrs. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to say that I think the one thing I've been the most proud of in all the years that I've represented this town is to watch how we always took care of each other. We've always been a town that's prided ourselves on being there for our neighbor. The years that I was a state representative, many, many times I called on them to come help a neighbor of ours and to take care of them, and they were always there. There are many elderly people in this community who, through no fault of their own, are alone, need help, they need care, and without the visiting nurse, they will literally stay in their homes without any good quality care at all. And I think we're better than this. This is literally pennies for each one of our homes.
Further discussion on Article number 27. Ms. Lockerbie.
As many of you know, 6 years ago I had both knees replaced, and then 2 years after that I had a revision in my left knee, and if I couldn't go anywhere, and so they had to come to me, and it was visiting nurses of Vermont and New Hampshire, and they came to me, and it was, I wholly endorse this motion.
Further discussion on Article 27.
Call the question.
Moved and seconded that we cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We have ceased debate. The article is Article 27. Question is whether the voters appropriate the sum of $3,250 to be raised by taxes to support visiting nurse and hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've passed Article 27. Article 28. Shall the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the operation of the Emergency Management Office? Mrs. Harris.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes for the operation of the Emergency Management Office.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. The voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes for for the operation of the Emergency Management Office. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I'll defer to Dave Emery.
Mr. Emery, the town's Emergency Management Director, is in the House. He is not a Vernon resident. However, we will allow him to speak unless you object.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. However, I do plan on being a resident next year. So, having said that, Vermont emergency management, as we speak, and probably the thing that you're most interested right now is the virus. And as of this evening, the governor has set up a task force, which includes emergency management in all the towns as part of that, so that we will be up to speed on whatever needs to be done. So anything that comes out of the state of Vermont through the Department of Health, et cetera, will filter down through our office, emergency management. However, a lot of that information obviously is going to be your responsibility to find out where and what needs to be done. So having said that, just so that you know where that goes. Emergency management every year, we are deeply involved with the schools this year, rewriting the programs for the unfortunate shooting incidents and everything else that takes place. So we have a great program going with the principal, and she's really on top of that. I would say that you should be proud of her because she takes emergency stuff very seriously. We meet with the fire department, with the sheriff's department. We participate in unified command, as well as with the fire department this year, we're sponsoring a train derailment training, which will be held here, which will include fire department and emergency services from around the community. So we are fortunately been really quiet, and I knock on wood with that one. But that's what we do annually. The budget is $15,000. I'm pretty tight with that. The office is eventually going to have to move. As you know, we're in the building known as the old Edson House, and eventually, probably within some period, we'll probably be asked to leave, and so we're looking at relocating the office either to the town hall, but that's going to require an expenditure of putting emergency power in there. And some renovations, or to the firehouse, which would require adding a building or adding to their building. So we're still jumping between both of those and haven't made that decision yet. Any questions?
Further discussion on Article 28? I see no questions, so therefore, all those in favor of the article as read, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 28 as presented. Article 29, shall the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Protection Fund. Chair recognizes Art Miller for the purpose of making a motion.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Protection Fund.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Vernon Farmland Protection Fund. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Tim. As the town knows, we've set aside over 200 acres, I believe, the last 2 years here in the town of Vernon to purchase the development rights. That's a lot of land set aside, especially quite rapidly in the last couple of years. The fund had a little over, around $400,000 in it, and it's currently around $220,000. We had spent the money, obviously, to buy the development rights. Last year, we voted $20,000 to build the fund up a bit. It's the Farmland Protection Committee's opinion that we're targeting to raise about $250,000 total for the fund, and then kind of level, stop asking for the appropriations at that level. So we're intending to ask for $15,000 this year, $15,000 next year, assuming we get the approval. The reason why we think $250,000 is a good level to have, much of the farmland that people are intending to sell the development rights have already sold that. Basically, Dunkleys have a little bit left, Blodgetts have a lot left, Millers have a lot left. Millers aren't intending to at this point, and we have spoken to Don Blodgett. He, at this point, is not intending to set any aside, but he may in the future. And so we feel that 250 is a good target for us. Again, we're asking for 15,000 this year, and assuming the approval, we intend to ask for another 15,000 next year, and then not ask for any more for a while.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 29. In the back of the room, Mr. Kosis.
Thank you. I just want to find out how much is about $200,000 in the coffers right now, correct?
220, yes.
220. Again, we're looking at how much we're looking at the special education needs of the elementary school here. That's what, up 85%? It's going to climb up to, they said. Is there a way for some of these committees, and I got a couple acres myself, and I raise goats, I get it, but there's a point when these expenditures, these insurances and the special needs are going up so fast. It's 15,000 here, 20. These committees, can they defer and return some money back to the town to offset some of these crazy expenditures of, say, the special needs for the elementary school? Can that happen? Because you had 50,000 for the elderly. They used 5 this year. The farmland protection's got 220,000. I mean, I look at this; those are big accounts, and here we are. We got kids that are, special needs. Are going to need, what's that? 300. I don't know. 85% is going to increase. So that's a lot of money. That's got to come out from somewhere. And I think some of these committees, hate to say it, sometimes we got to maybe tighten our belt a bit. Maybe these committees need to be kind of dealt with a little for a few years and offset, so we can save some of this money and use it where it may need to be. Thank you.
Further discussion on the article. The board is responding. Mrs. Harris.
Unfortunately, the school and the town are two different countries when it comes to money.
Further discussion on Article number 29. Seeing no further discussion, all those Mr. Belville, please step forward.
Jim Belville. I would move to support this because when it comes to land development, usually it's one of those things, you get a shot at it, and if you don't have the money there, you miss your chance. And 250 is a pretty safe number looking at land parcels. If you got a chance to buy a good parcel of land, 250 if you're buying large acreage is pretty good. So I think it's a wise decision to go there and get there slowly so that we're not jumping on it now.
Thank you. Further discussion on the article. Seeing none, the motion as read that the voters appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be raised by taxes to fund the previously established Burn and Farmland Preservation Fund. All those in favor of the article, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 29. Article 30. Shall the voters amend the James Cusick scholarship requirements, which presently reads, each full-time resident recipient shall receive $1,000 or the amount voted for 2 semesters at an institution of higher learning, a certified training center, or a vocational school. If the amount of the appropriation is not sufficient, it shall be divided equally among the students selected, with the number of recipients and the amount of scholarship provided to each shall be determined based on the money available. Is there a motion? Ms. Carr.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters amend the James Cusick scholarship requirements, which presently read, each full-time resident recipient shall receive $1,000 or the amount voted for 2 semesters at an institution of higher learning, a certified training center, or a vocational school. If the amount of the appropriation is not sufficient, it shall be divided equally among the students selected, with the number of recipients and the amount of the scholarship provided to each student shall be determined based on the money available.
Moved and seconded that the voters amend the James Cusick scholarship requirements, which presently read, each full-time resident recipient shall receive $1,000 or the amount voted for 2 semesters of an institution of higher learning, a certified training center, or a vocational school. If the amount of the appropriation is not sufficient, it will be divided equally among the students selected, with the number of recipients and the amount of the scholarship provided to each shall be determined based on money available. Discussion on the motion, Ms. Carr?
I believe these changes were requested because the fund is no longer funded by the town, so it is just drawn on. So we need to kind of preserve what's there. We can't give it out the way we had been.
Mrs. Turnley, is there a current accounting of the status of the Cusick Scholarship Fund?
Cindy Turnley, treasurer. There's $17,047.76 in the fund right now.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article number 30. I believe Mr. Pond is coming to the microphone. Nice hat, George.
Yeah. I'm not against this, but I'm curious. When the students that are selected for this scholarship fund, are they expected to keep a certain grade point average? Or is this, I went to school this year, I'm going to school next year, but I was a D student, but I can still have some money?
Mrs. Harris.
Yes, they can have some money, but they have to have proof how many hours they took.
The question is, are they expected to have a grade point average?
No.
They should be.
Further discussion on Article number 30?
Julie Evans, how many students benefit from this program annually?
I know of 4.
Mrs. Turnley.
This year we gave out 20 full scholarships and 1 half scholarship.
Further discussion on Article number 30? Seeing none, we're going to go for the question. All those in favor of Article 30 as presented, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 30. Article 31. Shall the voters authorize payment of real and personal property taxes to the town treasurer in 3 installments, with the due dates being September 10th of 2020, January 14th, 2021, and May 6th of 2021. Mrs. Harris.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the voters authorize payment of real and personal property taxes to the town treasurer in 3 installments, with the due dates being September 10th, 2020, January 14th, 2021, and May 6th, 2021.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded that the voters authorize payment of real and personal property taxes to the town treasurer in 3 installments. The due date September 10th, 2020, January 14th, 2021, and May 6th of 2021. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none. All those in favor of Article number 31 as presented, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You passed Article 31. Article 32, shall the voters approve the provision of notice of availability of the town report and auditor's report by postcard mailed to all registered voters at least 30 days prior to town meeting, in lieu of mailing or otherwise distributing the town report and auditor's report as authorized by Vermont law and 24 VSA subsection 1682A2. Is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. Harris.
I move that the voters approve the provision of notice of availability of the town report and auditor's report by postcard mailed to all registered voters at least 30 days prior to town meeting, in lieu of mailing or otherwise distributing the town report and auditor's report as authorized by Vermont law and 24 VSA subsection 1682A2.
Is there a second? Oh, good, we have a second. The motion is that the voters approve the provision of notice of availability of the town report and auditor's report by postcard mailed to all registered voters at least 30 days prior to town meeting, in lieu of mailing or otherwise distributing the town report and auditor's report as authorized by Vermont law and 24 VSA subsection 1682A2. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 32, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. They have it. You passed Article 32. Article 33. Any other business that may be allowed to come before this meeting? Ms. Lockever.
I just want to remind folks to fill out the broadband survey. We need to know your internet needs and concerns. And the link is windhamregional.org/broadband survey. And we need this information by March 17th. Thank you.
Mrs. Harris.
I'd like to defer to Chris. I forgot to ask him to say something earlier.
Mr. Parker is recognized. You're on, Chris.
Oh, boy. I just wanted to take a minute and ask our highway guys to stand up, our fire department, our treasurer, our clerks, anybody that is an employee of this town. I think that they deserve a round of applause for getting us through everything that we go through in town.
Anything else under Article 33? I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative and say something. Right in the back? Did somebody want to speak? Mr. Belleville, you go for it first.
All right. I'm going to take, I don't know, fairly unpopular look at things. We just went through a whole bunch of articles. We had 2 we voted down to the tune of $10,000. Now, if you do the math on those $10,000 that we saved ourselves, eliminating the fireworks, eliminating the elderly, which here's debate whether or not they need it, but if they needed it, they would be without. But by eliminating those 2 things, you saved $12 a household. $12 to eliminate the fireworks. Okay? $12 to, put off the $5,000 for the elderly. I understand times are tight, budgets are tight, you want to save some money. But for $12, you basically gave a raspberry to 2 big sections of this town. The people that enjoy the fireworks, the fire department, it caps off their muster, it helps them raise some money. Now we don't have the fireworks unless somebody steps up to raise some money. As we know, nobody stepped up this year, so we don't have a fireworks this year unless somebody big comes through with some big money. People will try. Yes, but we're short because, times are tight. So think about it. For $12, we told those people for one reason or another that their